It's an incredibly difficult task to look at a head coach and say, take a rookie quarterback who, I mean, we all mentioned this, we've all heard this, not just a rookie, but the sixth quarterback off the board in that draft, and put them in this position. Like the sixth quarterback off the board in that draft, and you're saying if you had to redo the draft again, and you could pick anybody, would you make a different decision? And your answer should be no, by the way. You shouldn't be looking at this pick with Bo Nix, and let's say that, you got a redo in the draft and you got the first overall draft pick. Are you taking Caleb Williams? Are you taking Jaden Daniels? Are you taking anybody else? And I think my answer is no. It fits here. He's playing better than anybody else. And to that, you have to give Sean Payton a massive amount of credit for keeping it going and making the Broncos an actual contender. Like, I'm telling you right now, if you are an opposing team and you see the Broncos on your schedule, maybe in the preseason, you thought, all right, well, that's going to be an easy dub. And instead, all these teams that are fighting to keep like playoff pace or to try and put themselves in postseason position, you think the Colts are pumped about this game? I doubt it. You think the Chargers, who are barely ahead of you, by the way, in these wild card standings, do you think they're psyched that they have to play the Broncos on Thursday night? No. And it's a credit to Sean Payton and what he's done this year, because I had a lot of criticisms for Sean Payton last season. Didn't feel like there was a true effort to really try and make that situation work. But maybe this was the plan ultimately the entire time. They knew they were going to move on and they had to take somebody, and they found somebody they really liked. And now it's not just, a window for a couple of years and trying to hang on for dear life. It's trying to open something up for the next decade to where you can be a viable contender. So 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Got a whole bunch to get to this morning. Stick around. All right, so listen, I got a couple things I need to discuss about the NBA. One of them is last night, Giannis Antetokounmpo put up a 31-11-5 game. But let me explain to you how he got there. The Bucks lose 119-104 to Atlanta at home, as they continue to struggle just like the Nuggets and just like a whole bunch of other teams in the NBA. So the Bucks are now 11-10 on the season. But Giannis put up 31 points, which is a Giannis number. I mean, that's what he does. He's good. He is going to be in the thick of a MVP race with Jokic as Jokic tries for his fourth and Giannis tries for his third. But he's averaging 32.5 per game. So scoring 31 points is like, yeah, whatever. That's what he does. He did it with 26 free throw attempts, in which he made 15 last night. And I don't want to rehash the same old, like Nikola Jokic doesn't get to the foul line, doesn't get the superstar call. Like, I don't want to relitigate that because I think I know the reason for this. And I don't think it's so much of a bias against Jokic. It's a bias against big men. And even though Giannis is 7 feet tall, he does not play like a big. Giannis has the ball where he dribbles at the top of the three-point line. He puts his head down, sprints to the hoop, takes contact, and throws it up at the rim. That's what his game is. And it's a really effective game because when you're 7 feet tall and that big and that fast and can jump like he can, it's really, really difficult to stop. But there is something about NBA officials and refs that when they see contact of somebody moving forward, it's just, I guess, easier on their eye to try and make a call than it is a big guy down low who is getting punched in the face in the paint and trying to do a baby hook. Like, that's just, it's the reality. I'm not saying it's right, but it's reality. But Giannis got 26 free throws. 26. And I was thinking to myself, what would it take for Joker to get to 26 in a game? And if Joker had that kind of game, what the hell would his point total per be? You know, it's a big detail in Embiid, who when healthy, almost always leads the NBA in scoring. But Giannis has had, I believe the number is 5 games of 16 free throw attempts or more. And Jokic this year's had 2 games where he's had double digits. It's just wild to put them side by side, but I think it makes it even more of an argument for what kind of year that Jokic is having and what kind of career that Jokic has had when he's not able to get to the free throw line as consistently as his superstar counterparts. But for the Nuggets, you got a double dipperoo tonight. Both games are going to be on at 5 o'clock. So 5 o'clock puck drop in Carolina and a 5 o'clock tip in Cleveland. The Avs will be on 950 and the Nuggets will be on 92.5. And here's the Nuggets conversation that is, it's really difficult right now. To a certain extent, both of these teams between the Avs and the Nuggets have an impediment, an obstacle, and a roadblock to getting to be the team that we're used to seeing and what I think is going to be the reason for success or failure at championship aspirations or not. For the Nuggets, we've talked about a lot, it's defense. And for the Avs, it's offense. We can get hyper-focused on the goaltending for the Avs, but their bread and butter is made by being able to score more than you can. So I want to save that conversation for a second and just stick with the Nuggets here. The Nuggets used to be in a place, and Scott Hastings would talk about this all the time, where if they scored 120 points, they win. That is not a guarantee anymore. Look at how Nuggets games have gone. They put up around 120 points just to give themselves a chance to win. I mean, they just beat the Warriors 119 to 115. Did not feel comfortable at the end of that game. They lost to the Clippers when they put up 122 points. They lost to the Knicks by almost 30 when they put up 118. They lost to the Mavericks 123 to 120. It's just an issue that they're trying to work themselves through. Now, in the grand scheme of things, their season's going okay. They can hit, some sort of turbo button and find themselves as a top 3 seed in, the span of 2 or 3 weeks. But the one thing that I thought would sort itself out by now that hasn't, because defense is sort of an effort thing, and maybe the Nuggets are in a place where I'm not going to expend, 1,000,000% energy for games that are happening in November and December. Which to a certain extent I understand. It's not very palatable when you watch it, but you get it. It's just kind of the way the champions go. They know that they're good enough to make the postseason, and then they hope they can turn on and flip a switch when the postseason starts. The one thing I thought would be figured out by now is Jamal. And it hasn't been. Jamal is shooting 41.9% from the field and 33% from 3. If he is not your second leading scorer, which currently he is not, it is Michael Porter Jr. at 19 points a game. Christian Brown is very, very, very close behind him at 2 points per game worse than what Jamal is. But that was to be expected. In fact, he's doing better than expected for that category. When Jamal can't be the threat that is necessary within the context of that offense and what they want to do, it puts way too much pressure on Joker. It's unfair to him that he has to go out every night and make something like that happen, where he's putting up 30, 13, and 11 every single night. And that's the part that's unsustainable. Because when you have Jokic, you have a chance for a championship. In the same way that if a team had LeBron, they got a chance for a title. In the same way that if you have Steph Curry, you almost always have a shot for a title, especially in their peaks. But you need to have something else. Like what's very clear here, they're going to have another season in which it's one All-Star going to the All-Star game. Unless something radically changes over the next couple of months, which I don't see happening. When Jamal is putting up numbers like this, it just creates more of a stress on Jokic, more of a stress on Porter, more of a stress on AG, more of a stress on Christian Brown, and more of a stress on the bench. Because here's the other detail when it comes to Jamal. He is now a part of the bench unit. He is now somebody that is responsible for the non-Jokic minutes because he's getting staggered with them. And when he cannot play up to that standard, you find yourself in even a bigger world of hurt because the minutes that are spent with the bench unit that he's not scoring, then he's missing minutes with Joker, which emphasizes the point even more. This is the trouble. That when you look at this team, and for about 3 straight years, is it 3 or 2? I guess 2 straight years. For 2 consecutive seasons, you have felt like not just the Nuggets are title contenders, that they're one of the favorites. And it doesn't feel that way this year. They're still up there. No, I'd actually be curious to see where the Nuggets rank in championship odds. Get a little bit of a feel for somebody that doesn't have a biased interest in this. Their only bias is making money, which is Vegas. So let's take a look. Odds to win the NBA championship. Number 1 is the Boston Celtics, and they are the overwhelming favorite at plus 220. Number 2 is Oklahoma City. 3 is a tie between Dallas and New York. 5 is the Cleveland Cavaliers. And then at 6 are the Nuggets at plus 1,500. Let's say that Jamal is having a normal Jamal season, which last year those numbers were 21 points on 48% from the field and 42.5% from three. And this is why I tried to remind people throughout the offseason, and you guys are right about this so far, but I am not dropping this stock. Jamal Murray had a bad couple of weeks that I think stemmed from an injury. And that's why I wasn't willing to cast this guy off as forget about the contributions that were made to a championship run in which you don't win unless he plays the way that he did. But this is an extended period of time where he hasn't looked like that. I mean, a 4 points per game drop-off is a big-time drop for somebody who is a superstar. If I told you that take a superstar in the league on another team that's a contender, that Luka had 4 points per game less than he had the previous season, Dallas would be in a world of hurt. But it's so necessary to find Jamal getting back to that place because Porter is having his best season yet. Jokic is having his best season yet. Christian Brown has been far better than anybody thought. And Aaron Gordon's Aaron Gordon. Like, you got 4 of your 5 starters that are playing either up to standard or who even raised it another level. And we can talk about the bench and how they're going to respond throughout the course of the year. Can Peyton Watson be somebody that's consistent? Can Julian Strawther continue to play pretty good basketball and find his stroke? You know, Russell Westbrook obviously has been, I think, really good. A really good addition. Like, you can miss on things like Dario Saric if Jamal's doing what he's supposed to be doing. But when he's not, it creates a bigger stress for everybody else on the floor and puts a bigger spotlight on everybody else from the floor. It requires everybody in your starting 5 to be pretty much perfect when Jamal's not playing that way. Like, Jokic cannot have an off game, which he never does anyway. Porter can't have a bad shooting night if Jamal is not making shots. It puts too much of a stress on others. And I don't know how you go about this. I don't know how you... It's not like Jamal is unaware of this. And I do not buy into the idea that Jamal doesn't care. I think he really cares. And maybe that's part of it too, that he's pressing too much. But Jamal, and this is crazy, for somebody who is just, he's capable of getting in that microwave and just putting up points in a hurry, hasn't had a 30-point game yet this season. It's not like those were happening every other night last year, but he certainly was capable of throwing up a 30 spot on any given night. And that's the trouble that you find right now, is they don't have a reliable and consistent piece right there in which your second best player isn't playing up to his standard. And I'm just hoping that there's just a game in which he finds it. I really think that's all it's going to take. Like, if he goes out against Cleveland tonight and he puts up 34, and he does it on 14 of 20, just one of those nights where Jamal can't miss, I think he just needs to see one. Because he hasn't seen a game like that since last May. And I've tried to emphasize, it's not the extension of games. Like, that's not really the issue for him, I don't believe. The problem is, calendar-wise, it's been months since he's looked like himself in a real competitive game situation. And that's where you start to question things. You know, I played baseball most of my life. You get into slumps. They're going to happen. And then you have a game where, you know what? I went 4 for 5. That's right. I do know how to do this. And everything just kind of like exhales. And that pressure that's weighing on your shoulders all of a sudden drops. and you can play free again. But he needs one. And I think if you're Jokic, he has to continue doing what he's doing. I know when guys get in situations like that, he wants to force feed them the basketball so they can get some points and get some confidence rolling. But I don't think he can. Because if you try and do that and Jamal's off, then you're going to be, 18 points down after the first quarter with the bench unit coming in the second. And then that could extend to 30-point deficits. Like, who knows? We've seen it happen already this year. So Jokic has to continue to play this aggressive style, but it's tough because when you don't have your second guy rolling, what are you supposed to do? Now, on the Avs side of things, the Avs problem is obvious. They need good goaltending. They had bad goaltending 2 nights ago, and they were down 4-0 after the first period. They put in Wedgwood, and he makes a couple of great saves. Doesn't allow a goal for 2 straight periods, and you outscore your opponent 5-0. I think it's just a matter of can you have for the Avs steady goaltending. And who knows, maybe that's Wedgwood. Like, I'm willing to try anything right now. Which is also not a great place to be if you're trying to win a championship is, hey, one of the most important positions you have out there, let's just throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks. But that's kind of where you're at. So again, both games tonight, Avs will be on AM 950, Nuggets will be on 92.5. NFL stock up, stock down. Coming your way next. All right, do it every week following the NFL weekend. It was a little bit odd because we had the Tuesday reaction to Monday Night Football, so these got pushed back a day. But we always start with the quarterbacks. Jesse, who's in for Nelly today. Jesse, stock up. Russell Wilson, 29 of 38, 414 yards, 3 touchdowns, and a win over Cincy. They put up 44 points in that game, and you wondered to yourself, okay, where is Russell Wilson in his career? Is he truly dead after the Broncos experiment? He goes over to Pittsburgh in a situation where a coach wanted him. He coveted him. They started Russell Wilson, Mike Tomlin did, despite the fact that Justin Fields was winning football games. That's how much he wanted Russell to play. And when you have a coach that believes in the quarterback, it can do a lot for somebody who's maybe struggling with confidence. And he has played so great this season for them. And I'm so glad that the Broncos are good, and Bo Nix looks like he was the right pick, because if not, there would be a major conversation about how did they make that work and you didn't. But you know what? Every situation is different. Everybody maybe at some point needs a change of scenery. And God, has it worked for Russell, because I didn't think Pittsburgh was capable of winning shootouts. We all kind of thought Pittsburgh, good defense, Russell Wilson to come in there, not make mistakes, be sort of a game manager, and that should be enough to get them a whole bunch of wins. And look where they're at now. They win a game where it's 44-38, and they beat a high-powered offense like Cincinnati. You got to give Russell Wilson credit. He's having a great year, so he gets a stock up. Quarterback stock down. I don't know what's going on with Kirk Cousins, but over the last 3 weeks, he has not just been bad. He has been like league worst bad. The Falcons have lost 3 straight games. They can't put points on the board. And Kirk Cousins, last week, 245 yards, no touchdowns, 4 interceptions. He's not had a touchdown pass in 3 straight weeks. We're going on almost a month of Kirk Cousins not throwing a touchdown. And in the 6 interceptions that he's had in the last 3 games, they've now allowed Tampa Bay to get back in that NFC South race. It's a bad division, but the Falcons were 6-3 heading into a game. I believe that was the Broncos game 3 weeks ago. Yeah, 3 weeks ago was the Broncos game. They lose 38-6 to Denver, and since then, they have been garbage. And Kirk Cousins can't figure it out. Like, he's always been somebody that'll throw for 350 yards and 4 touchdowns in a 32-26 loss. But now you've gotten to the point where he can't find the end zone. And if they can't do that, if Atlanta ends up continuing to struggle here, I wouldn't be surprised at all if in Atlanta they make the call over to Michael Penix and they're like, screw it, dude. It's better than not having any touchdown passes. I'll risk the rookie mistakes. If nothing else, just try and build on something for the future. But Kirk Cousins, get the stock down. Let's go non-quarterback stock up. How about Brock Bowers this year? So last week, a 10-catch, 140-yard, 1-touchdown performance against Kansas City in a game that they should have won on Black Friday. But for a rookie tight end on a bad team with bad quarterback play, to lead the NFL in receptions through 13 weeks is remarkable. He's top 5 in receiving yards as a tight end. The Raiders should have upset KC last week, but for a rookie who is drafted high, who had a whole bunch of people like me saying this guy's going to be a star, to jump into the league and immediately have this impact. You know, we always talk about it. How are you supposed to judge a wide receiver if he doesn't have a quarterback? I don't know. How is Brock Bowers as a rookie leading the league in receptions and top 5 in receiving yards with Aiden O'Connell throwing in the football on a 2-win football team? Like, who knows? But when you're that good, you get open and they will find you somewhere. And he is easily the best player on that team outside of Max Crosby. Like, the Raiders don't have a whole bunch of things they're excited about right now, but they should be incredibly excited about their tight end because he is a monster. Non-quarterback stock down. So Garrett Wilson was this electrifying sort of player on the Jets over the past few years. They go out, they make a trade for Devontae Adams. Obviously, Aaron Rodgers is healthy this year, and you would think with the combination of having somebody else opposite him to worry about in Devontae Adams, who's really good, and having a healthy Aaron Rodgers throughout the course of the year, that Garrett Wilson would be lighting it up. Does not seem to be the case. 5 catches for 42 yards this past week. Or 41 yards. He has not had a game with over 41 yards receiving in 3 weeks. And that offense is a mess. You look at it on paper, and there is no excuse as to why that can't work between Rodgers, Adams, Wilson, Breece Hall, Braylon Allen. Like, that's a whole bunch of talent at your skill positions. And the fact that they can't make that work is crazy. But Garrett Wilson, he doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who is okay with not getting his targets, especially when the team is losing, and God, do the Jets stink. So, Garrett Wilson, he gets a stock down. Let's go NFL team stock up. I think it's Seattle. Just speaking of the Jets, Seattle comes back late in that game to beat them 26-21. That's 3 straight wins for Seattle. They lead their division, and they could get a huge one over the Cardinals this week that would be big for divisional purposes. That division's still very much up for grabs between, I guess, everybody, but I would say mostly the teams not named the 49ers. But the bottom line is Seattle is getting decent quarterback play out of Geno Smith. Kenneth Walker's one of the best backs in the league. They got a nice stable of wideouts, and their defense is a lot better this year with Mike McDonald at the helm. He's a defensive mind, a defensive genius, and he has found a way to make that Seattle defense, which was pretty bad last year, into a pretty damn good one that holds teams to low point totals. And with that, they get the 7-5 record and lead a very, very difficult, or at least what we thought would be at the beginning of the season, very difficult, NFC West division. So they get the stock up. Let's go NFL team stock down. And staying in that division, the 49ers, they're a mess right now. They're only 2 games back of the division lead. But being 2 games back of the division lead and losing Christian McCaffrey and having a whole bunch of guys out of the lineup and just not playing good football is not a good sign. It's the 2nd straight week they've lost a game by at least 25 points. This week to the Bills, 35-10 in the snow game on Sunday night. But I don't know what happened to them. And the problem for the 49ers now is it's about time to pay the piper. This little fun run they've been on with a quarterback who gets paid an Arby's coupon so they can afford everybody else in the world is about to come to an end. And if they don't capitalize this year, that window may be closing, or at least the window is going to be as wide or as thin as what Brock Purdy makes it. And I've said it from the beginning. I think Brock Purdy's a good quarterback who's not great, who, if he has the right talent around him, can look like a star. But if some of those pieces exit the lineup, he has a hell of a lot of trouble. And this last week, he was 11 of 18 for 94 yards. I understand that it was a snow game, but the course of the year, remember, this is a guy last season that threw for 31 touchdowns. He has 13 this year through 11 games. He has 8 picks already this year, where he had 11 all of last season. You can't deny that it looks a little bit different for him. And I think they're going to be in a very difficult position because Brock Purdy can look at them and say, I want my money. And they're going to be put in this like sort of Jacksonville Trevor Lawrence category of, I don't think he's good enough to make $60 million a year and it's going to hinder our team, but am I just not going to have a QB? Because they've done that. They've played that game with Jimmy Garoppolo. We're going to draft Trey Lance. Oh, Trey Lance sucks. Let's go back to Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy gets hurt. We'll put in Purdy. Like, they've been doing that merry-go-round. You can only get lucky for so long on that one. But Niners get the stock down. Let's go MVP stock up. I'm going to keep doing this. Like, I want to put other people in this conversation, but I'm so massively impressed from the year that Saquon Barkley's having that I can't. I just can't bring myself to do it. He's at 1,500 yards already. 1,500. And he's done it in 12 games. So let's just say over the next 4 that he averages about 120. He's going to be on the cusp of a 2,000-yard season in what we used to see as the regular 16-game schedule without the extra game. And if you rush for 2,000 yards and you don't win an MVP without people really running away with it. I know Lamar's had a great year. Josh Allen's had a great year. But he's doing something that we haven't seen from the running back position in forever. And so I want to give him the credit for it. Let's go to best game of the week. There's a couple that we can choose from. I thought Broncos and Browns was like an unbelievably fun game that was just sloppy. But Steelers-Bengals, I think, is the winner here. Just points galore, back and forth. Didn't really know who had the hold on the game for a long time. You had one guy throwing for 400 yards. Then you had Joe Burrow doing his thing, too. I think it's Steelers-Bengals. Worst game of the week. Commanders-Titans was terrible. It was a 21-0 lead for Washington, like in an instant. And you knew the game was over immediately. That has to be the worst. I will say, maybe not best game, but best finish. Because there were some wild ones. The comedy in watching the end of that Bears game on Thanksgiving was pretty insane. Everybody had to be screaming at their TVs, snap the football. I'm a Lions fan. I was like, what are they doing? Snap the ball. Take the dub. But the idiocy of that. And you know what? I actually think Bears fans are all right with that finish now because it finally got Eberflus fired. So it helped them too. So there you go. That's NFL Stock Up, Stock Down. We do it every week following the NFL weekend. So a lot I want to discuss today. I know the Broncos are heading into a bye, but just kind of where they're at situationally within the NFL standings. What it's going to take for them to not just clinch, but maybe make something of it. And then the double dipperoo tonight. I want to see the identities of these teams back. And we'll get to it with Moshe Lombardi and Kane in just a second. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Moshe Lombardi and Kane next. Got the old double dipperoo again tonight. Both games at 5 o'clock. You can hear the Nuggets right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and the Avs will be on AM 950. And this is about just looking right, I think, for both of these teams. You know, had a long chat in the appetizer. By the way, hi, Jesse. Good to see you. Jesse's in for Nelly today.
Good morning.
I guess Jesse's afraid to be on camera, by the way, Vic. Don't be startled. Don't be startled at all.
Not afraid. I'm just doing other things.
Oh, yeah.
Where's Mosier?
That's also a great
He
question.
checked in, but I haven't heard back from him.
I'm glad he checked in. Oh, yeah, there he is.
Hey, thanks for checking in, Mark.
A bit of an issue. I'm sorry. I had a bit of a computer issue. I'm good now. Everything's good. Hello from Carolina.
But here's the deal for tonight. The Nuggets are in a place, as the Avs are, where it almost feels like they're trying to find themselves back into their identity. You know, there's been some changes for both teams in the offseason, injuries for both teams that have made it a little bit difficult to find a rhythm. And I kind of hear what you're saying, Vic. You said this last week. Like, it's December. Are we overreacting a bit to the beginning of these seasons? And that could be part of it, too. Maybe we are. Mm-hmm. But what I can't stop thinking about for the Nuggets is this. We all know the importance of Jamal Murray to this team and their success. We know he's going through some sort of struggle right now. And I truly feel like Jamal is like a 34-point game away from everything being right again. Like, he just needs to have a game where things go well for him.
You know, he's a notoriously slow starter.
Yeah.
If you look at his career, the months of October, November, even December, he always starts slowly and gets it going in the second half.
And it's just about, can you find a little bit of a rhythm to keep you going? But you realize the importance of this because the Nuggets aren't record-wise in a place that we thought they would be at this point in the season. And if I ask you at the starting five for the Nuggets, Jokic is having his best season ever. Somehow, some way, the guy continues to get better than what he was the year prior. True or false, Vic? Michael Porter Jr. is having his best year ever so far.
True.
Christian Brown has been way better than anybody thought. And Aaron Gordon's Aaron Gordon. Like, out of your starting five, 4 of your 5 are either doing what we expected or more than that. And Jamal's the only one that hasn't been. And that seems to be the issue here, where I'm just trying to think, if Jamal does get back to that point, then what the hell could the Nuggets be? They've survived for years now on the idea that your starting five has been the thing that carries you and gives you a shot at a championship. And I just want to see what this team looks like with Jamal, putting up 48% from the field and 40% from three again.
Mark, we brought up yesterday, a lot of folks think, well, just push the trade button and fix it. Push that red trade button. And I'm here to tell you, the complexity of making a trade with this team is much more difficult than people think. It's not as easy as saying, all right, well, these guys aren't playing up to par. They're not making what they're earning. Let's trade them. We all know how this works. If they're not playing the way you hope they'd play, you don't think other teams see that, know that, understand that? You always have to throw in something to fluff it up. Hell, I'll give you an example. Do you remember when Yusuf Nurkic played here and they decided, can't coexist with Nikola Jokic. Can't do it. We got to trade him. Do you remember what they traded him for? Do you remember what that trade?
You know what? I don't even remember what they got back. No, I don't recall.
I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you what. Here's what it took to trade Yusuf Nurkic, who at the time was playing on his rookie contract, was not making a lot of money. And he was a known commodity, a rebounder. He was a pretty good player that had a lot of value in this league. He was a big who started for a while before Jokic took over. He was traded to Portland for Mason Plumlee. And to make the trade work, the Nuggets had to throw in a first-round pick. They had to throw in a first-round pick to make the trade work. Think about that for a second. That was Yusuf Nurkic, who played a lot.
Tell you something, I'd take Mason Plumlee on this team right now.
Of course you would.
Give me that guy back.
But that's how hard it is to make a trade when you value a certain position and the guys you have aren't performing to standard. Another factor that is really curious, because now, your 5th and 6th highest paid players who happen to be bigs, backup bigs, both of them, that leaves a void. that is accentuated by the fact that the guy you drafted in the first round is a backup big,
Yeah.
and he's hurt. So now you're without 3 guys that you planned on playing. 3 guys. One is your 5th highest paid player. He's a DNP. The other one's your 6th highest paid player, who I vouched for. Wrong. He's a DNP. And the other one is your rookie sensation. You were hoping to have a rookie sensation, and he tore his Achilles in Summer League. I mean, that's tough, man. That's rough.
Well, especially when you get to a place where and this is what I don't know what's happening with Michael Malone, the mentality on this, and it's something we talked about before the season started. When Michael Malone is kind of put in this position of you have to think longer term and not just short term, and maybe sacrifice a game here for the longer term good of guys not being taxed at the end of seasons. And I said, that's not how he's wired, though. Michael Malone doesn't see more than an hour ahead of what he's doing as a coach. He's there to win a basketball game that night.
So I'll give you an example.
But what I'm asking, though, Vic, is he can't just not give Dario Saric a shot, right? Like, he can't just be done with Dario this early in the year, can you?
I don't think you can. But it hasn't worked, much to my chagrin, because I thought it would.
Yeah.
Well, I'll give you an example. The other night, you're playing a team that you end up winning the game. And if the intent then, in your philosophy, is, all right, listen, just deal with it. Just gut it, man. You're playing Nikola 30 minutes tops. That's it. 34 tops. He ended up playing 40.
You lose.
You lose the game.
Yeah.
You could say that about every game.
Mm-hmm.
You could say that about every game. Mark, what do you do?
I don't know what you do, Vic. I've been thinking about this. I don't know what you do. They're in a really bad spot in that regard. Four of the 5 are terrific, and I'd argue to you that once the playoffs roll around, that if you get all 5 going, not that that's all you need, but that's a pretty damn good thing. You take the, quote, best starting 5 in the NBA, or one of the top 5 starting 5s in the NBA, and you run with it. Vic, I don't know. I don't know what you do. And I don't know why the Sarge experiment is not working. It's not like he's some ancient alien,
I'm
from
confused
wherever.
by that one. Yeah.
He's only 30 years old. I refuse to believe that at 30 or younger that their games are diminished that much, or they're losing it, or whatever. I can't believe that. So I don't know what's going wrong. I don't know what what's it? You feel responsible?
I really
because you beat the Sarge.
That's why I'm not. That's why I'm not an NBA GM, and that's why I'm doing radio with you.
Yeah.
I was pounding the table
the Sarge button all summer long, and yeah, I get that. Dude, I don't know. It's frustrating, and it's concerning to me. I guess that's more than anything. It's concerning that, golly, they won't be able to work their way out of it. And you're right. And why is it so hard to make a trade in the NBA? Why is it so difficult?
Because there are so many different levers at work. But
my point is, that's my point is, why did all these levers get put into place in the first place?
To promote parity.
See, but here's the weird thing.
That's exactly right. They didn't want teams to be able to make these easy trades to stack themselves so deep, right? They wanted it to be difficult so that you couldn't stack teams. And, I think that in the grand scheme of things, that's a good idea, and you don't want stacked teams, and you want parity, and you're trying to do the right thing. But, man, they make it incredibly difficult to do anything, to be honest with you. They make it penal, and I don't think it should be that way. There needs to be a happy medium in there someplace.
Okay, can we have this discussion real quick? Because I keep seeing this anytime we talk about big men. And Nuggets fans are very strange to me when it comes to stuff like this. Here's one example. The year after the Nuggets won a championship, they lost Bruce Brown. Their bench unit was not nearly as good as it was the year prior. And do you guys remember, outside of Bruce Brown, who was the other name that was constantly brought up as, man, I miss this guy? Who was it?
Green?
Do you guys remember what the conversation around Jeff Green was when he was on the roster?
He was enemy number one among Nuggets fans for reasons they lose games. I remember it.
And then he leaves, and it's like, gosh, we need him back. And I'm like,
Yeah.
you guys hated when he played when he was here.
That's how
You
it
hated
works.
it.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing a lot of this with Jay Huff. Because where's he at again? Jay Huff went
Memphis. And
Memphis.
He's getting good run and producing.
So here's the thing about him. He never played.
Well, whose fault is that?
Well, this is what I'm getting at, though, Vic, especially to a guy like Saric, who maybe had like a bad start to the year. You have to keep using him to see if you get some minutes. Like, I don't get it.
Yeah. Okay, well, whose fault is that?
That's Malone's fault.
Well, that comes down to there's obviously a philosophical divide between the architect of the team and the coach of the team, if that's the case.
And we felt like there's something, not that it's like they're butting heads, but just philosophically they have different ideas on how to build a basketball team.
Well, why don't they get on the same page and figure out how you're going to – okay.
I told you earlier.
If you want to play that guy, then don't get that guy.
No, I told you
don't
earlier.
Go get him.
The philosophical difference between the two is Booth is thinking 3 years down the line. Malone's thinking about tonight.
To be fair, is there a tougher task in the world than to back up Nikola Jokic?
No.
Is that about that? Is there a tougher job in the world? Hey, guys, what do you do for a living? I go play for the best player in the world when he's not playing, and people have the same expectations out of me.
I guess it depends. Well, nobody has the same expectations of it. I mean, maybe I'm thinking about this incorrectly. Going in and playing 10 minutes and just being serviceable in 10 minutes doesn't sound like you're asking all that much.
Brett, that's a good point. Vic, here's the thing. You don't need to go in and be even 80% of Nikola Jokic. Just don't get throttled.
Yeah.
Okay, just don't get your head beat in.
Yeah.
Don't just give up layup after layup after layup, drive to the bucket, slam it in your face. Just don't do that.
This is
if
why
you can just avoid doing that,
Mason
then you're
Plumlee,
okay.
Mason Plumlee was that. When
Yes.
he was here. He was that.
Do you know?
That's
You know,
exactly
when
right.
you think about it, Mason Plumlee has been the best backup big the Nuggets have had.
Yes.
In the Jokic era.
And you know what?
That is
Mason
correct.
kind of played like Jokic did a little bit. Like he could dish out some assists. But more than that, though, Vic, there's somebody I think that's on the roster that has done that. Have you ever seen DeAndre Jordan play and be like, this is a mess. You need to get him out? He's just been like, okay, backup big who stands by the rim and gets rebounds, couple dunks a game. Like, that's totally fine with me. If you want to spell some minutes with that, then why not? And this is where I don't understand the strategy this early in the season from Malone. Yeah. Like, why are we stressing people this much?
Yeah. We're focusing on so many different things now. You know, my focus is on that specifically. How you, because it's unfair to Nikola. I'm reading this book that Mike Singer wrote, Why So Serious, and the evolution of Nikola Jokic and his relationship with Michael Malone. A couple chapters in this. I thought I knew everything about Nikola Jokic. I really did. And there are a couple things I'm learning. I didn't realize that early on. There was a couple instances where Michael Malone kicked Nikola out of the gym. Kicked him out of the gym. Said, quit fooling around. Not going to handle this tomfoolery. Get out. And they had to reset. And their relationship, before he started winning MVPs, there were a couple moments there. Do you remember that game where he only attempted one shot? Remember that game?
Yeah, I do remember
Memphis?
that. Oh,
that was a result.
I do recall that.
Yeah, that was a result of some friction. There was some back and forth, man, according to this book. So there are things I'm learning about the history. Now it's all good. Now, you win a championship, you win 3 MVPs. You got to live through that. So maybe we're going through some growing pains with some of these other players. You got to live through it. You got to Michael Porter Jr. Is there any player in Denver who has been the recipient of tough coaching love like Michael Porter Jr.?
There's some tough love for him.
I think he's probably number
right?
one.
There was some friction, some tough moments, and now you're seeing the result of that. And I hope that this early season, these obstacles that they're facing is some of that, but I don't know the answer. I just see a team that cannot rely this heavily on Nikola. Mm-hmm. You are going to wear him out.
Both games right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Nuggets on 92.5. The Avs going to be on AM 950 with both games tipping off or dropping the puck at 5 o'clock. So Question about the Broncos, and it's just a matter of belief, okay? And Moj, there's one reason why I can't get on board with you when you just say they're making the postseason right now. I can't go fully into that, and I'll explain next. All right, the Broncos get a week to chill, finally. I believe this is the latest bye week in the schedule, right? The last one you can have?
Yeah, they're on a bye. Who else is on a bye? Baltimore.
I think Indy
Who
is.
else? Indy.
So you get to
There's got to
sit
be
back.
one more team that's on a bye. There's got to be 4 teams on a bye, correct?
I think so. So Broncos,
Yeah, but
Colts,
even number-
Patriots, Commanders, Ravens, Texans. So there you go, a whole bunch.
Oh, there you go.
Whole bunch are on a bye. But Mose, you keep saying that they beat Indianapolis, they're in the postseason, and they should be. That it takes them to 9 wins on the year, and they're going to be in prime position. It would take a pretty epic disaster not to make it. Do the last 3 weeks of the schedule make you nervous, though, after that? Because those are tough. That's Chargers, that's at the Chargers, that's at Cincy, and then that's the Chiefs at home. And everybody's kind of thinking, well, the Chiefs could have things wrapped up by the final week of the season. I don't know, dude.
Correct.
Buffalo's a game behind them. I don't know if that's the case.
Okay, so you think that they're playing for the bye. And they very well could be. Cincinnati's out of it, and I think they know that they're out of it. Now, again, I know they're playing for pride and playing for jobs, and they're professionals, and they're going to do their job, but once you don't have that carrot out in front of you, once you realize that hope is lost of making the postseason, I think that things change just a little bit. I do. Now, and again, anything can happen. Weird things happen during the course of a football game, but I feel very good about the progress of this team, Brett, and what they've been doing that I think they're in. I mean, they're up 2 in the loss column, and I don't see the Colts. I don't see the Colts running any tables. And certainly the Dolphins had to run the table, in my opinion, to get there. I mean, we're talking about under 500 teams here that are trying to catch you. I don't think they're just going to change their stripes all of a sudden and start going on these massive winning streaks, right? I mean, the Indianapolis Colts would have to win 4 straight. The Dolphins would have to win 5 straight, including this weekend, because they've already had their bye. I just don't see that happening. It just doesn't feel like it's going to happen to me.
Well, you're probably right on that, but I wanted to give 2 people credit this morning, and it's 2 people.
Who's that?
2 people that have been criticized a lot over the past couple of years. Now, I've participated in the criticism of one and not so much on the other. But the first one here, Sean Payton took a lot of heat last year because of the outside of that nice little 5-game winning streak they had in the middle of the season that kind of put them back in the playoff picture. You had a lot of the, 70-point game. Russell Wilson isn't looking totally right. There's still something wrong with the offense. Does Sean Payton still have his fastball? Like, there's a lot of that stuff going on. And if I ask the question, could any coach in the NFL, given the situations that the Broncos had, not a whole bunch of high-end skill position talent with a rookie quarterback in the 6th quarterback off the board at that. How many coaches in this league could have an 8-5 record with this football team? And I don't know if the answer is any.
You're talking about this year.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to argue to you that last year, maybe no coach could have done any better than Sean Payton, but he took the job. Okay, so give him credit is correct that he took the job. He knew what he was getting, and he's done a nice job. But what I'm also not going to do is underestimate how crappy some of these teams really are.
Oh, hang on.
I mean, the Broncos have done a good job.
Wait, are you saying that they're 8-5 because of their schedule? Is that what you're saying?
No. Well, it's one of the easiest schedules in the league because that's what you get when you stink the year before. You get an easier schedule than others. But watching these other teams blow it and break down and be silly and be dumb, I mean, all you have to do is play good football and not be dumb, and you're going to get in. Or at least that's what it feels like to me. So, no, I want to give him credit, and Vic, I totally give him credit. But this is a top-heavy conference. It really is top-heavy, and so you're now part of the top heavy because you're just playing good, smart football, not turning the ball over.
Yeah, I want to add something to the argument because there's no denying that Sean Payton, hell, he should be a candidate for Coach of the Year.
I agree.
But you asked the question, how many different coaches can do this? A lot of times, it's the coach that needs his specific pieces of the puzzle for it to work.
Mm-hmm.
I can ask a question to you because this was brought up. How many coaches can win with Russell Wilson? He's not himself. He's washed up. Well, there's a coach in Pittsburgh winning with him right now.
Yeah. No, and that's the thing. Like Tomlin and the fit of this is so right. But I'll tell you the difference. The main difference I see between Russell Wilson in Denver last year and in Pittsburgh this year, and maybe I'm wrong on this, we all kind of felt it, though, didn't we? Even when the Broncos were winning last year. Sean Payton just, for whatever reason, him and Russell Wilson didn't click. Whether it was style of play, whether it was personality, whether it was both, they just didn't click. What do you guys see with Mike Tomlin and Russell Wilson? Because here's what I see. I see
okay,
a guy.
what do you see?
I see a guy who had a good thing going with Justin Fields when Russell Wilson was hurt. That very easily could have said, Russell, I know we brought you in to play, but sorry, man, Justin Fields is winning games. We're just going to keep going with it. And he made a conscious effort to, despite winning, say, nope, this is the guy that I believe in. And I think that's a hell of a drug for a quarterback like Russell Wilson that may be struggling confidence-wise, finally had somebody who said, I believe in you, and I think you're the best for this spot. Like, I think that stuff matters a hell of a lot. Because I don't know if Russell Wilson, like, I didn't think that he had the 400-yard, 3-touchdown game in him still, and winning in a shootout like that. I didn't think he had that.
Well, I don't
anymore.
either. I don't think he had that either, but clearly he does. But you think that he needed a pat on the back and an attaboy in order to get him going, as opposed to
not so much
because
that,
I think that
not a pat on the back, just a coach that believed in his ability. Like, I don't think that Sean Payton ever really did. And that's fine, because things are working out great for the Denver right now.
Do you think Hackett did?
Yeah, I just think Hackett was bad.
Okay, well, okay, maybe you're right. But I think that they go into that season going, you're the man. Come on, baby, let's go get it. And you know, the keys to the car are yours, and let's drive this thing together. And, yeah, okay, fine. And then Russ just wasn't that good. So I don't – he had every piece of love on the planet and everything he wanted.
Okay, but Hackett stunk.
His first year in Denver.
Hackett's not winning with Aaron Rodgers and all that offensive firepower in New York either. And I guess what I'd ask you, Vic, is do you see a contrast in the way when people ask about Bo Nix at a press conference, even when he was struggling early in the year? Is there a different tone and a different way that Sean Payton handled those answers than last year with Russell Wilson?
100%.
Yeah.
He defended his.
Well, that's his guy. Yeah, that's his. That's his guy. That's his boy. That's his baby.
The how you coach a team. We talk about Michael Malone again. Bring it back. Michael Malone did not make those selections for his roster. Those were made by somebody else. Sean Payton.
You would think though Malone had a hand in this. It's not like he was
how
just
much of a hand.
Okay,
that's the question.
Fair.
So Sean Payton has his fingerprints all over all these selections.
Yeah.
All these picks. You don't go get Bo Nix without Sean Payton's approval. Doesn't happen. Correct?
No way.
You don't trade away or cut. He wasn't trading. You don't cut Russell Wilson without the call from Sean Payton. It doesn't happen. So he's got his fingerprints on this roster. And that's why it's so important, and sometimes it goes too far, that a coach carries that kind of weight. Because he's coaching them. He's teaching them. They've got to be his people, his philosophy. If it's not, then you got issues.
Well, and on top of that, the way that Bo Nix has been able to carry himself over the past couple of months, we brought up the stats since October. You're fourth in the NFL in passing touchdowns, which I didn't think was remotely possible going into this year. But because they found some sort of rhythm and you're in this position, there's a belief. And when you say, Vic, that Sean Payton has gone out there, he's got his fingerprints all over this, I think he's got his fingerprints on this in a way that few coaches in the league do with their roster. Like, he has probably been heavily involved in every single, at least early draft pick and free agency move that they've made. Maybe he wasn't like, maybe Devon Vele in the 7th round was a George Payton pick, right? Like maybe that. Maybe Chris Abrams-Drain in the 5th round was a George Payton pick. But that's the other guy I wanted to get to. You got a roster that has been devoid of first-round picks for a long time now. Long time. And look at the guys who have hit this year. Who are we talking about? Players on this roster that have been key in making the Broncos 8-5. Yeah, Benito's a second-round pick. You expect second-rounders to be good. Not elite, holy bleep, he's going to get $30 million a year good, right? Riley Moss, that draft pick. We've seen the drop-off between him and the next guy up at the cornerback position. That's a massive hit. Him recognizing we need to shed salary somewhere with the Russell Wilson money leaving, I'm going to grit my teeth and cut Justin Simmons and pick up who? Brandon Jones, who looks just as good, right? Just as good.
Mm-hmm.
I give George Payton a ton of credit because people
100%.
ripped him apart
Yes.
for the last few years, and I tried to remind people for the exact thing you said, Vic. When you have people that are in charge, head coaches, they need guys who fit systems they want to run. When you're making draft picks for like 3 or 4 different guys over the span of like 6 years, it's really difficult to try and figure out who fits on a roster. But to his credit, he's found some different guys that fit kind of everything. And that's a huge credit to him.
So there's this list out, teams who have draft picks, and the percentage of those draft picks who become Pro Bowlers or All Pros since 2021. So over the last 4 seasons, how many, percentage-wise, of those draft picks went on to great success for each team? The Broncos are surprisingly high on that list. 6.7% of their players, they are tied for 8th on this list. 6.5%, I'm sorry, of their players have gone on to achieve those goals. Do you know who's number 1 on this list by a ton? And it's not even close. They're at 27.6%, and the next closest is at 11%.
Draft picks since 21, you said?
Yes. In the last 4 years, draft picks who have achieved all-pro.
This sounds very esoteric, but hit me with
Detroit?
it. Who is it?
The Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they've
Detroit
drafted. We
Lions.
talk about that all the
Yeah.
time, and it's easy to see. They've
And
drafted incredibly well.
And that's when you know the depth of your team. This is what's amazing about the Broncos, and in a roundabout way here, I'm getting to my point. The Denver Broncos are enjoying success this season, despite the huge gap in money that they have to work with. They had to pay off Russell Wilson. They have this huge sum of money that they cannot use, and here they are in the playoff picture. That is amazing. That's a credit to George Payton, again, and to Sean Payton. That's amazing. And I'll say this. Your Lions, they have 11. Do you know they have 11 guys on injured reserve right now? No other team is close.
It's 18.
Is it 18?
18.
Season-ending injured reserve.
Oh, season ending, yeah, probably 11.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable to be where they are with that number. That's
think that-
unbelievable. And knock on wood, the Denver Broncos, they lost Alex Singleton. Who else did they lose for the season?
The little running back,
Beatty?
Tyler Beatty. Yeah, he's gone. Who else?
For
Man,
the
I'll look it up.
season, they lost Singleton, a starter. Outside of
Right.
that, knock on wood again, they've avoided that. They've avoided that injured reserve bug. Now, you effect of losing certain players, losing Riley Moss, that was not good. That was not fun.
Dude, this is crazy. Yeah, so Quinn Bailey, before the year started, is on IR.
That's
He's
right.
a backup tackle.
Before the year, broke his
But
leg.
it's Bailey, it's Singleton, Bailey and Beatty, and Singleton, and I think that's it.
Only one of them's a starter. Compare that to your Detroit list and the fact that Detroit is still blowing teams out outside of last week.
You know what's really crazy about that, now that you bring it up, Vic? Because I was thinking about this. I was like, the Broncos have seemed, again, I don't want to keep mentioning it, knock on wood, remarkably healthy. So they have the latest bye week in the schedule, and this is all that they have?
That's such, I was talking to Jeff Legwold.
That's wild.
In the press conference room as Peyton's come up, and I said, do you remember a bye week this late? And he knew right away. He goes, yeah, I had to go back to 2001. And I go, what an opportunity for the Broncos to have a bye week this late, given who's hurt on this team. Riley Moss should be ready to go. And they're pretty injury-free, man. And they had to be, guys. Again, given that payroll issue, given the fact that so much money is dead cap money, they had to do this. This is the only way they could succeed this year. The injury bug has been their friend. It stayed away for the most part.
Listen, I think back to the Broncos' first 2 Super Bowl championships. and they had really good players, and they did really good things. But, Vic, I don't know that they win back-to-back if they weren't so injury-free for the most part. Those two first Bronco championship teams, the Super Bowl champions, they were remarkably injury-free throughout the year, and especially when it mattered the most, they were injury-free. And that means something. I mean, having your players available to you is an important part of winning. There have been plenty of times I've seen teams in the Stanley Cup playoffs, hell, I can go to the Colorado Avalanche even, right? And there are different circumstances as to why they lost and so on. But remember back to like the losing to the Sharks and the injuries they were dealing with, right? In that 7-game series. And McKinnon then, of course, went out in that series and, different things. And you think about Pavelski coming back in for them. You remember when he came back in for them and scored in that Game 7? And you're like, okay, well, it all makes a difference between winning and losing. And being healthy is a big deal for this club. And they've done the right things, too. And they've also had guys pop, and they've made slightly good moves. I mean, getting Franklin Myers, right?
It's
I mean,
huge.
these are moves at the time you go, that's a pretty good move. But it turns out that's a really big move for this club. Really big move. Great move, right? The Zach Allens of the world. Doing things like this that you aren't thinking is going to have a huge impact because these aren't a star player. No, man, it matters. It really matters.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. So I want to get to the Avs here because we started off this morning talking about the Nuggets and what they need to do. And the Avs is like, the Avs is simple. Like, they need to get better goaltending. And the question is, how do you find it? Because we had a question come in when we were talking about the Nuggets and maybe being a little critical of Malone going a little short off the bench. Somebody asked the question, why does Malone get criticism but Bednar skates? From us specifically is what they were asking. And I think I got an answer for that person next. All right, so the question from earlier on the text line, we were talking about Malone and maybe some criticisms on the way he's handling the minutes right now. Now, there's two schools of thought to that argument. One is what Malone is doing is the best to win games. Like, that's I don't think there's any doubt about that. The way he's using his lineup is the best way to win games in the short term, but should you be more concerned with some other stuff long term is the question. When it comes to Bednar, and a texter says, hey, why don't you have some of the same criticisms towards him for some of the struggles he has had this year? And my answer to that is simple. That's kind of a personnel issue. If I had somebody, like at least with the Nuggets, I can say, hey, at least attempt to play Sarge more. Hey, at least put DeAndre on the floor for 8 minutes or something like that in a game. That's something I can tangibly say, like, I would maybe do differently. What am I going to do if I'm Bednar and your goalie gives up 4 goals in 8 shots?
That's a great question.
Like, what do you do?
First of all,
yeah,
first of all, I've been very critical of Jared Bednar on this show. Do you remember the show where I criticized his hair?
Yeah, incredibly.
Do you remember how awkward that was? Mose, you remember that, right?
I do. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, I hear you fine.
Okay, good.
I also hear
Okay,
your phone
good.
ringing.
Well, that's because I had to change. It's a long
calling,
story.
Are you calling Bednar? Are you narking on us right now?
No, I was calling Jesse actually to tell him I was on 3 instead of 4, and that
No,
doesn't
we got
really
you.
matter because I was trying to talk earlier. And okay,
So, again, going back to it, it's if I'm going to criticize a coach, I have to have something to criticize him for. And I can't say that, hey, Bednar,
Make your goalie play better.
You play goalie. What am I supposed to say?
well, it'd be like criticizing Malone for what's going on to Jamal Murray right now, right? Like what?
Yeah, that's not Malone's fault.
Yeah, exactly right. Or I mean, maybe it is, and I don't know. Some sort of thing that there's a problem between the two, or whatever the case may be. You guys cannot believe, and I don't think you will believe, how much the Avalanche goaltending is a topic around the National Hockey League right now. I'm watching show after show yesterday on NHL Network, right? And I'm listening to my peeps and all this kind of thing, and everybody's up in arms, and well, not up in arms, but everybody is talking about it. What could the Avs do? And what's interesting about that is that there's not a whole lot they can do, only because there's not a whole lot of goaltending available around the National Hockey League right now.
Yeah.
At least not names that you would say, oh, okay. And by the way, talking to people, at least one name, and I'm not going to say who it is because I don't want to mess anything up. At least one name that you might think, okay, go get that guy. That guy should be available. That guy, he come at a price or whatever the case may be. That guy's not a good locker room guy. Okay, so you think, oh, just throw the book at this team and get that guy and they give him whatever they want and he'll be all your gigantic fix and all this kind of thing. No, man, that guy's not a good locker room dude, so you don't want to acquire that guy that maybe his personality doesn't jive with teammates.
Here's the other thing, by the way, because I've seen this a lot. We need to go get a real goaltender. Here's what we'll do. We'll do this first-round pick and Mikko for whoever the guy is. And I'm like, okay, here's some problems with this.
Ridiculous.
Problem number one is when somebody has a goalie that you like that much, they don't give them away. They keep them because they're really good and really hard to find, one. Number two, why is Mikko expendable to people? Like I just saw this on the Safeway Twitch feed where somebody said, Bednar has to do a better job of getting things out of his top guys. And I'm like, well, McKinnon leads the league in points. Mikko's 6th in points, and Makar is 12th in points. I don't know what more you can get out of those three specifically.
Well, I think those same people, and I'm not campaigning for this, I'm just telling you, I think those same people who say that, they recognize that an elite goalie is more important to the outcome of a team than an elite forward.
Yeah, but I would also
fair.
argue
if you tell me Mikko for Shesterkin straight up, then we can have a discussion. But
no, here's why you don't do that, because Shesterkin is demanding to be the top-paid goalie in the league. Mm-hmm. Shesterkin wants north of $12 million a year between the pipes.
Well, how much
which is
Mikko
why
going to get? What do you think Mikko's contract will look like when it's all settled?
I think that listen, you paid Mikko more than Nate before because he could command that, and because Nate was on a team-friendly deal that at the time when he signed it was not a team-friendly deal, the Avalanche were betting on the come, right? Mm-hmm. I don't think you can pay him more than you pay Nathan McKinnon. I mean, Draisaitl is getting more than McDavid, but that's because McDavid's going to be up soon, then he'll make more than Draisaitl. Nate's not going to be up for a while.
So give me the number in a roundabout. Give me a
12. How about 12?
Okay, so I'm just playing devil's advocate here. For $12 million, can you go get an elite goalie?
Sure, you can.
And that's the argument.
Of course. Okay, of course you can, but where do you want to put your assets? Vic, I would argue to you that Darcy Kemper is not an elite goalie.
I agree.
And the Avs won a friggin' Stanley Cup with him, okay?
They were also surrounded by much more talent on that team. Deeper talent.
Okay, well, yeah, when this team is whole.
They ran 4 lines on that team. Hell, Kadri was your second-line center. Come on.
Hey, these are good debates because you're both making good points here. Keep it going. Because Vic is right, and then, Moshe, you're saying when they're whole, yeah. Go ahead.
You've got, if you want to include the captain, and I'm hesitant to do that because he hasn't been around for a couple of years.
Oh, that's right. That team had the captain playing. I forgot about that.
That is correct. But here's the thing. Right now, let's say without Gabe Landeskog, you still have 3 of your top 9 forwards on the shelf. 3 of your top 9 are gone, okay? Mm-hmm. Your back end now is missing Josh Manson, which is a large piece physically and structure-wise of your blue line, okay? So you're missing that. So you're missing key components. I gave you guys the stats earlier. Oh, by the way, Alex is right. Shesterkin's getting 11 per for 8. That's what it is, 11 for 8, which is still tops, more than Bob and so on and so forth. The thing about this is that the Avs have 3 guys with 30 or more points. So the only team in the league, and you just named them, Makar, McKinnon, and Rantanen, 3 guys with 30 or more points, right? Top team in the league. No other team has that whatsoever. But they also have the fewest guys with what? Raj, what do you say? No. Is it done?
The hell would you
anyway,
make a point?
Sorry. The point is that they have the fewest guys with 10 or more points. Okay, so they're incredibly top heavy right now, but that is because they don't have all their dudes, and guys aren't in the proper places up and down the damn lineup, and that's why they are where they are. So when you make the argument that they don't have enough depth, Vic, I would argue to you that you're wrong about that the other team was deeper. Maybe it was. We can talk about Coglianos all over the place and Helms all over the place and so on and so forth. Raj, thanks. We can talk about all that, but I'm arguing to you.
Stop talking to Raj when you're doing the radio show.
What is going on? You're having 3 conversations at the same time. I can't.
I know.
Even debate
hey,
you.
Raj,
I
by the way,
apologize.
shut up and know your
Is
teammates,
Raj. In your room?
Okay, he's trying to help. The point is this: is that
Where is
I would
he?
argue to you. He's texting me. I would argue to you that when the team is fully healthy, and it hasn't been at any point this year, then we'll find out exactly how deep this team is. But the primary issue right now, Kaner, is you're correct. It's goaltending.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. And everybody's talking about it around the league.
Well, and that's why I asked Bednar a couple weeks ago. I was like, would you rather have a goaltender? Like, if I could guarantee you that Georgie gives up 3 a night, and that's the number. It's 3 every single night. You can just chalk it up to a 3 spot and move on. Would you rather take that or the inconsistency of a shutout or 1-goal game here followed by an 8-goal game here followed by, you know what I mean? Like, what would you take? And he said that's tough. Like, he didn't commit to just the 3-goal thing. He goes, it's tough to score 3 every night. And I go, yeah, but it's even tougher when you give up 4 in a period. That's even tougher. And I know he came back and won, but
in terms of 1-goal games, the Avalanche are very good at winning 1-goal games. They're 8-1 this season in 1-goal games. Okay, so their winning percentage when they're like this is really good. The problem is you have some games that can't be 1-goal games because you're giving up 8,
right,
or you're giving up 6, or whatever it is you're doing on any given night, and so you can't score your way out of a major problem kind of night.
Okay, let me get back to my end of the argument because holy crap, that took you 30 minutes to make your point.
No, I'd like to hear from Raj.
I mean, should I just argue with Raj?
Raj is saying Shesterkin turned down 11 for 88.
Okay, I swear to God, if you reference Raj one more time on this show, just get the hell out and let Raj fill in.
Too late, I already did. What's your point? Finish your point.
No,
whatever
actually,
it is.
hang on. Before you get to your point, Vic, I got an idea. For the morning sprint today, the show after us with Raj and Sanford.
I'm just going to text Raj nonstop.
No. I want this to happen. I want Raj just to text you what he wants to say, and you have to relay it. And then Sanford has to respond to that.
I'm trying to make my point, and he's coming
Yes.
across. I'm like, did he? Yeah, you're right. He turned that down. Okay, yeah.
I get you. Here's the only point I'm going to make is this: when your team is facing injury obstacles, as this team has and is, the captain's still out and all that, I think it makes that goalie position more important than ever. When you have a lack of depth at certain players, certain positions, the goalie's even more prominent and more
Then
important.
what do you suggest, Vic? I'm guessing that you want to just go on out and trade for some guy.
No,
on a team
I'm not
that's sucking
suggesting
right
anything.
now.
I'm just giving you reasons why that position. You made the point, which is a fair point. They won a cup with a so-so goalie. Okay? Yeah, there's no denying that. But you don't have the privilege of that team anymore, the depth of that team. That team's gone. That team doesn't exist. You have certain pieces of that team, but you don't have the same luxury that team gave you. It's a different team today. So maybe with this different team, the goalie position becomes even more important, and maybe it's time to invest there. That's all I'm saying. There's a way to look at that.
I completely agree, but I would also argue to you as we get to the top here, if not for Val's situation last year, I think they beat Dallas, and they're playing Edmonton in the Western Conference Final again. I truly believe that.
I think that's presumptuous.
Okay, it might be, but I think they beat Dallas, or I give them a very good shot at beating Dallas, and then who knows? You take your chances against Edmonton. I don't know, but I think that's the case. And Vic, I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I'm saying once this team gets fully constituted, then we'll figure it out.
Well,
because right, I would just say overall right now, you're probably right. What Georgie did the other night was rough. He had won 6 in a row, or 6 out of 7 before that. You're probably right about that, but I think this team needs to get whole. It needs to be a whole unit,
Well,
and
that
right
is,
now it's not.
Well, what is whole? Is the captain coming back?
I have absolutely no idea.
Therein lies the fundamental question.
Yeah, we got to get to a break, but I hate that we're asking that question and it's December, where that isn't like a given. You know what I mean? It's not
or
a
it's
given.
still an unknown.
No, that's what I'm
still
saying.
An unknown.
That's what I'm saying is there's not a definitive answer on that. You're just like,
well, if I had asked you that question last May, it's December. Do you think the captain will be playing? You would have thought, yeah, sure,
or
right?
at least like getting this close, like ramping his way back to getting on the ice.
Through
I don't
no
know.
fault of his own, mind you.
No,
it's just it is what it is.
303-504-0925. Got a question about college football. Do you guys agree or disagree with Lane Kiffin, who is very, very upset that Ole Miss is currently behind Miami in the college football playoff rankings and out of a college football playoff spot? We'll get to it next. All right, with 1 week to go in the college football season, conference championship weekend, at least the regular season, there's a lot of questions, I think, from a lot of different people, including coaches within the college football ranks, of how these rankings have sort of played out. And Lane Kiffin is really upset. Ole Miss's season is done as far as their opportunities to make an impression on the committee on whether they should be in the college football playoff or not. So he's really nervous. They're at 13 right now. But there's going to be a team behind them in the Big 12 that's going to make the jump into the playoff between Arizona State and Iowa State. So they're technically more like 14th. Here's what Lane Kiffin said, and he's been going back and forth on. Have you guys seen him on Twitter going? Literally,
I have not.
He's
I have
quote
not seen
tweeting
that whatsoever.
He's just quote tweeting Miami trolls and like stating the case as to why they're wrong for Miami being ahead of them. So he says, for a few different things, that essentially Miami doesn't deserve it. I'm just trying to wrap these into a nice little paraphrase. Miami does not deserve to be ahead of Ole Miss in the playoffs because the ACC is easier. Now, Ole Miss is 9-3, Miami is 10-2, and neither team is in their conference championship game. Do you agree with that assessment or not?
No. Okay, look.
Who's
Screw
assessment?
Lane
Who
Kiffin.
has the right to
Screw
say?
Ole Miss.
Yeah, who has the
screw
right
it.
to say one conference is easier or tougher than the other, unless you have all these teams play each other? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's easier said. Like SMU. What do we know about SMU?
Right?
They've lost one
Not
game.
really a whole lot. Yeah,
Could
not
they
really a
beat
whole
Georgia?
lot.
We don't know.
I don't know.
We have no idea.
You know,
Hey, Brett.
Yeah.
Here's what I'd say to Lane Kiffin. And I don't necessarily have any problems with Lane Kiffin as a guy or whatever. Don't lose at home to Kentucky.
Yeah.
Kentucky has one conference win on the year. One. They're 1-7 inside the SEC. You know what they did? They won in Oxford against Ole Miss. Okay? You blew it at home against Kentucky. Screw off. Excuse my language. I don't want to this 13th team in the country. I can give you a million reasons as to why you shouldn't be there. You blew it. Hey, by the way, who's behind you in the conference that you lost to? Who's behind? Would that be Florida? Would that be the Gators? Yeah, you also lost to the Gators. Okay, so I don't want to hear this crap. I don't have any sympathy for you. You blew it. Okay, there are plenty of spots. If you go 10-2, you're in. There are plenty of spots for you to try to take advantage of, and you blew it at home against Kentucky. That's it. End of story.
I don't know if college coaches quite understand this yet. And it's something I've thought for a long time. Because college football is unique in this way. Some people like it for this reason. I don't. But because there's 130 teams and it's a 12-game schedule, and most of those games, 75% of them typically are against people from your own conference, you just don't get the chance to meet people outside your conference all that much to get a real judge and barometer of what conferences are best. Would you say that the SEC is better than the ACC? Yeah, I think that's pretty safe to assume.
Top to bottom, sure.
That they're better, okay? Yeah. But here's my point.
But not on a one-off. You never know on a one-off.
Oh, sure.
That's the thing about college football today. These one-offs and the way the portal has changed these games, we're not playing. This isn't a playoff series. You're not playing a team 7 times. You're playing them once. Anything can happen.
And his specific case is against Miami. You don't think Cam Ward can hang 420 yards on you and 5 touchdowns and somehow surprise somebody for a win? Absolutely, they could do that. Now, I don't think Miami's very good outside of Cam Ward, but that's whatever. Their offense is good. The point is, guess what, guys? In every other sport that we have that I think exists in the world, sometimes a conference is better than another conference, or a division is better than another division. And that's the way it goes. Sorry, man. I guess you're playing a tough one. Do you think the Packers right now, who are 3rd in the NFC North with a 9-3 record, are saying it's a little unfair that we're 3rd in our division and we're fighting for a wild card spot and the Atlanta Falcons are 6-6 leading theirs? They probably think that sucks, but that's how it goes. Sorry.
Let me ask you another question, and this is where reputation comes to play, and it works for all teams, good teams and bad. I'm going to give you a team that has a stellar reputation, multinational champion team. and it plays in the SEC. And this team, as you well know, lost to Oklahoma. Alabama lost to Oklahoma.
Crushed.
And Alabama scored 3 points in this game. The fewest points a really dog-butt Oklahoma team has given up all year. To Alabama, 24-3 they beat them. 24-3. Third loss of the year for Alabama. Is there another team in the country with 3 losses that loses 24-3 to dog-butt Oklahoma late in the season, mind you? Late.
And
in
Vanderbilt.
The second to last game. Yes. But I'm talking this specifically. 3 losses, one of them to Oklahoma. Is there another team in the season that would still be in the playoff?
No.
No, not another one at all.
Not even close.
Not at all.
Why are they? Why are they?
But you know
Because
what?
they beat,
Maybe Georgia.
Because they beat Georgia?
Maybe
Probably
Georgia.
because they, yeah.
I mean, yes, they did beat Georgia. I think Georgia might be the only other team that might be able to claim that.
But not enough is given for bad losses, is what I'm saying. Like Notre Dame had a horrible loss. I thought they were done when they lost to Northern Illinois. I thought they were done. I even said on the show, they don't deserve. They're done. They didn't lose again. You lose 3 times, and you lose like that to a bad Oklahoma team. How are you in the playoff?
Right.
Yeah, this is why I can't feel sorry for Colorado, because they had it right there in front of them. They had it right there ready to go.
Oh, of course.
If they're 10-2, they're probably in, because that's a heavy draw. You know
If
what
they're
I mean?
10-2 heading into the championship game this weekend, Moj, I bet you they're in the top 10.
Yeah, they win the
Because
conference
right now,
championship. They're in there.
The Big 12 teams right now that lead the way that are playing in this are actually ranked 15th and 16th, but one of them's getting a guaranteed
correct.
spot.
ASU and Iowa State, they are in, man. I don't have any sympathy, because the opportunity is there in front of you. All you've got to do is win a lot of your games. I mean, I got no sympathy for Ole Miss. I don't look. Would I like to see Alabama get bounced early? Absolutely, I would. 100%, Vic. I completely understand what you're saying, but I'm not gonna put Ole Miss in their place, because I don't have any sympathy for them. I don't feel sorry for them. They lost to Kentucky, a dog-butt Kentucky team at home. They have one conference win, and it's against Ole Miss. That's it, man. That's a crappy football team. They are 4-8. They are junk, and you blew it. That's it. Sorry. And again, I said a long time ago, Brett, if we ever get to 12 teams, I don't even remotely want to hear the 13th team bitch about anything.
I'm with you.
I don't want to hear a peep out of them.
By the way, I just find this so fascinating that the first year they expand this thing out to 12 teams, and there's like one team that has an unblemished record that you can't criticize. Because you're saying, Vic, even with Notre Dame, yeah, they're 11-1. Mm-hmm. That one is really, really bad.
Really bad. Though probably the worst one loss on any CFP team's record.
And don't get defensive on this. It's not like I'm saying it's not like they've beaten world beaters and they don't have a conference championship game to worry about. Like but to put them anywhere else but 4 would feel kind of weird to me. It would. And I'm speaking as college football as a whole. Yeah. There's really not dominant, holy hell type of teams that exist right now. And that's what should make this playoff so damn fun. I don't know who would be the team that I'm just like, if you give me a matchup between 2 teams where I just go, oh, well, you know who's going to win this one. It's going to be obviously this. I don't know. Like, I don't know what the odds would be.
Did you know Michigan was going to beat Ohio State at Ohio State?
No. I should have, though.
That's the thing about, that's what I love about, I guess, this version of college football. And we were so fearful that college football wouldn't be the same with the advent of NIL and portal. It's gotten even more interesting. There's another layer of interest. Remember, I was the same guy. How stupid was I in August saying, college football is dead to me. It's dead to me. It's not the same. I don't know who anybody is. I'm dumb. It's not dead.
Yeah,
it's more alive than ever.
I completely agree with you. Yeah, I completely agree. You are. When you said maybe I'm stupid, whatever came out of your mouth after that, I was going to agree with.
Well, I didn't need another radio host on our air to do my debating for me, so shut up.
And Raj just texted me, I disagree with Vic. Okay.
In all honesty, Vic, I don't know what to expect in the future with this. NIL stuff and teams changing and so on and so forth. But this 12-team playoff is healthy. It really is, and I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to answer a lot of questions that I have, like, yeah, could SMU actually get in there and rumble with the quote big boys, right? I mean, the ACC, their first year they win the damn conference, or they're winning it right now. We'll see about their conference championship. Is Indiana really capable of one of these big knockoffs? You know, can Boise State get in there with the big boys and rumble a little bit? This is going to be fun. I mean, a lot of questions are going to be answered, and I think that maybe there's going to be some, especially if some upsets are pulled, like, hey, this is good. This is good for everybody. Now that the NIL and the portal's all the way it is, you can have teams make spike years and kick some butt.
I think if I were in that room talking to the CFP committee, I'd say the one thing we need to work on is this. We talk so much about quality of wins. We need to start talking about quality of loss, too. We don't take enough into quality of loss. Like, Notre Dame's lost to Northern Indiana. That feels like 2 losses. That should be with 2. Alabama's loss to Oklahoma, they didn't just lose. They lost 24-3.
Yeah.
They didn't lose. This wasn't down to the wire. This wasn't Georgia Tech 8 overtimes. They scored 3 points to a dog-butt Oklahoma team. The quality of that loss in the second to last game of the season, and they still get in?
Where you slap same resume, same roster, and you just put them in a SMU uniform, what do you think happens?
They're done. They're done. It's over.
By the way, guys, if you would like a set of irons from Adele, a 4-iron through pitching wedge, custom-made Adele SMS irons, text Adele, EDEL, to 303-504-0925. You get a bounce-back message. You text in your name, and you got a chance to win those. You can also go to the special section of AdeleGolf.com for the perfect Christmas gifts for golfers. We'll be giving these away next Monday. So EDEL, text that to 303-504-0925. Reminder to everybody that Kreckman and Lindahl are going to be at number 38 today for Thursday Night Football, Lions and Packers. Also, the double dipperoo tonight, 5 o'clock for both games, Avs and Nuggets.
I got something to say, and I'm surprised that you haven't brought it up yet. Did you see that I tagged you in a tweet last night?
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay. Vic, did you see what happened last night? Sorry to catch you when you're choking down a banana, whatever the heck is in your mouth.
Did I see what happened last night? Did I
Sister
see
Jean is 100.
Answer that question.
Okay. Sister Jean is 105 years old, and she's sitting there in her wheelchair with her blanket. She's got her little scrawny little 105-year-old hand out for fist bumps. Did you hold on?
Jesus.
Did you see half the Loyola basketball team blow her off? Did you see that?
What do you mean?
I watched the video. I don't think it was intentional. I just
No.
don't think that they saw
didn't
her
wanna
hand
hurt
out
her.
there.
I mean,
Okay,
like, tear
well,
her
okay.
hand off.
No, time out. She's there as they're heading
No,
back
you're
to
right.
the
It should have looked
locker
like
room.
this. Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Moser wanted a chest bump.
Okay, well, she's sitting in her wheelchair in their path of walking, and she's got her little scrawny little nun hand out, right? And she wants a fist bump at the age of 105, and half the dudes blew her off. I don't know what to say about that, but all I could think is that it made you smile, Brett. All I could think of is that you were really getting off on that.
I'm not. Okay, I hate when you say that. Secondly, I don't have ill will towards Sister Jean. I don't know how many times I got
Yeah,
to.
you do.
I
You do. Yes, you do.
It's in
don't know
Yeah,
how
you
many
do.
times I got to explain this to you. I get tired of just television cameras constantly pointing at her.
I've just never known anyone in my life who hates nuns. And you're the first. And
The
so
hate is in your heart.
It really is.
I don't hate nuns.
Sounds like you do, bro.
Dude, I was educated by the beautiful sisters of Loretta. I was Loretto. I should pronounce that correctly.
Loretta.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. Anyway, I just found it.
anything you
Yeah. What is so?
criticize,
What is so? You said so. So what?
You should not be. I don't like to hear this.
I don't.
You don't-
You don't like to hear what? I don't like how she's just constantly shown on TV. That's been my only beef. It's not. It has nothing to do with her. She's not in control of the cameras. It's not
She wasn't
about
really
her.
on she wasn't on TV.
It's
She
this.
was just sitting there
Oh, did I
trying
tell
to
you guys-
It's
trying
the
to pump
same
up her
reason.
team, and they blew her off.
It's the okay. How about this? This is apples to apples. You don't hate Taylor Swift. You hate how much she's shown on TV during a Chiefs game.
All right.
It's the same beef.
That's fine. That's fine. Speaking of being shown on TV, how many times do they show Mark Davis on TV, right, when there's a Raiders game?
Now those I'll accept.
Did I forget to tell you this? I forgot to tell you this. When I was in L.A. over the weekend with the Nuggets, I went to go work out in the hotel, and on the what do they call that thing? It's a weird thing where you do your arms and your legs at the
Elliptical?
same time. Huh?
Elliptical.
Yeah. There's Mark Davis on the elliptical
Wait, where
right
was
next
this?
to me
Where was it at?
in L.A. at the hotel.
How'd he look? Was he
Like he
svelte?
was riding an elliptical.
I've never quite understood that either. I'm for the people who use it. I'm sure it's a great workout.
The
I
olds
don't-
use it. Let's
I
be
don't
honest.
understand
I
it.
don't know how many of the olds use the elliptical.
Well, let's look. It's probably easier on your joints because you aren't slamming your legs down on a treadmill over and over again and messing up your knees. It's probably easier as you get older on joints and tendons and stuff. So that makes sense. I've done it for I don't know like 5 minutes. I'm like I don't know what I'm getting
Me
out of
too.
this.
I've tried it, and I've moved up the thing. I'm like, what is this? What's it supposed to do?
Moj, you seem like an elliptical guy.
All right, I'm going to take that as a pejorative. I'm going to take that as a slam. I'm going to take that as an insult. I know that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to hurt me, and that's fine. I'm an easy target. I'm just like Del Griffith, I suppose, right now. Fact of the matter is, I've actually I've started my workout routine again, and I don't want you guys to laugh at me.
Good.
But
I'm not
for
laughing at you.
Okay.
I'm
just
complimenting you.
Okay. You have a hole that's talking right now. Shut it, please. The fact of the matter is that I don't do ellipticals. I do treadmills, but I don't run. I walk at a brisk pace uphill. It's better on your joints. Now, you can call me an old
I've heard that.
That's fine.
No, you're right.
Okay. But I do steep at like 4.5 on the treadmill to steep, and then I walk at about 4 miles per hour, and it
You ever thought
gets
about
your
just
cardio.
get it going a little bit? Let's pick up the pace.
Yeah, but it's not good. Listen, okay. You know what's going to happen? I'm probably going to blow my other Achilles. You're going to make fun of me and go, you blew your leg out on the treadmill.
We 1,000%.
Yeah, of
would do
course
that.
you. Of course you would.
We really would.
Anyway,
Unless you blew
anyway,
your leg out on the elliptical.
look at that.
Oh,
Look
yeah,
at that.
different
Oh, look at that. Look at that bad boy right there, looking good, huh? Woo, baby.
That's exactly how I'd say it too. You blew your leg up on the treadmill. All right, I'm gonna play a game. Hit that music, Jesse.
Oh no.
How about a little NFL true or false? We haven't done that in a while. Let's bring it back. We'll start with the Broncos and get more broad into NFL topics. The first one here. True or false? The Broncos will finish better than the 7 seed.
I'm going to say false. I think they'll be the 7 seed. I think false. I guess it all depends on that damn Chargers game, but I'll say false. I think they'll be 7, but
Same
they'll be
record
comfortably
as
7.
Baltimore, and the Chargers are 8-4 at the moment.
Okay.
So that's the 6 and 5 seed.
I think the Chargers can lose another game. I do. And I think I give the Broncos a 50-50 chance to catch the Chargers. And then the tiebreakers come into play. If the Chargers and Broncos finish with the same record and they both won against one, what happens then?
I think it goes division record and then conference. I think. Can't quite remember. All right. Bo Nix will win Offensive Rookie of the Year.
I'm going to say false. I'm going to say false only for the betting markets. And Moj, I'll wait for your answer before I continue on this because I got something to say.
I don't know how much ground can he make up. How much ground can he make up on Jaden Daniels? Because they're both going to the postseason, right? I mean, the Commanders have a good shot at going to the postseason.
It's not just Jaden anymore, by the way. Brock Bowers leads the league in receiving.
Yeah, you're right. You're right about that, and that tight end is hella good. I'll say false only because I don't know. I think that voters' minds are already sort of made up. I think he's going to have to be really exceptional in the final, when he comes back, final 4 games of the year.
I'll say false only for this. I'm looking at these numbers. Jaden Daniels and Bo Nix head-to-head. Completion percentage, similar. Yards, 2,800, 2,800. TDs, 17 for Bo Nix, 15 for Jaden Daniels. Interceptions, 8 for Nix, 6 for Daniels. Both teams 8 and 5. Very, very similar numbers, right? Very similar. And yet the betting odds, not even close. Jaden Daniels still way ahead betting odds for Rookie of the Year. And
he got out to such a.
Do you have the numbers
He
in
got
front
out
of
to such a good start, and people get that in their head.
Do you have
That's
the numbers
why.
in front of you?
The
betting
numbers?
Yeah.
67% to 25% in the markets right now.
All right. Right now, the Denver Broncos leading rusher on their team is Javonte Williams. Javonte has 400, and now I just lost it. Hang on one second. Javonte Williams this season has 460 yards rushing. About 100 behind him is Jaleel McLaughlin. The question is this, true or false? The rushing leader for the Broncos at the end of the year will not be Javonte Williams.
I'm going to say true.
I'm going to say
true.
I'm going to say true as well because Jaleel is. They go in phases though. I mean, it seems like Sean because for like 2 games, Estimate was the guy, right?
No.
He goes in different phases. I will say true as well. Yeah,
I heard
I'll say
Leggy
true.
on one of the other shows, whichever other show he does on this air, and he said this, and this hit me. 8 of Javonte's last 11 carries, 8 of 11 have gone for 0 yards.
Yeah.
How's that possible?
Javonte's averaging 3.5 yards per carry. That's not great.
I'll say true. I'll say it'll be Jaleel who catches him. Yep.
The Indianapolis Colts game will be the last game the Broncos are favored for the rest of the regular season.
They might be favored at Cincy.
I don't think they will, only because it's on the road and Joe Burrow's still Joe Burrow. I'll say true. Yeah, I'll say true. They're certainly not going to be favored against the Chargers on the road. And they won't be favored at home even against Kansas City. I'll say true.
I'll say false. I'll say they're a 2-point favorite at Cincy, and we know what that means. That means it's even.
Now going more broad, NFL-wise. Pittsburgh will go farther in the postseason than the Chiefs.
Oh,
That's
baby.
a great question. Well, Chiefs will
Well,
have
if
a
the
home
Chiefs
game.
get the bye, yeah, if the Chiefs get a bye,
Pittsburgh will too if they have a division win.
God.
Who would you rather play?
That's tough, man.
Let me turn the question around. Who would you rather play if you're the Broncos, the Chiefs or Pittsburgh?
I'd rather play Kansas
Pittsburgh.
City. I'd rather play Kansas City right now.
You
Pittsburgh.
too, Brett?
No, Pittsburgh.
I'd rather play
They both got
Pittsburgh.
good defenses. I'll take Russell over Mahomes. Still.
I'd rather play Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Nope.
True or false? The Philadelphia Eagles should no longer be doubted.
True. True.
After that win against Baltimore, I'm going to say true. I'm going to agree with Vic. I'll say true. That's a big win for them. Big.
They got a great defense, and Fangio's dialed it up for them, and you can't doubt a running game that works. They're just mashing people.
Why don't we ever talk about the Eagles' defense? We talk a lot
they're
about
really good.
Saquon and Jalen, but that defense is really good, bro. Really good.
True or false? Saquon wins the MVP.
Oh, true. Jeez Louise. True.
You know, Lamar's fallen
he's
off
got
a
he's
little
got
bit.
to he's got
I'll
to
say truth.
yeah,
I'll say
yeah,
truth.
he's
I'll
got to
say
be he's got to continue to kick butt here in the last quarter pole. But yeah, I mean, he's having an unbelievable year.
Kirk Cousins has 3 straight games with no touchdowns, and he's thrown 6 picks in those games. The Falcons have lost 3 straight and are now tied again in the NFC South with a 6-6 record with the Bucs. So, true or false? Michael Penix Jr. starts games before this year's over.
False.
I think at the end of the year, true. Yes, I think they want to see what they got in the rookie. Yes, and we haven't
not
talked
if
enough
not
about
if the playoffs
this.
not if the playoffs are on the line.
We haven't talked enough about this. These two quarterbacks, older quarterbacks, coming off Achilles, Aaron Rodgers and Kirk Cousins. They're not even close to the same quarterbacks they were before the Achilles. Correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Which takes me to our next true false. The Jets should move on from Aaron Rodgers.
He may move on his own. I mean, the guy's out.
That's not
on-
the question. If you're the Jets, do you move on from Aaron Rodgers?
True.
True.
100%
That is
true.
absolutely true. You're not going anywhere as an organization. Why pay the bread? Go draft a guy.
Break it all up.
Yep. Bust it up.
True or false? The 49ers' reign is over.
True.
Absolutely
true.
Sadly, guys started moaning about salaries. Receivers were moaning about salaries. Their starting tackle was moaning about salaries, and that's only going to get more difficult. I think they're in a position right. The window has closed.
By
I'll
the
tell
way,
you why too.
Go
I'll
ahead.
tell you a big reason why Christian McCaffrey cannot stay healthy. He simply cannot. I think that I'm not saying he's done. What I'm saying is that his legs are letting him down in a big-time way. And if he's not on the field, the 49ers' reign is done, especially if they have to pay Purdy, and they will. Yep.
By the way, I was dubbed for about 2 years now as a Brock Purdy hater, and my only mention of this was if everything is good around him, if the team is healthy, he looks really good. When they're not, he doesn't. How many touchdown passes he has through 11 games this year? 13. He had
Yeah, that ain't good.
31 last season.
Yeah, that ain't good. Maybe they don't pay him. Maybe they go in a different direction. I don't know.
True or false? Someone not named the Lions will win the NFC North.
False.
True.
I think I agree with Vic.
They're sort of leaking oil right now.
Detroit's out,
Yeah.
8 guys
Yeah, they're
defensively.
leaking oil.
And the Vikings are a game back. The Packers are 2 games back. Could make it 1 if they win tonight.
Tonight.
The only team I think in that division that's real is Detroit.
Well, when Detroit,
I don't think the Vikings are real, and I don't
many
think the
injuries,
Packers
man.
are real.
Those
Okay.
injuries are starting to take hold. There's too many, especially on the defensive side. Too many.
Yeah, well, I know they had a crap game. Listen, they didn't really have a crap game against the Bears. They they had a 23-7 lead and then just fell asleep is what happened. They just did some dumb things, which is very un-Lion-like right now. I'm going to say false. I think they're going to win the division.
I think they lose tonight. True or false?
That's just the Lions fan in you coming through. That's what it is. You're just
No, I think I'm
pessimistic.
looking at a reality that their defense is just decimated.
See,
Okay.
our boy's real. You're not real. You're a fake Lions fan, Mosier.
Because I have belief in them? Okay.
True or false? Aziz Al-Shair got too many games in his suspension. It was
True.
3.
True.
Yeah, I'll say true.
That
Should've
was
been
a
a game.
I'll say
lot.
true.
One game would have been fine.
Yep.
Send the message, one game.
Did you see what he tweeted, by the way? It was a picture of Joaquin Phoenix as Joker.
Yeah.
And I forget the quote, but it was almost like Scarface. It's like, you want me to be the bad guy, I'll be the bad guy.
Yeah.
It's like
You want me
one
to
of
be the
those.
villain.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm just like, all right, dude. Calm down just a little bit, okay? Final true or false. If you had Joe Burrow money, would you also buy the Batmobile that Christian Bale had from Batman?
Probably not. Probably not. That's a little. That's a little
Did he
bit
buy?
of a.
Is that what happened? He bought the Batmobile?
Yeah,
He
this
bought
thing is-
Christian Bale's Batmobile from like The Dark Knight. Yeah.
You're kidding
For
me.
millions of dollars.
You'd be spotted anywhere you went.
$3 million is what that Batmobile costs. And it's not street legal, so I don't even know what you do with it.
Oh, so you can't even.
You can't drive that. What? You're gonna go down the highway and see that? You think?
I don't know. I've seen. Hey, some of these old jalopies, like the classic cars that people drive. How are those street legal? Like
Hold
Mosier's
on a
car.
second.
How is Mosier's jalopy that he's got in his drive? How is that street legal?
It's pretty cool though.
Oh, it's incredibly
Listen,
cool. Yeah.
You gotta have Vic. How do you say it in Italian? Col what?
Coglions.
If you're a cop, you gotta have some pretty big coglions to pull over Joe Burrow in his Batmobile around Cincinnati, bro. You know what I mean? Like you kind of just like that's our quarterback, and he's got his Batmobile. You just gotta let him go, man. I'd cruise that
See,
sucker.
if I had to
in
buy-
fact, I dare him to pull me over. In fact, what I may do is have maybe a high-speed chase or something like that. Have them chase me in my Batmobile.
Oh yeah.
If
Then
I
they can
ever-
get repoed.
If I ever wanted to purchase,
I wouldn't buy it though. I wouldn't
If
buy
I
it.
ever wanted to purchase a superhero's mode of transportation, it would always be Wonder Woman's invisible jet.
I think I'd go with Aladdin's magic carpet.
That's not a superhero, dude.
What do you mean? He was kind of a
Yeah,
superhero.
Aladdin's-
You
yeah,
fly
no.
around on a piece of carpet, you're not a superhero? Sure, Vic. Yeah, grow up.
Do you remember
think,
Wonder
man.
Woman in her invisible jet?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do recall that. That was so stupid. Kids will believe anything. You know, it's just so dumb.
Wait, does
what
it-
do the Wonder
does
Twins?
it count
How do
if-
the Wonder Twins get around? Like on bicycles or
Hey,
something?
look at that lady flying in the sky.
As far as a mode of transportation, can I choose Spider-Man's webs? Is that a mode of transportation?
That is so
He's
inefficient.
flying through town.
By the way, the webs, is there like, does he have to buy more web? I mean, how does he have just an endless supply?
Yeah, do you have like a
No,
bad
dude,
web day?
He's part spider. I think it comes out of his body. It's not like he has it stored in his suit.
Okay, but hang on, dude. A spider can. There's
Only
only so
produce so
much
much
web
web.
you have, right?
Well, web per capita. I don't know the answer to that. What's the
This
formula?
guy's throwing
I don't
webs
know.
all over the place, jumping on skyscrapers. At some point, got to run out.
What are the,
I mean-
what are the animals that spit like camels? They only have so much spit. After
I
a
don't know
while,
about
just-
that, man. I think they got an unlimited supply, bro. Unlimited. Unlimited.
Hang on, we'll find the answer right now. Do
You're actually Googling how much
spiders
spit can
have
a camel spit?
Hey, Angry
unlimited
Broncos,
web?
you're so right. Watching Wonder Twins, and I don't watch cartoons, but watching the Wonder Twins as a kid, one could form any animal. Okay, fine, that's pretty
Right.
cool. The other one could form only forms of water. What?
Yeah, so stupid.
What is that?
I don't know. I don't know what you do with that.
What,
I don't know.
what are we doing with that? Here's
I don't know.
here's a javelin in the form of an icicle. I mean, what are we doing with
Who are
that?
you talking about
Just
here?
dumb.
Sorry, I was looking
The
at spider
Wonder
webs.
Twins.
Wonder
What
Twins.
a wasted superpower.
Aquaman's just terrible. Let's be honest.
I
Aquaman
don't
is
know,
a,
man. I'd like to be
he's a
able to talk to
horrible
a fish.
superhero.
That'd be
Well,
kinda
you know
cool.
what? You're right. If I were to go up against Aquaman, I'd be like, no, I'm not going to go to I'm not going to this. I can't swim. You got to fight me here on land.
Aquaman's like, bring it out to the water. I'll kick your ass, buddy.
No,
I dare you.
come on over. Hey, bring all your fish here. They can't breathe. Let's go.
To answer your question, by the way, Moj, no, spiders don't have unlimited web capacity. This does not exist.
Well, how fast can they reproduce it? That's my point. You see what I'm saying? Like maybe.
Yeah, what if Spider-Man is like, he hit one at the top of a skyscraper. He's going through New York City, and then he's like, I'm out. What do I do? Oh, no.
Mosier, regarding your workout routine, somebody sent me a photo and saying, I guarantee Mosier is on this machine every day.
That's the thing. All right, for the people listening, it's the thing with the belt that goes around and it just goes. What was that?
Dude, those I don't know. Those were a thing back in the day, though. It just jiggled your fat. I remember when I was a little kid, I saw an old lady on one of those, and it just jiggles your fat. It didn't do anything. I don't know, dude. The jiggling
idea,
belt thing.
If you jiggle it, it evaporates or something like that. Like, what is that?
No clue.
You got people in the gym who can't afford that little that waist belt thing, and so they're just doing this, just shaking their belly. All right, 303-504-0925. Back after this.
Some of you people, man, are hilarious. Some of the texts to our superhero comments. Hey, Vic, you would be Ant-Man. Yeah. Some of these I
Come on,
can't
man.
read.
The Wonder Woman invisible jet is dumb. At 30,000 feet altitude, all jets are invisible from Earth, which is a pretty good point, actually.
Somebody says, what do you mean the Wonder Twins' water power is useless? Form of Wonder Woman's bathwater.
God.
Hey, come on, man.
I'm just reading texts.
Come on, man.
I mean, who would... the superhero thing is just like... This is obvious. You choose to be Superman. I mean, Superman is
that's
always
the
going to be
best.
the best
Totally.
one.
It's the coolest,
100%.
the best.
Doesn't mean it's my favorite superhero, but if you had to choose to be a superhero, there's no question. It's that guy. I'm sorry. I'll just stay away from kryptonite. I'll be fine. I haven't seen it in my day-to-day life for 34 years. I think I'll be okay. Now, Playboy Bruce Wayne, and then fighting people at night. That just seems like a very, very...
He's just a normal human, though. He needs gadgets. It's like a football team that needs gadget plays to win. You know you're not that good. If you had to line up and beat me in the trenches, you couldn't do it. You need those gadget plays. That's what Batman is.
Think about the insanity if we had a masked vigilante that was going around saving the world, okay? Or at least his city. And then he's unmasked. You're like, wait, Bezos? That would be the craziest thing in the world. It's like the guy's just, you aren't hanging out on the beach somewhere? No? Okay, cool. I just saw something on ESPN, by the way. They did a list. I didn't take a screenshot of it, but I remember one thing. It was top 5. So this is, I think this is First Take. It was top 5 most important non-quarterbacks in the NFL right now. Okay? Like
Saquon.
important to their team.
Saquon.
Yeah, Saquon for sure. Absolutely.
Do you know who they had at 3? Cortland Sutton.
Wow. He's come a long
Really?
way.
Yeah.
Well, think about it.
I would tend to agree, actually. Now, I don't know if he's
Well,
number 3 in the
because-
league, but he's incredibly important.
No, but the thing is, he's worked out. He and Bo Nix have a thing. We talked about this yesterday, or maybe 2 days ago, but they've got a thing together, and it's really cool. And I think Bo Nix really relies upon him. And I don't know if you put another player in that situation that it would be the same. Like if you took him out of the lineup right now, what would the Broncos offense look like? I think that's a pretty good point. Pretty good point. I don't know that I go that far, but it's a pretty good point.
And this is a guy, mind you, who only a few games back, what game was it where he did not have a single catch? Do you remember that? He didn't complain about it either. He didn't go post-game nuclear. Hey, it's the way it is. His most recent game, he didn't have a catch in that game.
I think it was a while ago.
It was a while ago.
I got to give, I don't think it was, look it up, man. I mean, I got to give Cortland Sutton a ton of credit
It was
this
the
year.
New Orleans game.
Yeah, and they won that game.
No,
hands
forget.
down.
They won the
forget
football.
Not having a catch. He didn't have a target.
Not a single target. Give him all the credit in the world. He's been supportive of Bo, especially after the first 2 games. I'll never forget walking into that locker room after they lost to Pittsburgh and the offense looked abysmal. A lot of receivers couldn't hold their tongues. A lot of receivers would start going. That's not him. That's not what he's done.
Well, that's because most receivers are divas. Did you see Deontay Johnson in Baltimore and what's happening there?
You know what, dude? I'm just going to accept that if you've played wide receiver for Pittsburgh, you're a crazy person. I'm just going to accept
maybe.
that now.
Well,
when's the
he's
last
been
one that hasn't
suspended.
been?
He's been suspended by the Ravens because he refused to go in the game last week against Philly. He refused to go in because he was moaning about how he's being used. So the Ravens have suspended him for a game. Lamar says, we need him and all this kind of thing. I don't know that you do, man. If a guy refuses to go into a game, isn't he the same guy that Mike Tomlin, when somebody was asked about that question, facing, he's like, there's more important guys to worry about than that guy. Wow.
Did you guys watch? I watched last night, and I know, Mosier, you didn't because you always get mad at me for watching television. I watched that in-season Hard Knocks, the AFC North.
I forgot to. I was going to yesterday.
Good.
Is it?
It's really good.
Okay, so the preview I saw, because they're whipping around, it's the AFC North, correct?
Yes.
So the Broncos are going to be featured on this, by the way,
Yes.
guys, with this Monday night
they
game.
weren't featured in last night's episode because it came prior to that game.
Yeah. But it's going to be on next week. The preview that I saw, it felt, I guess I'm wrong because you said it was great. Mm-hmm. Like it was too quick flipping between the other teams.
I liked it.
Okay.
No, I liked it. It didn't sit and talk about wasted stuff. It went from team to team, and it really showed how Mike Tomlin truly is a CEO. I love his coaching style. He goes from meeting to meeting. He meets with assistant coach and assistant coach, player and player. And there was a scene in there with Pickens. Remember that game against Cincy where Pickens was starting to lose it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he had a heart-to-heart with
that
Pickens.
one time that Pickens just wasn't acting correctly.
Exactly. Well,
yeah.
He had a heart-to-heart with Pickens on the sideline, and he didn't tough love him. He loved him. He loved him up, and it was the right play at that time for a coach to make. He didn't yell at him. He didn't do that stuff. He loved him, and it changed the game. It changed Pickens' attitude, and it just shows you the inner workings. I'm Mike Tomlin, man. I have more respect for him now after watching it than I did before.
Hey, real quick.
Just hang on, Moshe. On that subject, it's if you are in a position of power, I don't care if it's a coach in sports or if it's a boss at your office or whatever, being able to manage personalities correctly is like the most important detail to me.
100%.
Most important. There's people that you got to be tough with,
Yes.
and there's people you got to kind of coddle a little bit, and you
Yes.
have to recognize what's the difference between
Like
each
if you
person.
had to handle Mosier's personality, would you tough love him or love him?
I think I'd love Mosier.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. Hey, I saw that the league,
I'm basically
the
calling you
NFL,
a baby.
Oh, I just okay.
Why
That's
do you
fine.
think I get so mad? I saw Raj walk in here, called him into the office. I go, would you know your damn teammates? Why are you sending him 5 texts in the middle of a point? You know we can't
know
ignore
how
it.
works.
I saw where the NFL now they've increased. I don't. Does anybody on this program smoke weed, Jesse? Okay. So I don't know what this means. But okay, well, hang on a second. The level of they've changed the drug policy that NFL players can now smoke more weed or do more stuff from 150 nanograms per milliliter to 350.
Bro,
It goes
they
into
aren't
effect on
testing
Friday.
anything. They aren't testing anything.
If you think that they're actually verifying nanograms in pro sports, you're drunk.
Well, I don't know what that means though. But Von Miller got busted for it years ago.
That was
we
before
recall
it was
that,
legal
right?
here in the state. Dude, they don't care. The NBA wouldn't operate if they actually tested.
That's true.
That's the truth.
That is the.
Dude,
I don't.
I'm pretty
what was-
sure Max Crosby last year, it was the game after Pierce took over, they won, and they were all smoking cigars in the locker room. Remember that? And then he jumped on a hit with the NFL Network, and I'm pretty sure he had a blunt in his hand on camera smoking it in front of him. Because I don't know, I smoke a lot of cigars. I've never seen somebody inhale a cigar like that before, okay? That's all I'm saying. It didn't look that way to me. What I'm saying, Moj, is to what Vic's talking about, remember when Josh Gordon wasn't allowed to play football because he got popped, and Randy Gregory wasn't allowed to play football because he got popped?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Have you heard a single story of somebody with THC in their system not playing football?
No,
They
not
don't
at
even
all.
test for
It's
it.
non-existent.
Nope.
Because I think they understand, given all the laws that have changed in this country, why go there anymore? What's the difference between that and alcohol in your system?
Oh, and I would love to see the NFL say, this guy suspended 4 games because he had too many nanograms, and see the appeals court on that
man,
one.
I don't imbibe. I might be the only person at our radio station that has never once smoked weed in my life, and I mean that. I swear to God, I'm that way.
Nerd.
Yes, but I also want to say I know a lot of people that have. I know professional athletes that do all the time, and they're such nice people.
Just for the record,
Now,
Jesse's high right now
Yes.
producing our radio show.
He looks like it.
I just don't like the smell. There's something about it. I just can't do it. Just awful.
Not
smell.
to bring this back, but just for a second, Vic, you're so right on this, and this does drive me nuts because when I went to Red Rocks for the Gary Clark concert, and it's everywhere, and I'm like, if I pulled out a cigar, then all of a sudden I'm getting punched in the face by security. I'm like, what's going on here? Yeah. Can we have equitable cigar
again to
to
each his
weed
own.
ratio?
My neighbors, they're good people. I am not passing judgment. I just don't. Oh, crap.
Uh-oh.
Sorry. They're good people. I just don't like the smell.
Why do you keep saying they're good people?
I know we have like Cheech
does
and
that
Chong
mean?
stuff coming over the fence or something.
Yeah.
I mean, what's going on here, bro?
I've met some people who smoke weed that are actually awful people. I mean, they both exist. Anyway,
I don't get that.
tell you what, like those weed smokers, I don't imbibe, but
Well, I can tell you this.
I would, Vic,
Look at how
hang
far-
on, before you retire, like the third day before your final date of retirement, whenever that is, please smoke a J right before you get on the air.
No,
please.
Here's what I did do. I will admit this. Because you know me, I've got an addictive personality. I just don't partake in stuff that I'm playing golf in one of our tournaments. And I bring this up now because everybody's doing this crap. Who is it? Chris Russo that's always talking about gummies on the air?
Yeah.
Like it's nothing?
Yep, Mad Dog.
So we're on like the fourth tee box, and my back's killing me. This guy, hey, try one of these. I'm like, what the hell's this? Trust me, it'll help you.
Oh, no.
And at the time, I was playing pretty good. 3 straight holes, I went double, triple. I mean, went off the rails. I couldn't find my golf club, and I put it in somebody else's bag. Never again.
Did you have a good time?
No. No, I didn't have a good time. I was freaking
were you
out.
angry? Oh, just paranoid then.
No.
I love the idea that Vic puts his pitching wedge in somebody else's bag and then starts to lose it. We got to go back 3 holes, man. I think I left it on the green back there.
Do you know how mad I was that I went double, triple?
Yeah. Get over it. Texture says, thoughts on meth? 303-504-0925. Back after this. Double dipperoo tonight. Both the Avs and the Nuggets play at 5 p.m. Nuggets will be on 92.5. The Avs will be on AM 950. This is a good little test for both of these teams, but we'll start with the Nuggets here as they take on one of the best teams in the NBA. Cleveland's 19-3 this season.
And this will give us a good look at the Nuggets in terms of, all right, they've lost to some teams they shouldn't lose to. They've had some issues, certainly. But what if they go to Cleveland and do something like this? They've only lost one game, Cleveland has. Do you know they've got 3 losses on the schedule?
One game at home.
One game at home, I'm sorry. The Cleveland Cavaliers have 3 losses. 2 of them to the same team. Do you know who that team is?
Boston?
Atlanta.
Atlanta
Beat the Cavs in back-to-back games in a home-and-home. So this is a team that's pretty damn good and deep, and they've got guard play. And this is an issue for the Nuggets. This is why tonight's game will show a lot. The Nuggets and opposing teams' guards on the perimeter, can they keep them from driving and dishing and driving? Donovan Mitchell and Darius Garland are very, very capable of doing both. They're very good guards. How will the Nuggets stack up against them tonight? And on the back end, they got dudes that'll just ram it on you. Evan Mobley and Jared Allen, they'll just finish. So it's a really good team, and it'll show me what the Nuggets – like if the Nuggets win tonight, will it make you feel a little more at ease whether they're like an elite team anymore?
Yeah.
Yeah, it will. It will for me.
Here's what scares me about Cleveland. Their 2 guards have killed the Nuggets this year.
Yes.
They've killed
Norman Powell and James Harden, case in point, in L.A., what they did to him.
And I'll say this. Jamal, we've talked about him, but about Christian. Christian Brown has been a lot better than anybody expected. I think I can also say this about Christian. He's not the defender that KCP was.
KCP was able to navigate screens
Yes.
like no other. That's the one thing that KCP did, that there's not many off guards that can do what he did. He was able to get a bunch of – remember the illegal screen calls that he would goad officials into all the time?
Well, and this is what I'm getting at. With Christian's still a good defender, don't get me wrong, but KCP is like –
he's elite.
yes, he's elite level defender.
He won the defensive player of the game chain after every game. He owned it.
Yep, and so if you have that along with Jamal not making up for maybe a lack of defense with some offensive stuff, then you can get burned by guards really easy, and Cleveland has those.
Okay, let's talk about Jamal, though, in this game a little bit and what you need to see out of him. It's the effort seems to be there, at least I think it is. It's just he's off for whatever reason. And the inconsistency is tough to stomach. So what do you want to see, Vic, out of him specifically?
I want to see.
What do you want
I want to see tonight. I'm going to tell you.
Because let me couch it this way. Because this is a game in the past when he knows he's going up against good guard play on the opposite side, right? He would accept that challenge and let's go get it. You know, that would ramp him up and that would get him excited. And that's blue arrow in the whole 9 yards. What's the story now? That's my question.
Bro, this should jog great memories for Jamal Murray. Cleveland is the place where several years ago, I think it was 4 years ago, he went in there, put 50 on him, and did not attempt a free throw. Do you remember that game?
Yes.
He scored 50 points, did not attempt a free throw in the game.
Yeah.
Put a 50 spot on him. That Jamal Murray.
Oh.
So,
Go ahead.
it's not the same Cleveland team. But the makeup of this Cleveland team scares me as a Nuggets fan because they have all the kryptonite. They have great guard play. They can score in bunches. And they've got 2 rim protectors in Allen and Mobley. So what has given the Nuggets fits so far this year? Look at the games in which the front court has struggled. It's like, God, man, they keep changing their shots because of the rim protectors. Remember what Holmgren did to them in the very first game of the season?
Yep.
That combination in Cleveland worries me tonight. We'll see.
Rebound. Get on the boards. Do not give them second chance opportunities. By the way, I wanted to mention this earlier in the show. I don't want to focus on the Jokic foul calls and whether he gets the free throw line or not because we've done that 1,000 times. But I saw something yesterday that blew me away. Giannis, who is to a lot of people neck and neck with Joker for MVP this early in the season. But he's having a good year. The Bucks aren't, but he's having a good year. He averages 32 points a game. He scored 31 last night.
Yeah.
So you're like, okay, 31 points, that's what he does. He took 26 free throw attempts.
That's a lot.
He made 15.
Even Steve Kerr would say that's a lot.
He made 8 shots, and he scored 31 points because he went 15 of 26 from the line.
That's a lot of misses.
That is.
It's 11 missed free throws by himself.
But I didn't watch the game.
Vic, what do you do? What's going on there? You got any WD-40 in your house? Do you have any of that stuff going on?
A squeaky chair. No, but listen. That's a disgusting watch. You watch one guy go to the line 26 times in an NBA game, you got to be like pulling your hair out. I mean, that's disgusting. You can't have that. There's no way. There's no way that many times that guy was actually fouled for a free throw. I refuse to believe it. And I've had a long-standing theory of why guys like Giannis and James Harden and these other dudes get foul calls when Jokic doesn't. It's because for whatever reason, I think it's easier for a ref to see. Because how does Giannis play? He stands at the three-point line. Yeah. He runs as fast as he can to the rim, gets bumped, and tries to finish. It's something about the forward momentum of people moving towards the hoop is easier for the refs to see than a guy who's getting punched in the face because he's playing, with his back to the basket.
In terms of getting foul calls, the one I hate the most is the one that James Harden is so damn good at, and Austin Reeves does it now too.
This?
No, it's this. It's the head.
Oh,
it's the head going back, like as if you got jabbed, like you took a Mike Tyson jab to the schnoz. You know, the head movement.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one.
So Austin Reeves doesn't look like James Harden. I wonder if the beard comes into play here. Like something about the beard and the full snapping of the head. Is there some sort of optical illusion that takes place with a big old beard? And your head
it's called
flipping
acting.
Back?
The optical illusion is called acting.
Well, I don't think you'll see that tonight. Cleveland is not that team. Cleveland's a damn good team.
They're fun, man. They really are. They're a fun team. And I still remember, what did they start the year, Vic? Was it 15-0? And I remember I looked at the standings. I was like, wait, Cleveland hasn't lost yet? Yeah. Because everybody in the NBA who is like covers it nationally just goes, who cares about Cleveland? LeBron's not playing there.
Sure. Not only 15-0, they're blowing teams out.
Yeah.
I mean, take a look at their plus. I think they lead the league in plus minus in terms of scoring differential. They blow you away. They don't just beat you. They step on your throat.
Yeah, they win by 10.5 a game.
Tonight, I'm telling you, we will, if the Nuggets find a way to win in Cleveland, I will go on the show tomorrow and tell you, okay, we know at their best, they can beat anybody, anywhere, anyhow, at their best. The question for the Nuggets is always not how they are at their best. It's, can their depth, do they have enough depth to swim through the regular season? They're a great sprinter, right? When you get to the final stretch, the Nuggets, they can play with anybody. But can they get there in contention to compete in that final stretch, given the depth issues?
Well, how's this for a test? Just real quick, Moj.
Sure.
One thing I've been saying all year that's been bothering me about the Nuggets is they aren't playing very good defense. Cleveland is by far and away the best team in the league. They average 122 points a game. As far as offense, they have the most points per game in the league, and there's nobody close.
Really good shooting team. They shoot over 50%, do the Cavaliers. I mean, it's a really good shooting team. Listen, if you don't play defense tonight, Vic, I'm going to make this proclamation, and I'll talk about the Avs on the other side. But if you don't play defense tonight, this is a team that can embarrass you. Okay?
Yeah.
Because they shoot the ball so well, and like you talked about, they got guys who can yam it, and they've got guys who can shoot it. And if you don't commit yourself to playing defense, it's going to hurt you. I mean, these guys can make you look silly, and that's one thing I don't like. I don't want to see the Nuggets look silly. I don't want to see them get embarrassed by teams. I know winning on the road in the NBA is hard. I get that. But I just don't want to see them get clowned around by teams. That to me is a deflating situation.
Moj, we'll get to the Avs in just a second. Want to remind people that we are giving away a set of irons from Adele Golf this week. It's a 4-iron through a pitching wedge. They're custom-fitted Adele SMS irons, and they can be yours if you text Adele, E-D-E-L, to 303-504-0925. You get a bounce-back message, reply with your name, and you are entered. If you want an extra entry to the drawing, you can head over to altitudesportsradio.com/Adele, E-D-E-L. and fill out the entry form there. You can also check out their special section on AdeleGolf.com for the perfect Christmas gifts for golfers. We'll announce a winner on Monday of next week. So Adele, E-D-E-L, to 303-504-0925. Back after this.
Hey, guess what just happened? You remember yesterday I told you, I sent you that picture of the note I had on my bed.
Mm-hmm.
They were supposed to test my fire alarm yesterday, right?
Yeah, that never happened.
No, but during the break, a couple dudes show up at my door.
During
Say,
this
"Hey,
break?
we're here to test your alarm." I said, okay. It didn't happen during the show. It happened during the break, which is amazing. But a couple dudes showed up, and they sprayed some stuff into my fire alarm, right? Mm-hmm. And it went, it went off, and then he fanned it, and then that was it, man. He took off. That's it. Didn't happen yesterday. It happened today. Go figure.
Why don't you say, spray some of that in my mouth?
I don't know what it doesn't have any smell. I don't know what he sprayed to make it go off, but he sprayed something in it.
Hey, Moj, you're going to be happy to hear this. Listen to this. Avs and Nuggets fans. All those years of talking about when are they going to get a new practice facility? When is this facility coming? Because the Avs, they practice out there at Family Sports. The Nuggets have that one gym at Ball Arena. Yesterday, I had the privilege of interviewing for a future piece we're doing on Altitude TV the architects in charge of designing the new Ball Redevelopment Center. You know, that whole project that they're turning a whole Ball Arena parking lots into a new portion of downtown Denver.
Mm-hmm.
I got to look at what they're going to do with those practice facilities. Bro.
Dude.
Bro.
What about them?
Sheets of ice everywhere. Not one sheet of ice. Sheets of ice everywhere.
Do they have what that Lakers fan said back in the day? The step one, fire everybody. 2, get all the best players. 3, make a place where me and my friends can hang out with all the players. Do they have one of those sections?
They will have a sheet of ice open to the public.
Really?
Yes, in addition to the upscale practice facilities for both the Nuggets and the Avs.
Okay, so what you're saying is fans will be able to come and watch practice.
Well,
watch
the details
because they can now
practice,
at Family Sports. They can right now. Yeah,
the details of practice I do not know. I just know that the size of this thing and the amount of the practice facility is going to be second to none. Put it that way, in terms of relating to different pro teams around the country and what they have. This is going to be a combo platter, both basketball and hockey, and it's going to be second to none.
Is
Sweet.
hockey the only sport where fans can watch them practice?
I think so. Nobody can watch the Broncos. Nobody can watch the Nuggets.
Hell, they won't even let us watch the Nuggets.
They don't practice in baseball. Let's take BP. So fans can get into BP in baseball. But they don't have practice on off day. No, there's no practicing in baseball. There's none of that crap.
I thought about that. Baseball, it's like, are we playing today? No. Well, then I'm not doing baseball.
I'm not
doing baseball today. Like you'll go in, you'll get treatment, you'll do stuff like that. But
yeah, I'm sure there are some pitchers who will throw on the side during an off day.
Think about it though, dude.
Yeah,
you play like 13 straight days in a row. You're like, yeah, I think I'm gonna not do baseball today, and then I'm gonna get back to doing baseball tomorrow.
Vic, because you're apparently privy to some inside information, do we have a timetable on said project?
They're going to start construction here in the next couple of years. I don't know the exact timetable, dude. You know how it goes with permits and I can tell you this, as I told the folks designing this, it's going to be 25. It's a 25-year project by the time the entire redevelopment is done. Right. My goal is to be alive to see it.
That's mine too. And I've seen the pictures and all this kind of thing of what's coming.
What are you pointing at, Brett?
Time is ticking away. Yeah,
yes.
You know what? You might not even be alive, smart ass.
All this does, when people come up with these redevelopment projects,
you're just a smart ass.
To see the city grow the way it has, when everybody comes up with these, like, I got a 25-year project, all that does is make us olds, me and Moshe, it turns our mortality clocks on. That's all it does.
Pretty much.
You guys want to know how well we know each other? All I did was held up my wrist and tapped it twice.
I know you're being a smart ass.
And Mosher took a full paragraph of me talking out of that, which was, by the time that thing's done, clock's ticking, you guys might be, you took it all. Good. I'm glad.
Okay, well, that's I guess like an old married couple. I understand exactly what the hell you're saying.
When you ask me when is this project going to get started and constructed, I wanted it done yesterday. Okay, that's just not the way this works. You're talking about a major upheaval in the center of downtown. You got to build a bridge, and it's going to be anchored. The bridge that they're going to build across Spear is, do you know the Millennium Bridge that's downtown that goes across, that comes through 16th Street and it crosses the tracks and all that stuff?
Yeah, yes, the big white one.
That kind of bridge. It's going to be like a centerpiece.
Can I ask you a question
when you come down Spear?
About never mind.
What? No, ask your dumb question. I love your dumb question.
Because it's more like, I guess it's quasi-political thing. It's just like my neighbor's trying to get, he wants a new garage door.
Yeah.
And he's got to have, 2 people come out and inspect it. It's his house.
Oh, you mean permits?
Yeah, permits, inspections.
Yeah,
it's that guy's house.
Yeah, we don't do permits.
You better. You better, or you're going to get
So that's
smoked.
why I stopped, because I'm sure people are going to say, well, you got to make sure it's safe. And okay. If I wanted to add a deck onto my house, why do I need people to come over and look at it?
If your neighbor was Italian, you just show them your Italian card and say, no, we don't do it.
Hey, you guys want a little info on a little intel on tonight's contest?
Yeah, go ahead.
I will say this. Guess who I saw way after morning skate the other day? I'm not there today. The rink is far away.
A sweaty Scott Wedgwood.
I did. No. I saw a sweaty Ross Colton.
God, you see a lot of sweaty guys.
Well, it's because he was on the ice a lot, bro. He was really working hard.
You guys need intel on sweaty men? Mosier's your guy. He's got you.
Yeah, I'm your dude. Hey, listen. In all honesty, he looked really good, and from what I see, he's way ahead of schedule. Now, this is a broken foot, and I always say I would much rather have a broken bone than, if you're going to suffer an injury, break something, right? Because that bone's going to come back stronger than it was before and so on, and there's a finite time. I mean, this is how long it takes to heal bones, and maybe even earlier. He's ahead of schedule as far as I'm concerned. Coach Bednard even indicated with us yesterday that he could play on this trip, which is flipping awesome. But he's out there busting his hump, and that would be huge to get him back, right? Because of what a great start he had. Now, he won't be in the same role. He won't be on the top power play unit. He won't be the bumper in the middle on the power play. But having that live body and what he brings to the game is gigantic, and he looked really, really good. He was going head-to-head against Wedgwood with Keaton Middleton defending him, and he's that big, gigantic defenseman they called him from the Eagles. So that's a real positive sign. Number 2, how do you guys feel about this? Do you think Carolina is a pretty good hockey team? I mean, they're third in their division, right? Pretty good, right?
Yeah.
They've lost 5 of their last 7 games. At one point, they were a 14-3-1 team. 14-3-1. Pretty damn good. Well, they've lost 5 of their last 7, giving up an average, you ready for this? An average of 4.5 goals per game. They gave up 4 in a loss to the Kraken. They blew back-to-back games against the Panthers, losing 6-0 and 6-3. They gave up 3 in a win against the Rangers, 4 in a win against the Stars, but then they gave up 5 in a loss to the Jackets before that and 4 in a loss to the Devils. Would you guys rather play a good team that's in a down mode, or would you rather? I mean, how do you guys view that? Like, you want to just kick a team when it's down because they've lost 3 in a row.
Yeah, you never know when that team suddenly hits the up mode again. So
right, right.
Like when the Nuggets played the Lakers, it was in the middle of their down mode. The Lakers have, man, since then they've been terrible. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question because maybe you are the up mode trigger. Who knows?
Well,
That's a great question.
Here's the other thing, and it's just when we were talking to Bednar yesterday, it really kind of dawned on me that this is this is probably the toughest point in the Avs schedule all year, right, Moj? You're playing 17 games, 13 of them being on the road in that 17-game stretch. Like, that's a pretty crazy just not being at home ever time frame because this started November 18th, and it's going to go all the way through the 20th of this month of them just being constantly on the road. This is about as tough as it gets, and you're smack dab in the middle of it. So far throughout this stretch, you've got a 6-3 or 5-3 record. If they can just keep that pace, I think you should be pretty happy with it. Pretty happy with
I would agree with I would agree with that. And I don't know what to expect tonight, but I mean the Avs can put the puck in the back of the net. They themselves average 3.2 goals per game, which is 12th in the league, but it actually went up a little bit. I think 3.22 now after the 5 the other night. And so they can definitely do that. But, Carolina, they can score their way out of problems, too. It's a really good hockey club overall. So I don't know, man. We'll see. I guess we'll find out what the heck is coming down the pike tonight. But this should be an exciting game. It always seems to be in Carolina because that is a volume shooting team.
I know
the Hurricanes just fire the heck out of that puck.
I know your answer is going to be I don't know, Moj, but this isn't what you know. It's your opinion. Does Wedgwood start tonight?
If we're to believe I'll text Connor and Riker and see who's in the quote starters net because I'm not there. But if you go by what Jared Bednar has said in the past, he likes to ride the hot hand. Wedgwood was good the other night.
Mm-hmm.
Heck
really
yeah,
good.
You start
Came
Wedgwood.
There you go. But I mean, who's your number one, Vic? It's Georgie, and you're not going to just he's been winning hockey games, so you're not just going to stick him in the backup role right now.
Ask me
we'll
that
see.
question. Ask me that question. Who's your number one?
Vic, who would you start tonight?
Whoever's hot. Whoever's better.
That's Wedgwood. Yeah.
There is no number one. There is no number one. That would be my answer.
Yeah.
There is no number one. This isn't Shesterkin here. That's not who you are. That's not who you have. There is no number one on this team. Wedgwood pitched a shutout. Now, granted, the team played better, but I've never seen this team. It's so weird. We asked Coach Bednar about this. Man, the simple maneuver of changing goalies, and suddenly the entire team played differently.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they had a brain transplant.
Well, he came in the first period, and they still weren't playing great. The start of the second period, they really, really picked it up, and I thought they should have had more than just one tally in that second period. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, I just kept calling him Luukkonen or UPL.
So wait, his first name is what?
Uka.
Ukko-Pekka. Well, it's really kind of Ukko-Pekka.
Yeah.
It's Ukko. It's Ukko-Pekka.
UKKO hyphen, yeah.
Pekka.
Ukko-Pekka.
And then Luukkonen. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen. Riker loves to say it. Anytime
So would
he
you
has to
say
play
the
Buffalo,
whole name?
he
every time
giggles
you
the
mention
entire
him?
night.
Uga-Pekka, Uga-Pekka.
Uga-Pekka. Deep inside. Anyway, no, I would say UPL or Luukkonen, but it's a real tongue twister if you try to say, what a save by Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, over and over
that sounds
again.
pretty
It's
cool,
not-
actually.
All right, listen.
Yeah.
Listen, if both the Avs and the Nuggets can get it done tonight, if we can go 2-0 on the double dipperoo, I'm going to give you people something that you've desired for a long time. We're going to have tomorrow Jesse do play-by-play of each sport, each game. If we can get a 2-0 tonight.
It's been a while, Jesse.
Jesse,
Sharp,
don't
hone
look
up.
at us with that vacant look in your eye.
I know, you've just been sitting there back there. You haven't done anything all show long, but just sit
No,
there.
I'm just trying to think how I'm going to play it and do play-by-play at the same time.
He's worried about the technical aspect. He's like, I got the play-by-play down. It's just how I do it together.
No, that's no problem at all whatsoever.
Hey, is driving that car a lot different than the old studio, by the way?
Yes, much different.
Is it really?
It is, yes.
Yeah, you look sort of lost.
Jesse does have. You remember that tweet that we were talking about yesterday with Jameis Winston?
Yeah.
Jesse's got that look. If you guys missed it, I want to read it again because it's so funny. Again, the Twitter account who sent this was referees are not people. He said Jerry Jeudy doesn't throw tantrums when Jameis Winston doesn't throw him the ball because he knows Jameis will look at him dead in the eyes and tell him the exact date and time he will die. And Jesse's got a little bit of that to him.
Yeah, he does have a little
Don't
bit of
mess with
that.
Jess.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, we don't screw with the Trujillo.
By the way,
another-
just real quick on the
Yeah.
Wedgwood stuff, my favorite save from the other night was the one that he deflected straight up in the air, had no idea where it was, and then just decided to stand like a scarecrow against the net. I don't know
That's
where it is, but no.
But that's the deal, is that these goalies are amazing. Well, how about the one where it rolled up on his back and he could feel it on his back, so
Yep.
he flipped over to keep it out of the net, which is
That was
pretty
cool.
crazy, pretty cool. But the goalies, they have you can see it. They know if they have the puck secured or not, right? They know something's not right, put it that way. So when it's rolling on his back, he's going to flip over like a fish and do a Dominic Hasek thing and that sort of thing. It goes off of him, and it goes straight up in the air. Now, he knows that it's somewhere in the air, but he doesn't know where. But he knows it's somewhere. It's not behind him against the boards. It didn't ricochet around. It's somewhere up here, but he can't do this. So he goes right to his net, scarecrow, right? And then it bounces just to the right of the crease and it skips away. These guys have that sixth sense. You ever see a goalie, like, make a save, but then they'll do this? They'll just twitch their head back real quick, like, did it sneak through? Is it on? You know, they know whether it's not securely fastened to their body or not. It's pretty interesting. Hey, one thing we haven't talked about, but this is big for one guy on this Avalanche team. I know you guys are poo-pooing this Four Nations thing coming up in February, but Devon Taves is on Team Canada. And for a 30-year-old to be representing his country for the very first time, this is a really big deal. This is a really cool thing for a guy that spent 4 years in college and some years in the minors before he actually got a chance in the NHL, and he's an excellent pair with Cale Makar, and they want him, and they're going to use him with Cale Makar because you have to come together quickly as a team to win this damn thing, right? And so Devon Taves is, first of all, he's worthy. Second of all, he's great with Cale, and this is just really, really a cool thing. Really cool.
Moj, I just want you to be fair here, okay? You're not a fan of the NBA Cup, right? You think it's frivolous, forced.
Well, I just think it's a gimmick, is what it is. Okay. It's stupid.
What the hell is this?
Yeah, I agree with Vic.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what the hell this is. This isn't something inside your season. This is international play.
No,
you're representing your.
It
why?
is inside the season.
Yeah, it is.
But not
you're
talking about.
It's actually worse. You stopped the season.
He's saying it doesn't count towards your record. I get it, Moj, but it does kind of make it worse to me.
But you're not playing for your team the way these NBA Cup
crap
going on.
But why are we doing this?
Let me tell you this right now, Moj. If Taves or anybody gets hurt playing in this thing, I'm ripping everything out of this studio.
Okay, fine. You should go ahead and do that.
What's the reason for doing this? What's the reason for stopping play and going to what's it called?
Four Nations
tournament.
What about the people that don't? What about the players that don't play for these other nations? What do they do?
Well, dude, you can't play hockey in the summertime, essentially, right? I mean, that's your off season. The players want this. The players have wanted this.
The Olympics are in the summer. Not the Winter Olympics. I understand it, but I'm just saying that's in the middle of the offseason for the NBA.
Understood. I'm just telling you right now that the players wanted this. They are building it in like an Olympics type of thing.
How much time is taken off?
3 weeks.
Jeez.
By the way, I forgot to tell you. I got to email the boss. I'll be out.
Shocker.
Gone.
That's why. Hey, why do you think Mojo likes it? Hey, let me give you one guess. Why? Let me give you one quick guess why Mosier likes the 3-week. What's it called?
What do you think? We think I'm going full Kruckman? What do you think? Going full Kruckman?
Exactly.
The players want this.
This is your dad. This is your daddy parenting time. This is what this is for you.
You know what? The balls on this guy. Balls on this guy to just say that I'm going to be out. You know what I told him the other day? I said,
by the way, Connor says it. Connor says it looks like Wedgwood's going to be in.
Okay. You know what I told him the other day? Mm-hmm. I go, Moj, I'm taking all of the Christmas week off. Mm-hmm. And he goes, wow, that's a shocker. And I said, I haven't had a day off since July. It's been July.
I agree with you. You work harder than all of us.
And Mosier, who's taken like 2 months off in that time frame,
just random days,
feels the need to rip me for this?
Yeah, I agree. I'm with you.
Time out. You guys are amazing. You realize that my entire
wake up every morning and fire this light up?
You spent a week in New Mexico, dude.
Yeah, you realize
New Mexico.
You realize my entire vacation was gone last year, right? I mean, entire vacation.
No. You took it. You just didn't take it to the place you thought you were
going to go. I spent 4 days in New Mexico. I spent 4 days in New Mexico. That's it. That ain't. Have you ever been in New Mexico, Jack? That ain't vacation. Okay, no offense, New Mexico.
That is sort of a sentence.
No offense.
Yeah. No, I agree with Moj on this one. That's not vacation. But that's where you have to put your foot down and say, I ain't doing this. It's like the time that your wife made you go on a trip with her and her friends or her sisters or something like that to Estes Park. Just say no.
I enjoyed hanging out with my sister-in-law.
Wow, you really look like you mean it when you say that.
No, actually, it wasn't. No, it was it. Who was it?
I enjoyed doing that.
That was
a fun time.
Listen, Moshe, I know you're paid. Moshe, the difference between you and me, like if you ask me about the NBA Cup, NBA Cup's like, the courts are
Well, it's
silly.
just it's a gimmick. It's a league
gimmicky,
gimmick.
the courts-
This
whatever.
is not a league
You're-
gimmick.
you're-
This is
you're-
international competition that players want.
You will never
What?
allow yourself to say anything derogatory that the NHL does. Anything.
But that's a bunch of crap. No, that's a bunch of crap. I think these overseas games, hey, listen, I hope the Avs never play in Europe again unless they're there for 2 weeks or something like that. It's a pain in the butt. It really is to go to Finland and Sweden. It's a pain in the butt for teams. I'm not a super big fan of that. I hope the Avs don't do it anymore.
I hate that this tournament's in the middle of the season. I hate it. I can't stand it. I think it's so
When
dumb.
would you prefer it? In the middle of August?
In the off season. Yeah.
They
Off-season.
play indoors in arenas.
Yeah, how about that? August
Yeah.
August sounds great.
Didn't
It
they
ramps
play
you
a-
right up into the preseason training camp, all that stuff.
Yeah, didn't the Avs play a Stanley Cup game in Tampa in June?
I'll tell you what. I want you to look Cale Makar in the face and say, you know what? This is a bunch of bull crap.
I don't know.
Then it's in
Nikola
the middle of
Jokic
the
just
season.
Nikola Jokic just played in the middle of the summer in his offseason.
That's the Olympic Games, you dillhole.
They played the FIBA. They played the FIBA in
They
the
did
summer.
that, yeah.
What's the difference?
I didn't.
They didn't
I
shut
thought
down
he
the
took- I
NBA
thought he
for a
took it
month
off.
to play the FIBA
I
Cup.
thought Nikola Jokic took the FIBA Cup off.
A lot of NBA players played in the FIBA Cup, including. Do you remember when the Americans sent a team and didn't win it in the middle of the summer?
What's the point? Middle of the season, stupid. Stupid. You want to have I'm not saying the tournament is to break up the thing that matters more.
This tournament is going to be fun to watch. You're exactly right. I'm not disputing the tournament one bit. It's going to be fun to watch a collection of talent like this and playing for their countries. I will love it. But you're right. To stop the season for 3 weeks?
Don't stop the season.
That's dumb.
I'm sorry I brought it up. I really am.
I'm sorry you did too.
compl-
No, I'm mad.
I'm sorry.
You like
sorry,
it. The only
Devontae.
reason you like it is because you get 3 weeks off and you know it.
I'm out.
The only place Moshe would rather
I'm
be
out of here. I swear
other
to God,
than calling a hockey
so
game
gone.
is not doing anything at all.
Exactly.
I don't blame you. It's me too. I love this job. I love it. I also love just sitting on my couch for a little bit. It's also really nice. 303-504-0925 back after this. Just out of curiosity, I want to see if you guys care about this or not. So on Monday, Jerry Jeudy goes crazy, but the Browns lose. He had a career high or franchise high of an opposing wide receivers receiving yards against the Denver Broncos. What did it finish up, like 235 or something like that? Right?
Correct.
The player of the week on offense in the AFC was Josh Allen, who threw for 148 passing yards. And that just doesn't seem to make sense.
Wait.
Yeah.
Let me sit down. Let me start over again. A quarterback who threw for 148 yards wins an Offensive Player of the Week award over a receiver who just set a record for most receiving yards by an opponent in Mile High Stadium.
Who went from 30th in the NFL to 5th in receiving yards in one game. Yeah. You know what?
hold on.
I know why. It's because of the stupid receiving touchdown he got to on the pitchback. That has to be it.
Yeah, and in fact it was snowing and it looked cool and it's Buffalo but come on, man. Come on.
Stupid, right?
Come on, man.
That's pretty. I'm looking right now. I'm like, did he rush for something?
Come on.
He had a rushing touchdown and 2 passing touchdowns.
And a receiving touchdown, I guess. Okay.
That's pretty. Pretty lame.
I know a lot of people don't like Jerry Jeudy. I understand why, but give him his love. The dude.
Well, one of his
just went
passing
off.
touchdowns was to himself, right?
Whatever.
He got it. Yeah.
Well, no, it's weird because he threw.
He got credit. He got credit for it, by the way, as a passing touchdown and a receiving touchdown.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, he threw it to a receiver, but the receiver just pitched it back to him and he ran it in, so he gets the credit for the TD. By the way, Vic, I got something else that's probably going to bother you. Look, Oklahoma State was terrible. We saw that the final week of the season against CU. They are just very supremely untalented. But they have this quarterback there named Alan Bowman. So Alan Bowman started his college career in 2018 for Texas Tech. He was a 3-year player at Texas Tech, 3-year starter. He then was the backup in Michigan for 2 years in 2021 and 2022. And now he started for Oklahoma State the last 2 years. That's a 7-year college career. He has been granted an 8th season.
It doesn't bother me anymore. These guys get paid. I mean,
But when does this stuff stop?
It's not. I mean, you could feasibly have dudes who are 35 years old and decide, you know what? I ain't a pro, but I want to play some college ball.
Dude, this is what I'm telling you. Is it going to get to a point where there is unlimited eligibility? Yeah. Guys are going to be able to make a living playing college football, through NIL and whatnot.
Like,
are they not?
Can I make a statement about people who've played 7 years?
Like, how much money did Dylan Gabriel get to go to Oregon? How much did they pay? What's his NIL?
Brett, let me make this very easy for you. Mm-hmm. You played college baseball. Do you have any eligibility left by chance to play?
I don't think there's any shot that I do. No.
Well, just because you finished college doesn't mean you don't have. You only played how many seasons?
I played 3,
okay.
but I think your clock starts from the first year. I don't think you get those in perpetuity. It's like you have a window once your college career starts.
All right, for the sake of the argument, let's say that you redshirted and you're injured or whatever. If somebody offered you an NIL deal right now that quadrupled the salary you make here at our radio station, would you go play baseball for a year?
$150.
Would you go play college baseball at you? What school did you go to again?
UNO, baby.
Okay,
it's all about that Maverick Mojo.
UNO for 1 year. Let's say they offered you $500,000 in NIL because somebody saw the value of a good cow milker.
I get to play baseball for $500,000. Yes.
Okay. And so you're asking me a question
I
on
would
why
die,
these
though.
people. Of course, it's going to happen.
But is Alan Bowman getting $500,000 to play QB at Oklahoma State?
Does it beat the alternative of not making any money?
I mean, yeah, it does. You know what? I was going to say get a job, but I guess it is a job.
It is a job.
It's a job.
It is a job. You're making money. I mean, basically, we've told these players this is a job now. And you get to go to school and get an education again. Not sure if you need it. Want it.
What's another job? Dude, I shouldn't have gotten an education in the first place. I would have been just fine not paying student loans. What is another job that has a finite amount of time? Can you guys think of one? Like something that pays you money, but you can only do it for a certain amount of time and like a short period. Because that's what college athletics are now. It's a short period of time where you can make a little bit of cash doing something.
Very short
window.
period of time.
Yeah.
Short window.
I was going to say like a Formula One driver, but that's
You can do that
be-
until you're 50 whatever years old. I mean, it's tough.
How about
those guys
how
get
about government term limits for politicians?
Who has those?
Yeah, it's
Do
well,
those
president
exist?
you can only have 2 terms in your life. President, that's 8 years.
yeah.
Yeah, you know what I
Dylan
see?
Gabriel's been in college for 8 years, or it feels like it has.
Yeah,
Yes.
but a president, it's like, let's be honest, man. You know what I've never seen and will never see in my life? A poor world leader somewhere. I don't think those things exist anywhere you go. I don't
Short
even know
shelf
what's
life.
close. What has a shelf, like an active shelf life that's not sports related?
That I mean, what is there something where only somebody young and sports is really the only thing?
Somebody says stripper. Yeah, it's kind of. Kind of.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Hey, listen. I'll tell you what. My wife is smoking.
Okay,
I bet.
Speed Racer says soldier. Yeah.
Hold on a second.
What
My
do you
wife.
mean? There's guys who are in the military for like 20 to 30 years. Now it's different roles that they do. But
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You can transition to another role.
I just watched the movie
Good point.
13 Hours
Good point.
again the other night.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen that, it's a great movie. It's about Benghazi.
Yeah, it's been out for like. That's
I
not.
said
like
I
a new
rewatched
thing.
it. I said I rewatched it. I
Wait.
just got reminded how good that movie is.
We just went from strippers to Benghazi.
Well, we were talking about soldiers. Those guys were like 20-year contractor guys, 15-year
Yeah, okay.
contractor guys.
Okay. All right.
A lot of them live in Colorado too.
I tell you what's got a short shelf life: program directors at radio stations.
TikTok, Kevin. TikTok. Yeah, you know what? Radio hosts too.
Yes.
They go elsewhere. That's what's so funny to me. Like,
But no,
everybody
but they
I
don't
know
say-
in this town has
they don't
worked for
say-
every company. What the hell happens here?
Well, no, but they don't say, "Hey, when you're 23 years old, you can't do this anymore." They don't say that. You know
Right.
what I
How
mean?
long have we been doing this show together?
It's almost 6
5
years.
years.
Honest to God, we've already eclipsed what I never thought we'd be around this long. I thought I'd be dead.
Bro,
I thought maybe you'd go back, you'd get homesick, go back to Lincoln.
My first show was 6.5 months, and they go, it's enough of this.
Yeah, we're good.
They said, we gave it a shot. It's done. Okay? It's over. I'm shocked. 6 years later, I'm still sitting in this chair. It's crazy. Yeah, I don't even know if another job exists that way. We're just like, nope, enough. 303-504-0925.
Yeah, by the time you get to 23, 24, you can't do it, and you're not allowed to do it anymore. Period.
Yeah.
I mean, you can do it, but you can't do it here, right? I mean, you just can't play college sports anymore.
So you know what? Shout out Alan Bowman. Go ahead and take your 8th year of eligibility and do something with that. You might as well. All right, so games tonight. You can hear the Nuggets right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You have the Avs on AM 950, both of those at 5 o'clock. Keep in mind, Kreckman Lindahl going to be at number 38 today for their show as it leads up to both of those games.
Working their usual 2-hour shift.
No.
Yep.
Hour and a half shift today. Hour and a half.
Hey,
Oh
the
my
game,
God.
the Nuggets game, by the way, in Denver, in the Denver market, will be on Channel 9 tonight.
There you go. By the way, out there at number 38 for Thursday Night Football, as well as it is Detroit in Green Bay. So stop by number 38.
Wedgwood will start tonight.
Interesting.
Wedgwood between the pipes.
I'm pumped. I'm excited to see this. Can he capitalize on what he did in relief just a couple of nights ago? Looked good. And you know what? Both teams tonight playing against good teams should be a nice little test as we head into Friday. So
I think this is going to be a really fun game. I really do. I think it's going to be a really entertaining hockey game.
check out the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mose, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a wonderful Thursday. Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Double dipperoo tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and AM 950. You can hear the Nuggets take on the Cleveland Cavaliers tonight, starting at 4:30 right here on 92.5. Avs will be on the road for the second game of a 5-game road trip against the Hurricanes on AM 950. Again, 4:30 pregame show for that one there. And after the comebacks a couple of days ago, after the 21-6 run for the Nuggets, after the 4-goal comeback for the Avalanche, make it 5 goals unanswered to win in regulation, now we get a true test for both of these teams. You get the best team in the NBA this evening who has lost one time at home this year, who started off the season 15-0 in the Cleveland Cavaliers. For a team that hasn't defended very well in the Nuggets, well, you get tested with the best shooting team in the league, not only overall, but from 3 as well. And then the Avalanche have to go against the Carolina Hurricanes, who are 16-8-1, one of the better defensive clubs in the NHL over the last 5 years. It's a great test this evening. And you know what? I'm ready for both of these teams to start to step up to the plate. I'm done with this 500 crap.
I'm excited to see this Darius Garland cat. You know, Donovan Spidey Mitchell. It's going to be a fun game to watch. And I feel like the sports world acknowledged that we all had a pretty significant consumption of sport, food, and beverage hangover coming off of Monday night after an unbelievable stretch of football that began last Tuesday with Kent State and some action finishing out the 0-12, and it culminated on Monday night with an incredible game. Denver Broncos beating the Cleveland Browns. And here's another Denver versus Cleveland matchup, and I think tonight's going to be phenomenal. And then you also, of course, get the Avs coming off there. Incredible, and I'm talking incredible come-from-behind win. I'm excited to watch that tonight. And then you also get a little Packers and some Lions on some Thursday night football on the Amazon Prime Network.
Might be the best game of the night.
It's going to be really cool.
I think it's going to be another shootout. We were talking about how the Broncos in the Browns game was going to be high scoring despite what both defenses had to offer. I think this one is, I think it's guaranteed to be fireworks.
It is, and especially with the amount of Lions defensive linemen that are out for that game. And you do
Lions are hurt. They keep winning, but they're hurt.
They are. They're a little banged up. And it's strange. The Packers play well inside of Ford Field, or Ford Stadium, or whatever, Henry Ford's building that he built in 1918 and got rebuilt, I guess. They play great in that building. So that's going to be a fun one to watch.
I don't think that's true.
No, it's not true. But it's named after a guy who died like 100 years ago, I think. Maybe 50, 75. So, yeah. How you doing, Raj? Everything good?
I'm doing great. I'm looking at this Nuggets game as this is a benchmark for me. Right, because while Jamal hasn't shot well, and he's now shooting less for a guy that is a volume shooter, I don't think the way to get him out of whatever funk that he's in is to shoot the ball less. I think for a volume shooter and a guy who has to see the ball go in to gain that confidence, I need to see him chuck up 20 shots this evening, and hopefully he's not going 7 of 20 from the field. But what I liked at the end of the game a couple of nights ago was we're seeing a little bit more effort on the defensive side from Jamal Murray. And I think that is one aspect that he can control, right? Right now, he can't control the shot, but he can control defensive presence. And he's one of the reasons why you came back to win that game against Golden State, right? He forces turnovers at the end of the game, has a steal with 20 seconds to go to ice that thing and send AG to the line. That's what I'm looking for tonight. Like, if he's going up against Donovan Mitchell, you have to make sure that he stays in front of you. Stays in front of you. No more of these sashaying, let him get to the hole constantly. The guy's averaging, 25? 5-5? He's a stud. If you can match Mitchell's defensive intensity, I think they're going to have a great chance to win.
Raj, be honest with me. Did you know much about Darius Garland before the beginning of this season for the Cleveland Cavaliers? Because I didn't. I mean, I really hadn't heard much about him at all. I've been following up on my Cleveland Cavaliers basketball. Like, I'm gonna leave it out here. Anybody know where Darius Garland went to college? KJ?
Virginia.
You got the first letter right. SEC, high academics.
Oh man,
Vandy
guy. 5th year in the NBA. He is having a career season. He started out on fire this year. Throughout he was averaging 12s, 17s. I guess he had 2 really good years, 21, and then 18, and now he's back up to 20. Good basketball player, complimentary player with Spidey. You're going to have to defend because you have 2 elite guards that can move, can shoot. And I think that the onus is going to be on Jamal Murray to continue this mentality that we started to see late in the game. I want to see that because a lot of times when you're a player, and there's so many different sides of it, you could probably talk to the hockey side of it. Like Casey Middlestat right now is in a bit of a slump. But if you do other things that don't involve scoring or don't involve maybe the offensive side of your game, and you do them really, really well, it serves as a phenomenal mental distraction to get you back into playing form. And that's what I'm looking for Jamal Murray, is continue that mentality on the defensive side, shutting down, being a part of shutting down a Darius Garland and or a Spidey Mitchell. And then you start playing yourself into confidence, which leads to success on the other side.
Interesting conversation, though, with comparing Jamal to Casey Middlestat, where while Middlestat is a 2C, right? You are paid to produce at a relative point per game pace. Most second centers are just south of that. Like really good second centers are just south of that over the course of the year. And I think that Middlestat's eventually going to go on a tear where he has like a point per game in 12 straight, and he'll be back up to his projection at the beginning of the season. Not as hot as he was at the beginning of the year, but I don't think that Middlestat's play and his lack of production over the past few games is as impactful to the Avalanche
100%. 100%.
Kind of floundering as Jamal is.
No, I would entirely agree with that. I mean, the Avs' issues are not finding the back of the net.
No, it's keeping the puck out of their own.
Yes. And it's frankly, even you've pointed to the analytics, it's not even necessarily how they're playing. I know there's a lot of Avs faithful out there that wants to see smash mouth hockey and chiclets flying all over the ice.
2001 New Jersey Devils.
Yeah, that's what they're looking for. You're probably not going to get it with this team, but you are covering the ice.
I remember when there was a 2-line pass.
You're skating well. You just need to have a netminder that is going to keep the puck out of the back of the net, and particularly, Raj, early in games. Like, can we see the wedgie? Can I just get a solid wedgie that just keeps? Give me 8 minutes. Can I take 8? Is 8 minutes too much to ask, wedgie? If the wedge master goes a complete clean sheet through the first period, I'll give myself a wedgie and a swirly. Remember the swirly?
I never got a swirly. I never gave anyone a swirly.
Yeah, it's because
swirly
you didn't grow up in the 80s and 90s.
I was going to say
me.
It was just
big swirly era.
I was just outside of it because I always heard about the swirly, but I was never around one.
You know what's awesome about our listeners is I'd say if you're probably 65 or older, you probably have no idea what the hell I'm talking about with the swirly. If you're probably 30 years or younger,
there's a sweet spot.
You don't know anything about the swirly. If you're in that kind of 31 to 64 era or 64 year old age bracket, you know about the swirly.
The prank that was very popular when I was in middle school and in early high school was the Axe Bomb.
Never heard of it.
You just taped. You remember the old Axe body sprays?
Oh yeah, yep.
All right.
I didn't know it had a name. Axe body spray.
Axe body spray. So you would go and buy a thing of Axe body spray for, Axe body spray Phoenix. If I remember, that one was the blue one. And you would tape it down with duct tape and launch it into somebody's locker. And it would just go off for a half hour. And just smoke would just seep out of it. It would make the entire school smell. That was the big prank that we had.
Did you ever do it to anybody?
Oh, yeah.
Did you ever have it done to you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Constantly.
Yeah.
All the time. It was more of a prank between buddies. I don't know if I ever pranked someone that I hated.
Yeah, it's locker room vibes, right? You probably got a couple of your fellow hockey players. You got some of your fellow skaters.
Dude,
your sticking puckers.
My wife went to.
Did you axe bomb your wife?
No, she.
You should do it.
I should do it.
do it in like makeup kit. You imagine
in the middle
opens
of a
it up
at home.
And she smells like, what were the names of like Rico Suave? just jumps out and attacks her.
Something out of a Tom Clancy novel. I'm doing a body roll and just dropping these things in there. I would love to. Mine were easy. But my wife one day opened up her locker to a dismembered cat.
What?
Yep.
Is she okay?
She's okay now.
No, like, I mean, is she okay?
Oh, she's okay.
Like, big picture,
Big
long
picture,
game,
she's all right. She had to deal with that.
dismembered.
Dismembered cat.
Is she a cat person?
No.
Ooh, could you imagine?
No, we're dog people. We got a sheep-a-doodle, Tito.
Do you think is that why she's now a dog person? Because cats were ruined for her for the rest of her life?
I would venture to guess
Probably
so.
a smart move to not have cats.
I'm not a child psychologist, but I don't think that's a big leap to make.
Do you know what was dismembered?
No, I don't.
Was the head missing?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Like paws and tails, and yeah. Yeah, I'm dead
In her,
serious. man.
where did she find it?
In her locker. She went
At
to school in
school.
Albuquerque. Yeah.
That sounds about right.
Tough go.
Was it Walter White?
Funny story. The high school that she went to was where they filmed all the high school scenes in Breaking Bad. So I was like, it matches up.
It does.
And then she married a guy who was like, yeah, the
You know what?
worst thing that I had was that I smelled kind of good for the next 2 weeks.
I'm a big fan of Albuquerque in the state of New Mexico. And it's like got some really cool quirks to it, but man, it's a bit weird as well.
Bit weird.
Yeah, you're going to be there pretty soon.
Bit weird. All right, on the other side, I want to go through this. We teased it yesterday. I want to go through the checklist of playoff contenders in the AFC. Who has what they need to truly make a splash in the playoffs? And are the Broncos there? That's on the other side. We'll go through a couple of mock drafts that we saw yesterday.
Mock drafts? Is this DMAC
Yeah,
hour?
gotta love a good
We're
mock.
going to beat DMAC to the mock draft.
It's a double dip here on Altitude Sports Radio. Nuggets and Avs both tonight. Nuggets on 92.5, Avs on 950. So much to get into on the morning sprint. He's Coach Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Bye week for the Broncos doesn't mean we're stopping talking about a resurgent year for Denver. Currently sitting in a playoff spot, and the question is now turned to, while we'll get to Indianapolis when we want to get to them, when we're damn good and ready to get to them. The conversation is turned to, well, yeah, you're a playoff team now, but can you actually contend in the playoffs? The national conversation is, well, you don't want to face Denver in the playoffs because of that really good defense, because of how well Bo Nix, despite the 2 picks against Cleveland, has been taking care of the football and making these incremental jumps as a starter in this league, right? At the beginning of the year, it was, well, is he even an NFL caliber quarterback? And then 3 or 4 weeks in, it was, well, is he a top 30 guy? A lot of people would say no. And at this point, and Coach said it a couple of days ago, bona fide top 10. He's right now at bona fide. He's 11, but he's trending to get into the top 10 already. Do they have enough to actually contend? And I want to look at the rest of these teams. There are 9 teams in the playoff picture, 2 of which have already punched their ticket, right? Kansas City and Buffalo are already in.
Right. Before we get too into the weeds, just real quick. Bucky Brooks of Fox Sports NFL on the Fox on NFL X account just came out with his top 10 power rankings currently. 1 Detroit, 2 Buffalo, 3 Philly, 4 Kansas City, 5 Minnesota, 6 Green Bay, find out tonight, 7 Pittsburgh, 8 Chargers, 9 Broncos, 10 Ravens. Just current power rankings. Now, one thing that I found very interesting about that is we're going to have the conversation that you brought up, these kind of criteria for ability to contend. The Broncos actually, they hit a few more boxes than you think.
They got a lot of them.
The thing that you see, and I tweeted this out when I saw this last night, is currently the Denver Broncos are 0-4 against the current power rankings according to Bucky Brooks of NFL on Fox. You lost to the Chiefs, you lost to the Chargers, you lost to the Steelers, you lost to the Ravens. The team you're ranked ahead of, you lost 41-10 to. But the beautiful thing about it, you get to play the next 5 games. And yep, I said 5. The next 5 games, you're going to play against 3 of these 5 top 10 contenders in the National Football League.
It's not like, and I know Cincinnati's, their record sucks right now, but that is not a pushover team.
It's not.
The best passer in the world is Joe Burrow. Statistically, he's the best quarterback in the league right now. That's not a pushover game.
Just Vance, please don't play a ton of zone
For the
coverage.
love of God.
Just blitz him back to the Stone Age. Play tightly contested man coverage. And if you give up a bomb, you give up a bomb. But just don't let him eat you alive in these underneath areas that are wide, stinking open.
That game's going to matter because look at Indy's the one. Miami's still alive, but Indy is the main team, right? That can catch you and supplant you as the 7 seed in the playoffs this year. Their schedule here on out, compared to yours, it's super easy for Indianapolis going out. And it's because you play in the AFC South. Indy has remaining on their schedule outside of the Denver matchup on
which is
December
a tough
15th.
one for them on the road.
Of course it is.
And that's an eliminator.
Home against Tennessee, on the road against the Giants, home against Jacksonville. You can't bank on them losing a game.
Gotta beat them.
You have to beat them. Right? So they're
and then I think you got to go beat the Chargers. Find a way. Find a freaking way. And you can start climbing the wild card. Climb it.
You're going to learn so much about them at the end of this season. All 4 of those games are tough. All 4 of those games matter because Indy, who is sitting, what, are they 2 games behind right now? Indy?
Yeah, I think Indy's 2 and Miami's 3.
All right, so 2 games behind. If you lose to Indy, you have to win out, essentially, assuming that they're going to beat the crap rest of schedule that they have. I think Indianapolis is, in terms of the teams that are still viable, I think they're the worst one of the bunch. I think I'm more scared about Miami because they've got a better quarterback. They have a better defense. They're
soft, though. Miami is soft.
They are soft. Are they the Hurricanes of the NFL?
Yeah.
Miami and Miami,
and I think
goes hand in hand.
From some of the reports that I'm reading, and I don't have any insider sources in the Miami Dolphins locker room, but I heard that there is some chaos happening inside of that locker room because there are certain guys on that team that are like, the way we are built and the way we go about our business is soft. and we will never achieve what we intend to achieve if we continue to be this sports car that can't travel whatsoever because the tread on our tires doesn't function too well in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Is that a Mike McDaniel problem?
Yes.
All the excitement that he brings in, there's one thing that you don't really get from him, and that is, are you built to win when it gets tough? The answer so far has been no. He's a delight for a soundbite, and he can coordinate a hell of an offense, but I don't know if he can do the other things at this point. Okay, so my checklist right now for being a true contender in the postseason, I checked this back to the last 10 Super Bowl champions. Top 10 quarterback, top 10 defense. I'm sure different metrics can tell you whether or not it's an actual top 10 defense, but we'll just go based off of points allowed. Top 20 rusher or rushing attack. A bona fide number one wideout, and an elite corner. Those are my 5 things that I think you need to have at least 3 or 4 to be a contender. If you have 4 or 5, you are a favorite to go win a Super Bowl. As of right now, this year, Kansas City has Patrick Mahomes, 9th best quarterback in the league, the 8th rated defense in the league. They've got Trent McDuffie as an elite corner. They do lack a running game in Kareem Hunt.
Is Isaiah Pacheco, is he done? I haven't seen the latest.
If he comes back and is healthy, that is something that changes, right? Can Kareem Hunt and Isaiah Pacheco combine to be a top 20 rushing attack? I think the answer would be yes, but it remains to be seen. They don't technically have a number 1 wide receiver or a pass catcher, but Travis Kelce is currently ranked at 31st in the league, and that's not a guy that I'm going to bet against.
What about our guy Hopkins? Is he?
I still think he's over the hill.
Okay.
I don't know if he's a game breaker, man.
All right, so Isaiah Pacheco, as he's back and practicing, and that was 2 weeks ago.
Do you call them a top 20 rushing attack? I think the answer is probably no for Kansas City.
Regular season. See, the thing about the Chiefs, Raj, is it's like there's this regular season caveat, and then it's like,
and that's why throw everything you know about.
Are they a contender?
Yes.
Yes.
It's because they're the Chiefs.
KJ, are the Chiefs a contender to win the Super Bowl this year?
I unfortunately would have to say yes.
As long as Patrick Mahomes is there, you are a contender. So throw out the rules there. I think it does matter for everyone else in the league, however. Buffalo has a top 10 quarterback.
Pacheco did play last week. Thanks for texting in. We had like 2 or 3 texts, so I appreciate it.
Buffalo has a top 10 quarterback, and Josh Allen might be the league's MVP this year. They have the number 6 rated defense in the league. Cook, as a rusher, is directly at number 20 on yards. However, he's punched the ball in 11 times this year, which is top 5 in the league. So
highly efficient,
top 20 rushing attack for them. And they've got Taron Johnson as an elite corner, right? So I think Buffalo checks every single one of the marks for me.
Current form, they're the best contender.
Yes.
If you're looking at just the regular season, how the season is played out, they are the best contender in the National Football League.
Pittsburgh, elite passing? No. As well as
coming
Russ,
off of 4 Bills, though.
As well as Russ has played, he's the 30th best passer in the league.
Well, is that taking into account that he didn't play for 4 of those games?
It's not.
See, that's the thing. These passing stats get used and weaponized.
All right, so you're going to tell me that
people.
Russ is the top 10 quarterback in the league? Russ better than Bo?
I mean, right now his record's better as a starting quarterback for the Steelers. He's lost 1 game. He lost to Jameis.
Would you rather have Russ or Knicks?
Bo.
Okay.
I decided not to.
He's not a top 10
I'm not a
quarterback.
shade thrower anymore.
He's playing.
I will evaluate Bo.
He's playing very well. He's not a top 10 quarterback. Pittsburgh has an elite defense, top 5, top 3, maybe the best in the league right now. They have one of the better rushers in the league in Najee Harris, who's a bona fide top 10 rusher
Warren,
right now.
They got a 2-man. They got their own little Sonic and Knuckles going up there too.
And they have a legit number 1 wide receiver in George Pickens.
He's playing well. He's a lot of antics, but
right.
He's playing well.
Pittsburgh checks off a lot of those boxes. Houston, while Stroud has struggled this year, he can still light it up. Top 10 quarterback?
Not this season.
You don't think so?
I mean, I got to check the stats.
Yards say different, but he doesn't keep care of the football this year.
He's been turning the rock over.
Right. So I still think I would put a green check mark there because of what we saw last year. I don't want to throw him away. For me, it's a check mark.
15 touchdowns, 9 interceptions.
They have a number 1 wide receiver in Collins. They have a number 1 running back in Joe Mixon, who's top 10 this year. Big time number 1. The defense is questionable, middle of the road.
Hasn't been like it was last year.
Are they a playoff contender?
They're a playoff contender.
Not
a Super Bowl contender.
They're not a championship contender. And that's where I think we're getting into
I think
this
they're
field.
a one and done.
They're a one and done. LA's the same way. You've got Herbert at 18, but they do have the number 1 defense in the league. Dobbins, although he's injured now, was a top 20 running back, and their number 1 wide receiver is Lad McConkey. Now
he's balling.
He's balling, and he has a lot of similarities, obviously, to those Patriots teams that were led by like Julian Edelman when they were winning Super Bowls. Not because he's white, because he's an undersized slot receiver. But I guess that too.
He's actually. I saw him at the combine. He's actually not as undersized as you think. I think he's like 6'1". Like you think he's like this little, water bug 5'9" guy. He's like
there's not a lot of those guys.
He just looks like he's the rush chair for lambda. It's a bit of a different look.
Denver has Bo Nix, borderline top 10 quarterback, top 5 defense, top 3.
Number 3.
All right.
Scoring defense.
Number 3 scoring defense.
You take out 2 abysmal defensive performances where you played zone coverage and you strayed from your identity. Dude, you're top 1.
Pat Surtain is arguably the best corner in the league. Sutton's a top 10 wide receiver. We talked about this yesterday.
We went through all the stats.
He is a top 10 wide receiver this year.
Statistically, yes.
Number 1 wideout, check. The only thing they don't have going for them is that they can't run the damn football.
Because they haven't committed to it. And they haven't committed to a running back. And I will maintain this since training camp. And I had some bad takes coming out of training camp. And some players really played into phenomenal play. And certainly in the current status of how they're playing. And I'd say top of that list is Bo Nix and Luke Wattenberg. I was scared to death of losing Lloyd Cushenberry. I thought that was going to be a major drop-off. It hadn't been at all. Now, the guy that I will maintain should be running back 1. And can be utilized not identically to the 2000 whatever New Orleans Saints, but I think Jaleel McLaughlin has some Alvin Kamara vibes to him.
The 09 Saints.
Was Kamara on? He wasn't on the 09 Saints.
No. The 09 Saints was like a 3-headed.
Was it Ingram?
No, it was
it was Deuce McAllister.
Pierre Thomas.
Was Deuce McAllister on that squad?
Deuce McAllister and Reggie Bush.
That's a
sounds
good
like a
running back stable, man.
Sounds like a man that grew up a state or 2 away from that team.
Listen, man, that's all I know. That's all I know is Saints football. I know way too much.
The 2015 Broncos that won the Super Bowl had the number 1 defense in the league, obviously.
Yep.
Very akin to what's happening right now.
Elite pass rushers.
They had Demaryius Thomas as the number 7 wide receiver that year, bona fide top 10. They had 2 elite corners in Talib and Harris. You could also add in Emmanuel Sanders as a top-tier wide receiver, probably the best number 2 in the league that year. And then the sneaky one that separated them, obviously you've got Peyton Manning at the helm. Ronnie Hillman was a top 15 rusher that year.
I coached against him in college. He was at San Diego State Aztec. Good back.
They have everything but the rushing attack that team that won it back in 2015 did, outside of the immense wisdom of Peyton Manning.
Has the extreme commitment by Sean Payton to the development of Bo Nix as your next franchise quarterback gotten in the way of developing a true running identity?
No, because I don't think he believes that he has the personnel there.
But he's got the offensive line to do it. He's got his number 1 tight end is nothing but an elite run blocker in Adam Troutman. And a little kind of a ham and egger as a pass catcher.
I can have a really pretty car. I can have a perfectly tuned V8 engine and spend $150,000 on a hot rod. And if it doesn't have wheels, it ain't going anywhere.
I just want to see a commitment to Jaleel McLaughlin because you were close to having a 29-game drought of a 100-yard rusher come to an end. And it came at the culmination of a really important drive where you took off some clock, you controlled the pace of the game, and Jaleel McLaughlin got rolling. He got up to 84 yards.
You know what might tell you that he doesn't really want to commit to that game? What did we talk about 2 weeks ago? That 300-yard, that mark That stat.
He knows the number.
He knows the number.
Sean Payton knows the number.
He knew the number for Bo, and he pushed him to get there. You don't think he knew the number? The 29 straight games without a 100-yard rusher on this team?
I don't think he cares about that number.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think he cares
You know
about
what Bo Nix was at that point in time when he decided to throw the football inside the 35-yard line instead of run it?
290-something?
294.
Does he care? And will it keep them from being true contenders?
I want him to care because I want this team to make noise in the postseason.
Because they have, again, I'm telling you, they have everything else. They have everything else. The only other teams that have legit check marks in all of those boxes are Buffalo, Kansas City, the Chargers, and Baltimore. But the Baltimore defense is god-awful. And there's a reason why, guys, was it Dane Brugler that put him a spot behind Denver?
That was Bucky Brooks.
Okay, sorry, Bucky Brooks.
I don't know who Bucky Brooks is. He's got a cool name.
Former NFL player. Bucky Brooks, the linebacker?
Yeah,
right?
he used to be a solid linebacker in the NFL.
There we go. Bucky Brooks.
There's a reason.
Did he play Tampa?
Tampa sounds right.
Okay.
Bucky Brooks, yeah, Tampa sounds
You know the NFC South. Is that right, KJ?
That is correct.
Hey,
It's our NFC South. Thank God we have them, especially when you're the NFC South champions here in Denver.
There's a reason why people don't believe in Baltimore right now. It's because, one, they haven't been able to get it done in the postseason, and defenses travel. Defenses travel in January and February, man, and Denver has that traveling defense. I don't know if they've got, can Bo rise to the occasion? Is he going to hit that rookie wall? I don't know.
He hasn't.
But they have enough, more so than I think LA, more so than Indy, more so than Miami, more so than Houston. They have the ability to win one and scare the living crap.
Chargers absolutely have the ability to win one, Raj. They absolutely do, because that defense is so good, and there is almost a...
So Chargers charging is just out the window now. It's not a thing anymore?
I believe that Jim Harbaugh has trumped the charging.
Lamar Jackson has the same thing as Justin Herbert. Yeah, he can do it in the regular season. What happens in the postseason? Both guys haven't done it.
Yeah.
So if it's true for one, it has to be true for the other until they figure it out.
I don't want to belabor the point, but the Chargers coaching mechanism over the tenure of Justin Herbert as the quarterback, it was so bad and so dumb, and their defense was so bad. 1 year changed it all. 1 year, one offseason. The hiring of Jim Harbaugh, now you have the number one defense in pro football. Now, I want to bring this up real quick before we get to break. The Broncos. Can they commit to running the football and win these games down the stretch? Control these games down the stretch and get what you need to get? Or do you continue that? What's better for this team? I want to hear from you, Raj, real quick.
I zoned out. I wasn't listening to you.
Get your damn act together.
Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday, everybody. Hey, KJ, were you listening? Or anytime I talk and get on a soapbox, everybody just tunes my ass straight the hell out.
Goodness gracious, man. I mean, this is the morning sprint, you know.
I was reading the text line. Joe Porter said, what check mark are the Steelers missing? And then I looked up. Coach goes, I want to hear from you. And I went, huh?
KJ, can Sean Payton, you know him, you're a Saints guy. Can Sean Payton commit to the run game to give this team the best chance to compete in the postseason?
Yes, but it won't be this season, and it's due in large part to the fact he's running a 3-back system. He typically runs a 2-back system. That is when he's had his most success. So until they can get to a 2-back system, he doesn't feel obligated to commit.
I'm going to go beg for forgiveness. We'll be back in a few minutes. Live from the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion is Justice Morning Sprint. Alex Ronemi, Coach Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson behind the glass, and you guys take us wherever you want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That is willheightwins.com. You can utilize that mobile app to listen to both the Nuggets and the Avs games tonight. Nuggets will be on 92.5, 4:30 p.m. pregame show at the 5 p.m. tip in Cleveland against the NBA's best team. Then the Avs, same exact time, but in a different place. Carolina against the Hurricanes. McGahee's got 5 p.m. puck drop. I will bring you through pregame show and intermissions starting at 4:30.
McGahee went with force of nature versus assistive walking device.
A hurricane?
Kane.
Ah.
You see what he did there? See what he did there? I look forward with bated breath every time I know that there's going to be a McGahee bomb describing the matchup with the Avs.
I would have told him to do a Jimmy Buffett favorite cocktail is what I would have done. But that's given too much of a credit to an opposing team. Like
and I like that he throws shade with all of them.
He does, because a hurricane's a damn good drink.
Doesn't he have a vacuum of sorts? There's something with I can't remember what it was.
Jimmy Buffett?
No, McGahee, one of the teams, that's on the circuit. Some type of vacuum. I think.
Hoover? A sucker?
I don't know. What does he do for the Knights? He does something pretty good.
Gilded medieval horseman is what he does for the Knights.
So good.
Connor and I work very closely. I know these things. I can get them off the cuff.
I don't really know Riker that well. I met him briefly, and I loved him. Total hockey guy. I know this. Of the on-air broadcast team, we all know Mosier's the drizzling poops. God, I love Connor McGahee. So good.
I broke the morning show, by the way. So, for not paying attention to things, if you guys were with us just a couple of minutes ago, Coach asked me a question. I was looking at the text line, much like Vic and Moj do, and I just lost it. I broke the morning show because they were talking about hockey and contracts, and I was texting Moj about the Igor Shesterkin contract in the middle of one of his responses to Brett and Vic, and just completely derailed the show. And that's now going to be my focus when driving in, is to use Siri to try and derail Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane. I'm going to be the Phantom of the Opera here. I'm going to try and
I play that role for the PhD show because I love I listen to it on my drive home, right? And I have a pretty long drive home, and I love just sending just text bombs of
the
things
axe
that
bombs of Altitude Sports Radio.
They're axe bombs or swirlies or dismembered cat bombs in the locker. And I love sending them to Scotty. Sometimes I'll feed Scotty with something he can just go get DMAC with. Or if DMAC misspeaks about some high-level schematic thing, I send something to Tyler, and Tyler's like, dude, I honestly had too much of a heart to speak up. And I'm like, dude, speak up. Just say it, because it makes for awesome radio.
The text coming in, Joe Porter, what check mark are the Steelers missing? This is what Richard Sherman had to say about their quarterback situation.
He's got a coach that believes in him. He has a very solid system around him. He's shown some humility. You don't hear the interviews and things that, the catchphrases and things like that he showed in Denver, where it just seemed like he was trying to separate himself from the Seattle Seahawks and really identify himself as an individual that plays at a high level, that needs to be recognized week in and week out. I think right now he's just staying with the team atmosphere. You don't hear anything after press conferences outside of, what you need to hear, the questions that are answered. I think Mike Tomlin's done a great job of managing the expectations from him and with him, having really honest conversations with him. He's just played good football. I mean, you got to give him credit. He's thrown the ball well. He's been accurate on the deep ball, which has been a standard and stalwart of his career. But these aren't the best receivers in the world. You wouldn't put this as a top 5, top 10 offensive weapons core in the National Football League. And so he has elevated them in a very cool way.
I've got a couple of bones to pick with that. George Pickens is a legit number one wide receiver
from a talent perspective, but to this point, he hadn't been a consistent 15 to 17 game performer as a pro.
Najee Harris, legit top 10 rusher. Is Russ a top 10 quarterback?
He's playing like one in the last several weeks. I mean, he's still doing Russ things, still running around and doing the Russ circle, where he's in the pocket and he's got a perfectly good pocket, and then he always spins out of his left shoulder and then runs back inside. And if they keep a high rush lane, he runs into a sack, like every time. He still does it. The pick six was not on Russ, so I don't want to hear that. he's playing good football. And I love what Richard Sherman said there is that he's not playing the Russell Wilson bit anymore. He's just a player on the team and realizing that this is a very good team and it's a great opportunity for him to epitomize the quote that I love in football, be who you can afford to be. And he's surrounded by really good players. Don't be a cheeseball. Just go play good football and be a part of the identity of the Pittsburgh Steelers, which is play great defense, take some shots when you need to, and run the rock.
So he's got half of the starts for Pittsburgh this year. He's 5-1. And as a result, for only playing 6 games as compared to the 12 that most of the starters in the league have under their belts right now. If you were to take just 80% of what he's done and add it to what he's already done to get up to those 12 games, it kind of does burst my bubble. Russ becomes not only top 10 quarterback,
5.
He damn near becomes a top 3 quarterback. If you just take 80% of what he's done. And sure, it's a little bit inflated from the 400-yard game last week. I get that. But Pittsburgh's a legit threat. Pittsburgh is a team. Is Pittsburgh closer to being Denver, or are they closer to being like Buffalo and Kansas City?
I think that closer to Denver.
Really?
And I wish that this matchup will happen. I hope it does somehow, some way.
It's going to be on the road. You're going to have to go to Pittsburgh to play them.
I'd love to see it. And I actually believe the Broncos would get it done.
You were looking at a couple of mock drafts yesterday
yeah.
for the Broncos. And as we've been going through this checklist of making the Broncos a true playoff contender and then a Super Bowl contender, you have to have these certain things. And it is, again, top 10 defense, elite corner, top 10 quarterback, top 20 rushing attack, and a number 1 wide receiver. When you look forward to next year, because again, everything right now should just be cherries on top and rainbow sprinkles, and it's awesome that the Broncos are relevant at this point of the year and will be likely in the playoffs this season. When you look ahead to next year, out of those things that don't have the checkbox on them, what do you need? And I think the answer, first and foremost, is either running, or if you've got a stud tight end, man, you have to look across the field 2 times a year at Brock Bowers. You're not going to get him in the draft. But can you get something close to him? Can you get something 75% of Brock Bowers? The answer might be yes.
Yeah, and if you look at this mock draft from The Ringer, The Ringer is one of my good friends. Danny Heifetz is on it's the fantasy football podcast. He does the draft analysis podcast. It's awesome stuff. But a lot of people in Denver hate The Ringer because they've had Bo Nix ranked outside of the top 30 quarterbacks in their quarterback power rankings. He just got a big bump this past week from number 31 quarterback in the National Football League. After his Monday Night Football performance, he's up to 29. Like, what the frick are we doing? It's ridiculous. It's dumb. Like, that. Whoever does that, I think it's this guy, Steven Ruiz. Yeah. What does Sean say to that? That. Does he have maybe 2 middle fingers also for Steven Ruiz?
I have 2 middle fingers.
Yeah, he sure does. And so does the rest of Broncos country, including myself.
It's a number 2.
Yep. That's what we think about that ranking. This is not a Ruiz thing, I don't believe. This is the Ringer's mock draft. They have the Denver Broncos selecting at number 23 for a bona fide route running Jesse number 1. And it is Ohio State's Emeka Egbuka. Pretty good pick.
I'd take it. I still think I want a tight end.
Now, at number 25 in this mock draft.
Tell me it's the Michigan kid.
The Los Angeles Superchargers select tight end Colston Loveland, going back to play for his college head coach that recruited him out of the state of Idaho, of all places. Colston Loveland to the Los Angeles Chargers. Dude, either one of those two, I'm doing jumping jacks. Because what I will say about the Denver Broncos, and Sean Payton, he's a scheme guy. The Denver Broncos don't have a bona fide elite route runner. Emeka Egbuka is that guy.
That guy was supposed to be Jerry Jeudy.
Well,
It was supposed to be Jeudy, and they gave up on him, for better or for worse. You moved. I said it yesterday about the Avs and Georgiev, is that, like, while I do believe that Georgiev does have a high ceiling, you have to move the blood out of the room. It's not going to get better for either the goalie or the team unless there's a new situation for both. That's what happened that's what had to happen with Jeudy and the Broncos. Now he's starring in Cleveland. So you moved on from that for like, what, a 6th and a 7th round draft pick? So now you have to go draft it again after Cortland Sutton is now rising to the occasion. I'd still rather see them go get a number 1 tight end or a running back.
Colson Loveland is phenomenal. Now, is he Brock Bowers? No. Brock Bowers is generational, and that's what we said.
Unicorn.
That's what I said when I coming out of the draft, coming out of the combine, everything I saw. This is the most elite run after catch tight end in the history of the draft and in the National Football League. Obviously, what happens to this point, it's backing up that belief. You could have had Russell Wilson and Brock Bowers on this Denver Bronco team with the same defense, the same offensive line, and same everything else. And the crazy thing about it is when you think about that, that sounds really good, but you really don't miss either one because of the development of both Knicks.
Doesn't matter. Join us whenever you guys want. 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. As always, you can watch the programs twitch.tv/AltitudeSR on the Safeway Twitch stream. Do all of your holiday shopping there. Go get a roast. Download the Safeway app today. We'll be back in a couple of minutes for hour 2 of the morning sprint. That's Coach. I'm Raj. Double dip on Altitude Sports Radio this evening. Nuggets, Cavs, 5 p.m. tip on 92.5. Avs, Canes, 5 p.m. puck drop on AM 950.
Come on, KJ. Let that breathe a little bit. Turn that up. Let's see. All right, Raj. Who's this?
I have no clue.
Oh, my God.
I have no idea.
The gang is back.
Who is this?
West Side, Kinnakang, bing, bing, bang.
Yeah, no shot.
West Side Connection, baby. This is straight out of my youth and growing up just right on the border of Long Beach, California. You know about that, KJ?
Listen, I like West Coast music, so I'm rocking with it.
KJ, I think all you really care about is Boosie.
I thought it was going to be like In Too Deep.
Oh man, West Side Connection.
Listen, I like Lil Boosie too.
Name the members of West Side Connection.
I don't know who. None of the words that you're saying I know.
Give me some guesses on who was in West Side Connection.
I can't do that.
You don't know any of them? I mean, one of them is
Michael
humongous.
Smith.
It was Ice Cube,
Ice-T.
Mac 10,
Don't know who that is.
and Dub C.
Don't know who that is.
West Coast, the best coast.
If you put together a Spotify playlist for me, guys, I will culture myself. I will. I'll take that upon myself. I got a couple of flights. I'm going to Mexico next week. I got things to listen to.
Yeah, download West Side Connections. It's you got Bow Down. There's so many good songs.
I welcome
The
new
gangster, the
music.
killer, and the dope dealer.
I welcome new and old music alike. You
remember
guys,
that?
you
You
guys
remember that
culture me
song?
whatever I want.
You remember that song, KJ?
I do.
There's some bangers over there, man.
What was I talking about? I was about to complain about how we have 4 crossover games this week. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. All of the games, because both teams are on like East Coast / Midwest trips. They're all Eastern time zone games. We can't watch them at the same time. It's killing me. Hate it. Absolutely hate it. But you can listen to them both. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and AM 950. We haven't really gotten into the college football playoff coaching, and I want to. And it has worked this year because at this point, we're only talking about, a couple of teams that really deserve to be in this 12-team field. And it just so happens that the automatic bids from the top-ranked conference champions are keeping out an ACC team with historic pedigree, keeping out an SEC program, and maybe another Big Ten program. But this year, I was expecting, just like we had in the BCS and last year in the 4-team playoff, where it was always going to be the next 4 to 6 teams are losing their minds, or we are losing our minds over those teams. It's way more palatable this year to find the 12 that truly deserve it. And now the only thing that I'm seeing is that people are complaining about, well, you have to get rid of the top-ranked conference champions, get a bye, because, well, you're telling me that Boise State, for winning the Mountain West, deserves a bye over a team like Penn State or Notre Dame. People are thinking that's a little bit crazy.
It's wild that Notre Dame can't even qualify it for the bye.
That is nuts.
I think that's a miss. I know it was to
How do you fix
incentivize
that?
teams to be like, I think if Notre Dame finishes in the top 2, that should be their marker.
So there's just the Notre Dame rule?
Yeah. Or independent, non-conference affiliated. You don't have to qualify.
What, them in New Mexico
So
State?
the asterisk by the bye is that it's not just the top 4 conference champions by ranking, but the asterisk would be you bump out the Big 12, ACC, or Group of 5 conference champion insofar as Notre Dame is number 1 or number 2. They should have the ability to compete for a bye. And right now, they lost to Northern Illinois, so I'm not going to stand too firm
Doesn't
on.
that feel like it was years ago?
It was years ago. And do you realize that Northern Illinois finished 7th in the Mid-America Conference?
Oh, no.
7th. This wasn't like a great MAC team. It's a team that was in dogfights with whatever, Bowling Green, lost to Bowling Green. I mean, this is not a good Northern Illinois team. But that's part of your resume. It's a bad loss. Bad loss. But since then, even with a weak schedule, man, they've been dominant.
So it's a given that you're going to have Oregon, Penn State, Ohio State, Texas, Georgia, Tennessee.
Yeah, Georgia, do you think? They get the brakes beaten off them by Texas this weekend. Georgia's all of a sudden a 10-3 squad.
But you're going to drop Georgia from 5 all the way out?
It would have, for them to not be in, they would have to embarrass themselves in the SEC championship game. Embarrass themselves. Because like game control matters in rankings. And current form does matter. And they almost lost to Georgia freaking Tech. Who's
a great football game.
It was awesome. So fun. Guy was rooting for Georgia.
But if they
Tech.
lose in an SEC title game and become a 3-loss team that Bama probably gets in. Bama's in.
The other thing, man, if SMU is dominant over Clemson, and let's just talk pure chaos, because that's what I'm rooting for, and I think could very easily happen. So Arizona State dominates Iowa State.
There's only one Big 12 team getting in. Whoever wins the game gets in. That's it.
Yep, but I do believe and then SMU dominant as well. Say Boise State loses to UNLV, a team that they barely squeaked by. And UNLV was making boneheaded, just lack of discipline plays down the stretch, personal foul, 15-yarders that extended drives on Boise State's winning drive.
Are they guaranteed to get in if they win that game?
Either team. Yeah, it's a play. Tomorrow night is a group of 5 play-in game on the most beautiful field in the history of fields, Albertson Stadium in the blue. And you think that when that game pops on, you don't think I'm going from 6 to midnight in a hurry? It is going to be incredible.
Where are you watching that game from?
Basement. Coach Sanford Sports Bar.
That's an alone game.
It's a me time game.
That's a go away.
Yeah,
How do you take the kids somewhere else?
Yeah, I need to get romantic down here with myself in the blue turf.
I was going to say, you're going to put one of your old jerseys on? Then I go, no, he's probably going to watch this thing naked.
Just a t-shirt. Just like a white tee.
Just Winnie Pooh in it?
Just a white tee.
Just walking around. I really wish I could use the term I want to.
I mean, I don't think. Go ahead, Raj.
I can't.
You really can't?
No, I can't do it. I'd get fired if I were to use the
back
term.
to the chaos that I'm talking about. Boise State loses to UNLV.
From Ted.
SMU is dominant. Okay. You got SMU and Arizona State with the byes. 1 through 4. You realize who SMU's only loss is this year, too? 10-2 BYU in Dallas, Texas. Does BYU have a chance to get in?
No shot. No shot.
Mm-hmm.
BYU's out. No chance.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to put in a 2-loss BYU team
Georgia
in the
gets
Big 12.
spanked by Texas.
No, there's no way. They would put in a 3-loss South Carolina team above them. They'd even put in Mississippi above them. There's no way that you can put BYU in there over those 2 SEC teams. The only 2 losses that they have are 2 road losses. Sorry, they've got 3, but 2 road losses at LSU in overtime, and then a 1-score loss. Again, I know it's at Florida, not a great team this year, but there's no world in which they would throw BYU in. There's not enough chaos that could make that happen.
So the top 10 in the CFP rankings,
especially
not the
Houston
seedings,
almost beating them.
The top 10 in the CFP rankings all have 1 or 2 losses, and then of course Oregon is without any blemish. You keep going down. The very first 3-loss team is number 11, Alabama. Then you have Miami with 10-2. Ole Miss 9-3. South Carolina 9-3. Keep going down, and then Clemson is 17, the next 3-loss team. Clemson they win, they're in. They lose, they're out in the conference championship this weekend. Dude, BYU's hovering at number 18 with 2 losses. Miami's the only team that's clearly in front of them, and I think their resume, insofar as SMU is a bye seed and they win that game over Clemson, say they're dominant in that game, and they end up 12-1. You don't think the committee looks at 10-2 BYU sitting there idly?
They didn't want BYU in there to begin with. They're not going to, and they've already said they're not going to move up idle teams.
Tell you, our good friends at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, they travel well.
there's no shot that they're going to put in Brigham Young over South Carolina, Mississippi, Miami after what they did to the ACC last year.
But they're all just kind of meh.
They're all kind of meh. I agree.
Their resumes stink.
The SEC resume is better, but what we have seen this year is that like strength of schedule doesn't really matter to the playoff committee this year, which is shocking. We expected that to happen this year, but if strength of schedule mattered, Bama would be ranked higher than Indiana. They would be ranked just as high as Tennessee. They don't really care about it. So
Bama's got 3 losses, though, man. You have 3 losses, you have 3 losses. It is what it is. Like, you can't reward a team for losing 3 games, one of which was an abysmal loss.
2 of which are abysmal.
I mean, the one to me that stands out is the recent one where you got obliterated by a Cheeks Oklahoma team and you scored 3 freaking points.
How long is it going to take for the Saban perfume to wear off? Because it's wearing off right now.
It's wearing off.
But as of it is wearing off, but not enough to the point to push them behind Mississippi, South Carolina, or Miami, to the point where the Crimson Tide is likely going to be in the playoff.
KJ knows this all too well, man. Kalen DeBoer cut his teeth coaching football, small college in the Dakotas. One thing about the Deep South and SEC country is that if you're not from here and you're not winning big, you're not one of us. He's a Yankee, and he's down there in foreign country. KJ, am I right?
You're absolutely right. I'm going to be honest with you. The way Alabama operates, he has one more year to either get them in the championship game or at least in the CFP, or I think they can move on.
Who seats hotter, DeBoer or Ryan Day?
Ryan Day's seat is hot today.
Ryan Day might be gone.
If we'll see what the matchup ends up being for Ohio State, because it's chaos will ensue. I'm just telling you. I don't even try to predict the matchup. It's not worth it, because this weekend's going to be chaotic, and I'm here for every
so excited about it.
Of it. We're going to be popping so many tops tomorrow. Like there's a lot of tops to be
I might
popped.
have to bring in some Mick Goldie lights tomorrow to actively pop tops. Am I allowed to do that?
I think we do what we want.
Maybe we just go
It's the
ask
morning
big guy.
sprint, man. It's 10 to noon. We can do what we want.
It's the last segment, baby.
This
The
ain't
last segment of
intramurals,
the
brother.
week, not the last segment of my career. I don't want it to be.
Hey, if you're scared,
We just started the show a
hey
month
KJ,
ago.
tell him, man. If he's scared, where should he go?
Go to church.
Go to church.
Was that Akon?
It's all of us.
The Birdman? Just throwing out names that I know from
My
my
fav-
childhood.
probably my
Names
favorite-
that were in the EA Sports Fight Night Round 3 game.
I think because of how unhinged we've been in this 2 hours or hour and 15 minutes thus far, the Safeway Twitch feed is matching our unhinged nature. When I grilled you on West Side Connection, one of my good friends on the
More of
Safeway
a
Twitch
West Side
feed
Story guy.
said Raj only knows songs that were played on TRL, Total Request Live. Look at his hair.
I did love me some Carson Daly.
I knew it. I mean, TRL was pretty good. You
Carson
remember
Daly's the
do you
man.
remember when MTV played music?
Yes.
It was pretty cool.
That was a Bowling for Soup song.
Like
isn't
music, television. Like it makes sense
Now,
to
if you-
play music
if you
on
get
music
me in-
television.
If you get me into pop punk culture, then I'm your guy. I'm your dude. So many pops to top
I am too,
tomorrow. Before we move on, we go into NFL notes here in a couple of minutes. Give me your ideal CU bowl game matchup. Because I've seen a lot of mocks out there of going CU and Brigham Young, and it makes me want to vomit.
Why do you want to vomit?
Because I don't want to see
Conference game.
a conference game. I want to see
CU Miami.
Colorado. Miami's good because it's a Miami's
Two best quarterbacks in football.
All right, I think
College
it's a good
football.
matchup, right? Good matchup, big names, big programs, right? Historically, especially in the 90s, it was CU in Miami. I either want to see them play the Hurricanes or I want to see them play the highest ranked SEC program that is left out of the playoff.
Ole Miss.
Mississippi, South
But
Carolina.
let's just call it like it is. So many of those players are going to not play and jump in the portal. The draft eligible players from a Southeast Conference team are going to jump into the portal, and it's going to be this big
Walk over
asterisk
to the
game.
other sideline.
It's probably going to be that way no matter what, unless you play BYU.
Walk over to the other sideline. What a great opportunity for Dion. You get to play against an SEC program and go, hey, you don't want to play there? Come here. I'll coach you.
Or is it going to be the first game in history where there's in-game transfers?
You're
The portal-
You're walking across with
The portal is actually going to be
pen and a piece of paper?
it's going to be the location 53 1/3 yards that separates the two sidelines. That's
What
the
does
actual
Mostert
portal.
mean?
The Tamper Bowl presented by Prime. NFL Notes is next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the National Football League with KJ's NFL Notes. We heard yesterday from one Hall of Fame quarterback in Tom Brady on what he had to say about Bo Nix. Today, we hear from another.
That is correct, Raj. Drew Brees recently spoke about Bo Nix and how he is progressing through the 2024 NFL season. Drew Brees goes on to highlight how Bo Nix's best moments of maturity have come when things weren't perfect this season.
He's running this offense with a lot of confidence. I watch the little things, the body language, the way he interacts with his teammates, the way he gets in and out of the huddle, what he does when he gets to the sideline. And you just see a guy who's mature beyond his years. And look, even in that last game against the Browns, I didn't think the Broncos played that great on offense. You know, I mean, they got two interception returns for touchdowns that really won them the game.
Yeah.
But I think it was the recognition of that. Like when I watched Bo Nix's interview at the end of the game, it's like, hey, you know, we did enough to win. At the end of the day, when they had a chance to go down and kick a field goal to take the lead, they did that. And just like they did it against Kansas City, and I know they got that kick blocked, but nonetheless, you see the maturation with Bo as well in, hey, despite what happens in the game, when you have a chance to win at the end, you go and you make the play. You put yourself and your team in a position to win. And I think that's where I've been the most impressed.
This sounds familiar. The best single trait identified by Drew Brees is the same one that I've been saying since training camp, the response mechanism to when things don't go great or when things do go great. That's what Bo Nix has been. And Drew Brees is not ready, and I don't know when he'll be ready to say that it is a Spider-Man meme, me staring at the identical version of me and Bo Nix. I just don't think that Drew Brees will go there. Why would you? It's a weird place. And I'm nowhere near saying that myself.
He's a Hall of Famer and a Super Bowl champion. Like that's
I don't like that comparison. There are like Drew Brees is 5'11" and 3/4. Bo Nix is 6'2" plus big. I mean, Drew Brees was athletic, but not this athletic.
But also Drew had, 4 seasons north of 5,000 yards?
And Drew Brees is one of the best passers of the football in NFL history. And we're not there yet, nor should we even have that conversation. I just think it's really insightful that Drew Brees notices even the body language, the intangible characteristics that he knows are required for somebody to succeed under Sean Payton as your play caller and head coach.
And it's not like Drew kept care of the football. He didn't. When he was going off and was, 7 straight years of a Pro Bowl player and offensive player of the year and finished in the MVP, like top 5, 4 out of those 7 years, he's throwing for 5,000 yards and 35, 45, 40 touchdowns in those seasons. Throwing the ball to the other team a whole bunch. So a guy that needs to bounce back and have a short memory, yeah, you do need to have that in this type of offense. But while Nix likely won't ever be a guy who's going to throw for 5,000 yards, I also don't see him throwing 20 interceptions in a season.
Yeah, I agree. It's just going to be interesting because I think
that's the trade-off. And I think
20
interception
season. Yeah, I agree with that. Sean likes that north of 5,000 yard stat line for the guru status. Let's just call it like it is, because there are some asterisks by 5,000 yard seasons. Typically, it's that you were fitting in some throws that you probably shouldn't do. But that's what I wanted to see from Bo Nix. Is he going to broach that territory of, I'm going to fit this throw in irregardless? And he did against Cleveland. And that was the step for me that I frankly was most excited about for Bo Nix.
Continue hearing from Hall of Fame quarterbacks. This guy's not in. He'll be in there one day, but the end of the career is not going so great.
What's your point?
During Aaron Rodgers' meeting with the media on Wednesday, he was asked about his future in New York and what does he plan to do after this season. His answer was typical A-Rod uncertainty, and unfortunately, it's another shaky situation that he has brought upon himself.
Like I told Rich, I said, I think so. And then I said, what did I say? I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I just redid my house here in Jersey, so my goal was to play a few more years here, but we'll see. I'd like to be healthy. I'd like to end on my feet, and then I'd like to play well, and I'd like, to feel like I'm wanted back. If not, that's, again, I will not be offended. I won't be upset. I'll be so thankful either way, whatever happens here. But, I got to be healthy mentally, physically, and then there's got to be interest on both sides. And if that's not the case, then I'll look at other options. But first I'll think about whether I actually want to play or not. But it usually takes a good, month to get away from it, which I'll do the first month, and then see what happens.
Raj, is Aaron Rodgers, before our eyes over the last couple of years, turning into the Will Ferrell character that will play Aaron Rodgers in the way that he interviews? You won't be able to unsee that from here on out. Like, imagine Will Ferrell playing Aaron Rodgers in the final 7 years of his NFL career.
Imagine the ayahuasca scene that they could create with Ferrell. It'd be unreal.
That movie would feed families. Generations of families.
What he should, if he wants to continue to play, he should do the Roger Clemens thing, is where you just go away for a while, you stay in relative good shape, and then in the middle of the season, if something happens much like the Dak Prescott injury to the Cowboys, where you're still alive, or if it happens to a better team that loses their quarterback in the middle of the season, you just become a mercenary for quarterback needy teams that are in the hunt. That's what he should do.
And that's a great concept, because I think he tried to go the Tom Brady route, where you go pick your spot, because the one thing that we know about Aaron Rodgers that is played out in real time by all of the bodies that have hit the floor in the New York Jets organization is he loves control. Well, that hasn't really worked out at all in New York. So the next best option for controlling your situation, your environment, your opportunity to put the exclamation point on your career is just wait for the perfect time to come in and be the savior, and you can choose that team.
Watch us on twitch.tv/AltitudeSR on the Safeway Twitch stream. Celebrate the holidays with Safeway. Everything you need to create a holiday menu with your whole family that everybody is going to love. Download the Safeway app to clip deals, plan your meals, and shop for the season's best. Save time this holiday season with pickup or delivery. Safeway, fresh foods, and local flavors. What's next, KJ?
What's your point?
In today's funny story of the day, let's play a game of healthy or unhealthy. Chicago Bears interim head coach Thomas Brown has gone on a unique weight loss journey since being promoted several weeks ago. Thomas Brown discussed losing 22 pounds in such a short amount of time. Texters and our Twitchers, I want you guys to either text or comment healthy or unhealthy based off how he got to his weight loss goal of quote-unquote 22 pounds down.
I'll share this with you guys. Hopefully help somebody. So I was trying to go on a weight loss journey about 20 days ago, and I couldn't lose weight at all. I was about 225 the morning of the announcement of being the OC. This morning I was 203. It's not what you asked me, but that changed significantly as far as my life.
So the weight loss was like stress induced, or was that like?
No, I wouldn't even say stress. I think I think stress could help out. I'm not really stressed, but it's more what I realize if you increase tags to your day, you forget about food. And so I went a couple of days and just really didn't eat, didn't even think about it. Wasn't hungry. I was thinking about the next moment, what to say to this player, doing game planning, and I look up and I'm almost 30 pounds down. So we'll keep going. See how long it lasts.
Come up with that guy.
I might write a book one day. I might, so if this doesn't work out, I'll write a book and we'll see. I hope you guys buy it. I'll be probably pretty pissed if you don't buy it. So
The number one most prescribed pharmaceutical in the Denver metro over the course of the last 3 months has been Ozempic. I say, you don't have to pay $500 a month, $1,000 a month, whatever it is for Ozempic. Just get into coaching football. Because I could say firsthand, I have probably reached the century mark of days in my lifetime where I woke up in the 4 a.m. area and I got to 11 p.m. and I realized that I had not consumed a calorie because I was grinding on game planning. And I am dead serious. 100 days of my life, I went from 4 a.m. till 11 p.m., and I did not consume a calorie.
Isn't part of the whole football experience, both in college and the NFL, that like you're surrounded by world-class food?
It is, but you don't have time to get to that world-class food
You didn't
that's
have some
100 yards
puke?
away.
You didn't have some puke college intern working for you to say like, hey, go get
I
me a
did
Big
when
Mac?
my wife would tell that puke, make sure my husband eats because he looks like he's going to die. Yes, I did have it at times, but my wife wasn't able to take care of me for 18 years of doing this, particularly when I was a coordinator or head coach. That's when I didn't eat.
I've tried the like the juice cleanse things a few times. You go 2 or 3 days where you're just drinking like kale and carrot juice and all that crap. I get real irritable 2 days in. I start losing my mind 2 days in, and I'm not a big eater, man. Like it's funny. I haven't had a single calorie today outside of my espresso.
I have not either. Black coffee, water, Zen. It's my diet before noon.
How are you not on Mars right now?
Have you listened to the show? I am on Mars.
What's next, KJ?
What's your point? What's your point?
I can confirm he has not listened to the show at all today, and he has been driving the show the entire day. Tua Tagovailoa spoke to the media on Wednesday and was asked how surprised he was about the Dolphins being 5-7. Tua got pretty candid about how they got to this point. He talked about the season's failures, and he wished that things would have played out differently with his injuries.
How surprised are you this team's 5-7?
Very surprised. I don't think that shows the character of who we are as a team. Doesn't show the work that we've put in this offseason together. But, nobody else will say it but me. And I feel like this has a lot to do with myself, obviously putting myself in harm's way in the second game, going down, basically leaving my guys out to dry. That's what I would say. And anyone can have an opinion about, like, it's football, it's this, it's that. I do take heart to that as well. And just don't want to do that to my guys again. So, yep.
Tua, you are taking responsibility for doing the very thing that your team needs to do, which is exhibit some semblance of toughness. Because they're soft. They don't have that mentality that Tua Tagovailoa, and you can call it stupid. You can say that it's going to affect the remainder of his life, and I wouldn't argue with you. But this Dolphins team is soft, and Tua, do not apologize for being an ultimate tough guy. I just wish that the rest of your franchise would follow you.
5 games remain for Miami. 4 games that we've already talked about for Indianapolis, the Broncos, and then they've got Tennessee, the Giants, and Jacksonville. More scared about Indy being a true threat to you in the 7 seed, or are you more scared about this Miami team, which is they've won 3 of 4. They went to Green Bay and they don't play well.
I feel like that game broke them.
It may have broken them, but you've got a very winnable game against the Jets. You do have to go to Houston, but Houston's not the same juggernaut that they were last year. Home against San Francisco, and San Francisco looks like it's crumbling. And then you finish the season on the road at Cleveland and at New York. Who's the bigger threat?
It's Indianapolis. The Indianapolis Colts are the Albuquerque, New Mexico of the National Football League in the AFC wild card picture. They're really weird. They're not great, but they're kind of good. It's like Albuquerque, New Mexico is a city. It's weird.
Foot in, foot out. That whole thing.
Well, they kind of have a good defense. They kind of create takeaways. AR5 kind of wins games, even though he's the most inaccurate passer maybe
I think they're going to pick him off 3 times.
But he also might run it for a buck or for $1.25 and 3 teeters. So you just don't. That's a weird team, man.
NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. News from college football. Former CU Buff and former offensive coordinator for Super Bowl champion Kansas City, Eric Bieniemy, has been fired by UCLA after one season at the helm of their offense.
Coming from experience, life comes at you fast in the coaching profession because 2-3 years ago is the hottest name in coaching at any level. You go to the Washington Commanders, you get fired, the staff gets fired. And you go to UCLA and you work for Deshaun Foster and fired immediately after one season. But we all know that EB, very different than me. He's going to have a gig because of what he did in the National Football League. And I think he'll have a gig probably back in Kansas City at some point.
I mean, it was shocking that he didn't get a job, what was it, 3-4 years ago as a head coach. And then there were those rumblings that doesn't interview well, doesn't necessarily mesh with today's type of player. And I think
he'll get in your face now.
He'll get in your face. And I think that's the reason why, like, college football ain't your spot anymore.
Especially when you talk to young men in a certain type of way. And I would say 20 years ago, normal. Like, not even like, but now those same players, you know what they can do at any point in time during?
I'm going to leave and go there.
Portal.
See ya.
You didn't talk to me that way?
Portal.
Okay. Portal.
It's a great word to jump back and go, portal. I wish I had that. It's more of a yes, sir type of guy.
Yeah. I mean, you and I can
Don't scratch me.
We could both do that here at Altitude Sports Radio. You know, Kevin Shockey comes at us and says that we went a little deep into the break. You know, we're supposed to break at 38 and we break at 41. He comes in and dog cusses us. I'll be like, portal. You know what that's called? Unemployment.
Insubordination.
Right away.
Oh, yeah. Bieniemy gone from UCLA. We've got a double dip today on Altitude Sports Radio. Nuggets and Cavs this evening on the road. Nuggets coming off of a big comeback against Golden State. But this is their stiffest test of the season against the best offense in the league, a team that started off 15-0. Donovan Mitchell looks unstoppable. Now,
Roger, let me start.
Yes.
Let's start there.
What's up?
Who gets the first assignment on Donovan Mitchell?
Give it to Jamal, man. Give it to Jamal. Why not?
Okay.
I thought he played fine at the end of the game. He's not shooting well, but he played fine defensively at the end of the game against Golden State. Give it to Jamal. He's a type of guy that in his best moments has responded to tough assignments. And that's what he was in the bubble. That's what he was when they won a championship a couple of seasons ago. If you need to spark Jamal Murray, give him Donovan. Don't give him a soft assignment because then
the point guard assignment is not soft whatsoever.
Isn't.
I'd love Jamal on Darius and then give Spidey to
Christian
CB P-Watt.
Okay, all right.
The little tandem. I want to see CB and P-Watt all day. And they just take turns on being the harasser. Take turns. Use your length. You got plenty of it. Both of them can absolutely run and change direction. Just be an absolute adjutant to one Spidey Mitchell.
I wouldn't hate the idea of going to Jamal and saying, hey, you're the option, right? You are our option right now. On the offensive side, you're not. It's Nicola's game, and it's okay. And you're not shooting well, so we'll defer to Michael Porter Jr., he's been more consistent than years past. I'm fine with that. Can you spark Christian Brown again from beyond the arc? That would be a great revelation to have if you want to start to separate yourself from 500. But if you want to instill some confidence in that player without the shot going in, I think it would mean a lot for Malone to go, you're the dude who's going to stop Donovan Mitchell. You tonight. You're the reason why we, as a bad defensive team this year, are going to be able to go on the road and beat Cleveland, who's the best, not only two-point shooting team in the league, but the best team from beyond the arc. I think it would mean a lot.
We are in Denver, freaking Colorado on a Friday junior, and we're all going to be fired up to watch the Nuggets and the Cavs tonight. And we're talking about who can stop Spidey and Darius Garland. I mean, let's look at the other side, and this is the paradigm we got to look to. Who's going to freaking guard Nikola Jokic from the Cleveland Cavaliers?
Well, nobody can.
Evan Mobley with 1 steal a game and 1.6 block shots a game. Jarrett Allen. Who the heck's going to guard our guy? I don't care about who's going to guard. Get the best damn player. Get the best damn player on planet Earth right now. Cleveland's got to deal with his ass. You got stuck in
I mean,
between.
you did say it.
Oh, okay.
You can go ahead.
But does it do I get less of an FCC violation?
There's no violation for that. You can say that word.
The A word's good, right?
It's good. I mean, you use it sparingly, but it's okay.
Okay.
It's all right. You can handle that.
Yeah. Do I get a less of a violation if I don't say it first and then say what I was going to say?
Well, you could say it.
That
and
I was
then
being cognizant?
You can say it, and then what you have to do after that is portal.
But it's less of a portal and more of like portal. I'm going.
Now I'm being asked to go into the portal.
I'm being forced into the portal. And I've gone as a coach, I've been portal.
That's the go to your room from mom.
But then I've also a couple times, namely University of Minnesota and Western Kentucky, I've been wifey. Hey, Amory, portal.
Obviously Cleveland's got to deal with Nikola Jokic. Do you know who Carolina has to deal with tonight for the Avalanche?
They have to deal with one Scotty Wedgwood, baby.
Wedgie starting, baby.
Wedgies and swirlies and dismembered cats, they're all coming in the way of the assistive walking device.
Let's love get weird. That Bednar is going off of the hot hand. He walks into a game in emergency fashion, coming in for Georgiev, who lets up 4 on 8. He stops 22 of 22. The Avs storm back to beat Buffalo 5-4.
Is letting 4 in 8 out of 8, is that a bad save percentage?
It's pretty bad save percentage,
So
Coach.
50%, not great. Not what you're kind of aiming for.
It's not 40% short of what you want to be.
So if you average 58% over a year, how many goals would you give up?
Oh, I have no idea.
Like it'd be in the thousands, right?
That's a lot of goals. Like you keeping them in for 30 shots and then you're losing 15
Just let it eat. Let's just let it eat.
Doing the old Tremblay Patrick Waugh treatment.
It'd be kind of interesting. Yeah. How many were scored on Patrick Waugh? Was it like 9?
Last game in Montreal, he let in, I think it was 9. And they just kept him in there, and Patty was all pissed off, and then he ran up to Mario Tremblay and went, "That's the last game I'll ever play for you." And then the Avs end up trading for him. And
you've watched that documentary, I think it's E60 or 30 for 30 on the crazy rivalry between the Red Wings and the Avs.
Oh, yeah.
That was like almost the opening scene of it all.
Pretty much.
Which was awesome.
8 goals. Yeah, 8 is
just a
what I
cool
see.
8. How much ice time?
He played the whole game. They kept him in.
Okay, that's right.
Kept him in. And he was getting Bronx cheered because, if he would make a save, everyone in the forum would lose their minds. Congratulations. This is a guy who had won 2 Stanley Cups.
All right, real
won
question.
A Conn Smythe.
Real question for our Twitchers and our on the Safeway Twitch feed and also our Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. When you hear the term that Raj just used, Bronx cheer, is that booze or is that flatulence? Because I think of Bronx cheer as flatulence. And I don't know if it's a generational divide between me and Raj.
I know the Bronx cheer as when you are playing poorly in front of the home crowd and then you do something that is expected of you, you get a cheer as though you've done something spectacular.
Because on the whoopee cushion, all right, this is what I grew up on. We're talking about pranks. We've talked about wedgies and swirlies and dismembered cats.
I haven't seen a whoopee cushion in a decade and a half.
On the original whoopee cushion design,
okay,
there's something along the lines, I'm trying to find it currently, that set this underneath a cushion and you will hear a real Bronx cheer.
So it's a toot?
I don't know.
I've always been taught that the Bronx cheer is, again, like you're making fun of a player. So had Georgiev led in 4 on 8 and it was here in Colorado, and then he made just like a run-of-the-mill stop on a dumped puck in from the neutral zone, he would have been given a cheer from the home crowd as if he had made a 2-on-1 backdoor diving stop. That's the Bronx cheer to me.
Okay, so this is the whoopee cushion. I found it. Look how old this looks. It's like from 1953.
I haven't seen a whoopee. I'm telling you, I haven't seen one in 15 years.
So for our Twitchers right
People
here.
know what a whoopee cushion is.
No, I know, but just what a great noise.
Ooh.
So the whoopee cushion.
All right.
The whoopee cushion was defined on the actual device When anyone sits down, it emits a real Bronx cheer.
All right. There you go.
I don't know if I'm right. So Raj is 100% correct, and we're the same age, Sanford. So my whoopee cushion knowledge, I guess it doesn't matter. That's how I learned the world, is by way of sarcastic pranks.
Do you think Scott Wedgwood, old wedgies and whoopee cushions, does Wedgie back up his 22 save performance against Buffalo tonight against a better team in Carolina? Good team.
He's going to have 100 saves tonight.
100. Well, they're not going to give up 100 shots.
It's the Canes. They play fast and furious and cover a lot of ice. Scott Wedgwood, 100% save percentage tonight. 100 saves sets the NHL record. Would that be?
They just play 5-on-0 for the entire game, and he scores a goal himself, too. You can listen to that game on AM 950. I'll have your pregame show at 4:30. Berto will have the pregame show at 4:30 on 92.5 for the Nuggets and the Cleveland Cavaliers. By the way, before we get out of here and hand things off to PhD, if you guys haven't done so yet, text the word Adele, E-D-E-L, to
Edel.
303.
Almost Edel.
Adele,
E-D-E-L.
E-L to 303-504-0925, and you will be entered to win a fully custom set of Adele golf clubs. They are made here and manufactured here in Colorado. Fully customized to you. You can be entered to win by texting in that word, again, E-D-E-L, or you can go to altitudesportsradio.com/E-D-E-L, and you can get an extra entry online.
Go Avs, go. Go Nuggies. And I hate to say it, go Pack, go. Triple header tonight.
We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10. PhD's next.
Here we are. Glorious day. Oh my gosh. Thank you to AAA Home Improvements. They are the best. AAAHomeImprovements.com. Think about it, dream it, build it. They'll get it done from start to finish. And we'll start the show and finish the show, and we'll build up the show as well as we're live at the Bacchus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. As we get going, just a quick shout out to the folks from Big O Tires. They're having a nice little meeting here with Brandon Evans, our incredible sales rep, and it's cool to see a large crew in here just kind of bumping around. Love Big O Tires, another great sponsor for the radio station.
There you go.
So good to have the folks here, man. We have
Wow. Scotty, welcome to the show, buddy.
Oh dear. Okay. I'm glad his pants were on.
Does he know we're on air?
Well, we're certainly getting our Adam Schefter moment, aren't we?
Spicy. Scott.
I'm going to kind of guess he didn't know that was...
Hi, buddy.
Hey, Scott.
Hi, buddy.
I am.
That was a nice little show you gave us.
Yeah, we enjoyed
Yeah. Had to get dressed.
Yeah, well, we saw. Yeah. So,
well, I mean, if Adam Schefter can do it, why can't I?
We just said that. We literally just said that. The Adam Schefter moments live on here. So it's good to see you. How you doing, my friend? How's your night last night there in Cleveland?
Do what?
I said, how was your night last night there in Cleveland?
Well, they got a great weight room. I got a good lift in.
Good.
And then they have this this Portuguese kind of delivery thing called Uber Eats.
I think
I've heard of that.
Something.
Yeah.
Ubre.
Yeah.
Ubre.
Ubre
Eats. Ubre Eats.
Yeah. Ubre Eats.
Ubre Eats. Yeah. It's Portuguese.
And then they have this thing called Cinco Amigos.
Cinco Amigos.
Nice.
Yeah, they
nice.
delivered food.
5 friends.
Cinco Amigos from Ubre Eats. Well, that's great.
I think that'd be hombres.
How did that go for you?
Cinco
then?
Hombre.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Cinco Hombre. Yeah. So no, that was wonderful. And then I got up today.
Yeah.
Did a little studying, a little reading.
I saw you sent us your cheat sheet for today. That's overwhelming. Who puts that together?
And that's some pretty good information.
Lord Almighty.
Dan Hyatt, who
Holy
does that
cow.
for all the games.
He does that for every game.
Wow.
Oh, that was I gave you one page.
How many pages are there?
Oh no, I may have sent you the whole thing. Didn't I?
It was in a couple
and then
of.
I highlighted the one Joker stuff that was pretty amazing. Yeah, he does. Yeah, it's not always that detailed, but it was pretty detailed today, I thought.
Well, I'll tell you this, man. If you don't know something on TV, it's not Dan Hyatt's fault. That's for sure. Holy cow.
No.
That was a lot of information.
Takes you back to the crib sheet in the college days.
Oh, my God. I mean,
Open test.
Well, to me, the stat guy usually, for me anyway, is always the play-by-play guy that knows, well, on Tuesday nights on back-to-backs, the Nuggets like to do blah, 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 Me, I'm probably still more of an eyeball guy, but there are still some good information. In fact, the stuff that you saw from the beginning of the second quarter and the beginning of the fourth quarter in that Golden State game, is what I had asked him and said, look into that. And it's like that every night. There are more nights than not too many. Is that, why are the Nuggets struggling? Well, you're up 5 and then you're all of a sudden, down 6, and then all of a sudden you're up 6, and now, by the way, you're down 8.
Yeah.
So they got to figure that out some way or another. And then I sent you one thing too. They've lost, and I'll ask you guys no dumb question. If the Nuggets were 13-6, because let's be honest, they should have beat the Clippers, but you missed 9 free throws.
Mm-hmm.
And there was another game down the stretch. I don't know if it was Dallas or one of the other games that you missed something like 9 or 10 free throws. You make your free throws both those games, you win 2 games. Now all of a sudden, if you're sitting at 13-6, guess what? There isn't going on amongst Nuggets fans.
Well, that's a big what if, though. That's a pretty big what if, though.
No, it's not. Why?
Well, they didn't make the free throws.
No, that's what I'm saying. But it's a skill set that you should be able to get better in by yourself. And as my college coach told me, it's the easiest shot in basketball because guess what? No one's guarding you.
I would say this. I think sort of like wins are expected or unexpected wins, say in the NFL. I think there's unexpected and expected performance based on your skill level. So I would say this, and I'd have to look at it deeper if we really want to go there.
of the free throws that are being missed, are those from guys that should be hitting more, or are they just doing what they're doing? Are they just bad free throw shooters?
Well, Michael Porter Jr. shouldn't be a 62%.
That is correct. So that's what he's doing right now, right? Is that right?
I think 60-some, I think. I can go back and look.
Well, Michael Porter Jr. should clearly be 83% or higher in free throws.
Yeah.
Right?
And Jamal's down. Jamal's down like to 71, and
Jamal
he
should
with 90 a couple years ago.
Jamal should be 85 to 90. He should even be better than Michael Porter Jr. in my opinion. Yes.
Why does it always blow my mind that free throws are hard for professional athletes? Like it feels to me like that should just be it should be money, like so money all the time.
I got an answer for you. You know why? It's modern basketball. It's modern sport. We've talked about this in the NFL. Why don't receivers catch it with the hands? You think, all the old school guys are all like this, and now everything's like this. It's the easiest skill to improve on, and the least worked skill probably players do as they get into the pros. I feel, because guess what? Unless it's a game winner, how many times you see on ESPN a guy shooting a free throw?
Right.
Or if you see a guy shooting a free throw on ESPN, it's usually a miss.
All right.
Right? He's down one, a chance to tie this game up with 0.5 of a second. Prick. But guess what you always show? Hey, this guy was 2 for 11 from the three, but look at this three he hit here at the end of the third quarter. Wow! Let's show that highlight.
Well, I would say
I just don't guys work on it.
I would say this: the free throws will improve because they are professionals and they're not that bad at free throws as a collective group. It's wild how the numbers sort of norm out at the end of the day. You'll get that. Now, what's more concerning to me, and they play, well, record-wise, the best team in the NBA tonight. Here you go. You got a test, right? By record, and the Cavs are 12-1 at home. And their loss at home is actually relatively recent. They lost to the Hawks at home just a couple of games ago, and they had a back-to-back, and they lost to the Hawks at home. In fact, they lost to the Hawks twice.
Who just beat Milwaukee last night or the night before last, and who you play on a back-to-back at the end of the road trip.
Yeah, it looks like the Hawks are actually a better team than their record would indicate because they're just slightly over a 500 team. So you got to deal with that as well. I'm not saying tonight is like a must win or anything like that because I wouldn't expect you to beat the top team in the NBA, not on the roller coaster the Nuggets have been on. They've won a game, lost a game, won a game, lost a game, won a game, lost a game for their past 8 games. So just going off that, well, here we go. You know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I would say this is a very, very, very good opportunity, though, with not a lot of pressure for them to just sort of let it rip there, Scott. I think so. Yeah, I don't think there's much pressure tonight. I think there was a lot of pressure the other night against Golden State, and I think it's the exact opposite tonight.
Well, the beauty of a game like this is that sometimes when you're stuck in a rut and you talk about the games you expect, all right, they're probably not expected to win the game.
Probably not. Well, they're not. They're 5.5 point underdogs.
But if you do, sometimes there's certain games, there's certain opponents that immediately you're just back. You're just back. You go out, you handle your business, and you feel like, okay, everything that happened before was fake. This is us. We're back.
And to me, Scott, Tyler, is this just Jamal Murray or is he in a slump? Which is it? If he ain't in a slump, then we're going to need some signature games consistently. So here we go. What a fun opportunity to get one of them games.
And what an opportunity to get one of those games against a guy that probably some of your biggest signature moments
right, Donovan Mitchell.
Over the last,
that's right.
4 or 5 years in Donovan Mitchell.
That's right. Who's on fire right now. He's playing great. Or do we just
Did Jamal go good on good with him the whole game?
Scott?
Christian Brown will probably guard him.
Yep. I almost wonder, and I heard the boys in front of us talking about this, but I almost wonder if you put Jamal on it just as a little fire starter, as a little kick, like hey, give him that competitive challenge that maybe that's what he needs to come out of the fog.
I'll say this, and listen, and you don't know it, and listen, I know Jamal Murray is a competitive guy, and I know Jamal Murray has pride in what he looks like, and he doesn't want to be bad. I can firmly say that with a lot of confidence. But that being said, and they've done it with a couple guys on this team. But if you notice that Golden State game, Curry was calling switches, pick and rolls to whoever Murray's man
Oh,
Murray was guarding.
They were targeting
so
him,
that
no
Murray
doubt.
would switch. I mean, dude. I mean, I don't know about you, Tyler, how you felt as a player.
It's a
when
challenge.
You get targeted, man,
Yeah.
man, it's a challenge, right? All of a sudden you go, come on now.
Right.
Come on now.
I'll never forget during the media championship softball game. They walked Mike Evans to get to me. Last inning.
Big mistake.
Oh, man.
Huge.
I was like, you'd rather take your chances with me than Mike Evans? Are you kidding me?
They walked you to get to the golden bat.
And?
Or they walked Evans to get to the golden bat.
Well, D-Mac was wearing his golden thong also, but
Dude, I roped a single to left center to win the game on a walk-off. That's what I did. Up yours, other media company, whoever it was.
Who was pitching?
You know who was pitching? Mike Haynes. Mike Haynes was pitching. You remember? I don't know if you played in that league, Scott, but Mike Haynes used to love pitching.
I did 1 year.
Yeah.
I tell you, you know
it was
what?
Mike Haynes,
my
actually.
last game, no dumb question again. Can you remember your last game, in certain events? And I told this story earlier about jogging, but my last time I played slow pitch softball.
Yeah.
And we were playing, and I don't know if Randall was on this team. Was Mark Randall on that team playing like first base?
Mark Randall definitely played in that league. You know what? It might have been against KSC. He may have been on the field at that moment. You might be right about that, yeah.
And I was playing in a game, and I lined one down the first baseline. I don't remember if it was a one-hopper or a straight line drive, but it hit Randall in the chest, dropped. I got on safe. And I'm sitting on base talking to Mark, and he's going like this, and he pulls down his shirt, and he had a necklace on.
Yeah.
And the ball hit the necklace, and it was imprinted. There was an imprint of that necklace in his chest. It hit, and I'm like, man, someone's going to get killed in this thing. And so that was the last game I think I played in, because I'm like, man, I don't, come on.
Dude, you couldn't pay me to pitch in one of them men's softball leagues. It's one of the most dangerous things anybody could ever do. These are grown-ass men. These are men that are, listen, it's a lot of frustrated jocks playing adult men's softball, okay? And these guys still lift weights. And to be that patsy pitcher lobbing it up there from like 35 feet away, are you freaking crazy? It's nuts.
It was also, if you remember the rules in that league, I jacked one in one of the games.
You only get two. At least the leagues I was in, you only get 2 home runs.
What do you mean?
And
you're only allowed to hit 2 home runs. After 2
and then what?
It's an out if you hit it over the fence.
What?
I clubbed one, and I didn't know the rule, and that was like our 3rd home run.
Out.
And they called me out.
Yeah.
And I went, what? In fact, it was my second of the game.
Okay.
And somebody else it might have been my second, and they called me out. And I go, what?
Yeah.
What kind of BS rules is
you're
that?
You're only allowed 3.
I'm telling you, if you don't have that rule,
America's about them dingers, baby.
No kidding. But you want to see something boring? Watch 10 guys in a row step up to the plate and smack it over a 300-foot fence like
Get
it's
better
nothing.
pitchers.
It's slow pitch.
Get better slow pitchers.
It's slow. It's okay. You're just baiting me here.
Hey, I played 1 weekend tournament with a traveling slow pitch team.
Yeah.
That basically were professionals.
Yeah, they're ridiculous.
And there was a second baseman that was probably the size of Raj, and this dude's jacking it. And we're playing on American Legion fields. We're playing on, and I remember that the left field fence was 3.
Yeah.
3 something, and it was an 8-foot fence, and he was jacking it over the top of this thing.
Oh well, I mean those men's leagues softball teams they just play on regulation Major League diamonds. I mean it's infield softball dimensions, but they just play 400-foot fences. I mean it's ridiculous.
But I wanted to say this fence was 380, and
I believe it. I would totally believe it. All right. Anyways, big game for the Nuggets tonight. Something really quirky is going on tonight. Something that does not happen all that often. Plus, a fascinating article on ESPN.com about what it would take for Prime to leave. And Tyler, I think you're right about something. And I think I'm wrong about it, and I think you're right about it.
All right.
Details next.
Well, I've always been coaching dad, so I don't know no other way. So it's not tough to balance that situation because I don't know any other way. Just this is the first time I seen the finish line. Usually we're distant runners. Only sprinters see the finish line from the start. I'm a distance runner, so I never really see the finish line from the start. And the day I saw it, so that's tumultuous. That's tremendous. That's heartfelt. I don't know how they're going to handle it, but Shiloh's going to say he's glad that's the last game with me. I know who he is, but the others, it's going to be tough.
I heard that Prime really did go up to like Breckenridge last weekend and was really, doing the snowmobile like he said he was going to do it. Well, it was funny. He goes, Breckenridge Vale, whatever.
Yeah, Shiloh said that at the game when they were walking out for the senior intro. Said, "We're ball hard today. We're hitting Breck tomorrow."
Also, there was another interesting moment that I caught. Like Prime walked out with his two sons, and then their mom was at the end of the walk, and Prime was like, "Beesh."
What did you see the full context of it?
No, talk to me.
Well, Shiloh and Shador were talking to the camera beforehand. It was the same part where he said they were going to go to Breck, but he said Shiloh was talking to the camera. He said, "We're trying to pull off the impossible here. We're trying to get my dad and mom to be in the same area together."
Well, it happens with divorced couples. I mean, I'm not going to throw any shade on that. That's just the way that goes sometimes. And even Prime jokes about his 2 failed marriages. He talks about it. He jokes about it. So that ain't it is what it is. It is what it is. And a lot of families deal with it. But, so he really did stay out of it. Now, there's a huge article, Scott, Tyler, in ESPN.com by Jeremy Fowler. And I had kind of put in my mind to rest that he was going to go anywhere. Just like, forget it. He's not. And they had signing day, right? They had Juju became official as well as some other guys there, some 4-stars from what I understand, which is good. But this article by Jeremy Fowler goes through all of the options that he still has on the table. And it speculates he'll get at least 2 interviews in the NFL, with the biggest overture coming from the Raiders, which doesn't have an opening right now. And this is what we talked about. Literally, we talked about this months ago. We literally talked about the Raiders and Prime months ago. But I have dismissed it. But the article is interesting. And when I said, hey, listen, I don't think he's going anywhere, and you, Tyler, said, hold your horses a little bit. I mean, he probably isn't, but who knows? You're not predicting it, but you're sort of saying, hey, listen, man, these kids with the transfer portal and the NIL money, so what? Like, if Prime were to leave, Juju Lewis, where'd he go? I mean, he'd go to a SEC school or back to USC or whatever. I mean, and the thought that these kids are going to be at the same place all the time and their coach is going to stay there, that just isn't part of college football anymore. So when I read that, I thought about it, and I still don't think he's going. I still don't. But it did give me a little pause as to what this offseason may be about and to not take things 100% on the surface that he's going to stay.
Well, I'm about 85% he's staying put. And I feel really, really good about that. There's a lot of things that you just follow the breadcrumbs. There's a lot of breadcrumbs that lead to him staying right there at the University of Colorado. But my main take on that was that when Julian Lewis committed to CU, I just didn't think that changed anything per se in terms of his future. But look, Deion will, in all likelihood, take an interview or 2. Because that's what you do as a head coach. Even if your goal is to stay put, you take the interview because what interviews do, they give you leverage. What does leverage do? It gives you money. So I firmly expect he will take an interview or 2. But I look, man, there's a lot of evidence out there that points to him staying. From Shador talking about already giving money back to the NIL collective to little things like Shiloh anointing to the camera. Hey, I just renewed my lease, boys. You know what that means. Little things like that of course you can get out of. But I'm about 85% he's staying unless an NFL team can guarantee that he can get Shador.
Scott, where are you at on this?
You got to go. One of those do's and don't lists where you're pros and cons type thing. Here's the con for me for going to the Raiders. Let's just use them for the example. They suck. Okay, that's 1. 2. The game you play with these college kids ain't going to work on pros.
Right.
And they'll tire of that. They'll tire of that real quick.
And I think he knows that,
Antonio
Scott.
Pierce. Huh? And Antonio Pierce, didn't Antonio Pierce kind of had that locker room with rah-rah last year. How's that going for him this year?
Not great, Bob.
So that's a struggle. So, and I think he knows that. Now, the other is another reason why he might move. He's at the height of his mystique as a coach in college. I mean, I guess there's still win a championship and all that, but taking the worst team in college football and in 2 years later being a quality bowl type team and, all but for one game, whether KU or K-State, in the argument for being in that top 12 to play for a thing. I don't know what really realistically more he can do to his legacy mystique-wise as a college football coach.
Mm-hmm.
You can only hurt it feels going forward. I think the money is whatever, because what I've been told, I mean, the money he's pulling out of CU with CU basically letting him use all the Buffalo and the CU on prime gear, that he's making about $25 million a year. With all the ancillary stuff while he's a coach at CU. I don't know if the Raiders, if we use them, is going to find a way to find $25 million to pay a first-time pro coach. So, I think it goes both ways. If there's that challenge and it's out there that the Giants or the Raiders say, we'll take your son, come play for us, then that might be enough ego thing for him. But again, and Tyler, you even touched on this, not been done before, and it'll be interesting how that will go over and how he'll be treated in a pro locker room when he's daddy's boy.
Yeah, it's something to be discussed because – look, we all complain, right? We all moan and complain about our employers, about bosses, about whatever, and you're in a locker room, it's no different. You'll sit there and complain about coaches. How's that go over, right? like guys just don't feel safe there. But I don't think that's going to be a deciding factor for Prime. I think that's something the locker room would have to figure out later, but I don't think Prime's worried about that.
Some of the hardware is rolling in today. Shadur Sanders named Big 12 Player of the Year. How about that? Good for Shadur Sanders. First team all Big 12 offense. Travis Hunter, Defensive Player of the Year. Crazy. Honorable mention, Offensive Player of the Year. And first team offense and defense. Offense and defense, first team Big 12. And BJ Green gets Defensive Newcomer of the Year, first team all defense. Those are your first teamers for CU. And there's a bunch of honorable mention stuff. Seton, Wester, McCoy, a bunch of guys.
Certainly he's the first ever to get first team offense and defense, right? He's got to be the first ever.
Got it.
You probably got to go back and look at all the quote-unquote Power 5 leagues. Forget them, you might have to go back as far as Dick Butkus.
Right. I'm sure if you go back far enough, you'll find one.
Who was an All-American center and an All-American linebacker, right?
Is Shadur about to be snubbed for the Heisman?
That's a fair question.
Because of Travis?
Well, I said that at the beginning of the year that I never thought Shadur had a chance of winning the Heisman because if he was balling out at a Heisman level, well, CU would have success. And if they're having success, it means that Travis Hunter's catching a whole lot of balls, a whole lot of touchdowns. And what he would be doing would be such a unicorn moment that Shadur would have no chance.
Are you surprised?
Do you know that the Colorado, though, so the teams, they've got Heisman campaigns, right?
Sure.
So they've got a budget. Some teams like Oregon used to put up billboards and stuff. And Colorado's been sending out these boxes of Heisman material to all the Heisman voters. And you open it up, and it's this like super fancy folder that's got flyers about both Shadur and Travis Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
And they're pitching them both as a Heisman candidate.
Mm-hmm.
There's people out there that are like, well, how could they both? They clearly don't have a Heisman candidate if they're trying to make it seem like they've got two Heisman candidates. And I do think little things like that from a national perspective hold him back to the point where he probably never had a chance.
Well, are you guys surprised then that Shadur got Player of the Year in the Big 12, not Travis? I mean, shouldn't Travis have got that?
Fair question.
I mean, if he's about to win the Heisman.
Travis's Heisman and what he did as a wide receiver To me, the Heisman thing is the fact that what we just said. This guy's first team All Big 12 on both sides of the football.
So why isn't he player of the year?
That just ain't done.
No, I get it, but why isn't he player of the year then?
He only had 14 catches or 14 touchdowns.
Only 14 touchdowns?
How many interceptions to go with it?
What do you have, about 5? Oh, he only had 4 interceptions?
Is that what it was?
4 interceptions, 14 touchdowns.
Okay. Then why should he win the Heisman?
Because he's the best player in America.
14 touchdowns and 4 interceptions.
If he's the best player in America, how did he not win the Big 12 Player of the Year?
I got it.
Right.
We can go in
but he's first team All Big 12.
He's first team offense and defense. It's complicated. It's tricky. I think Shedeur is absolutely good for him winning Player of the Year. I think that's.
I'm glad he won it because he has no chance of winning the Heisman. So it's nice that he gets a little bit of a hardware to take home.
Pointing out just a little thing that Player of the Year in the Big 12. Travis, is going to win the Heisman, but not that. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Travis doesn't get the Heisman. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe it does go to Cam.
He's going to win it.
You think?
Yep. I think it's
okay.
It's a lock. He's going to win that thing.
Where did Genty end up in the all-time season yards thing?
I don't know. Hit up Homer, Boise, Simpson, Mike Sanford.
Rolling it up in the mountainwest.com. I don't know. Bogus yards after games are decided.
Wow.
Have you seen their coaches?
League snob.
That Boise coach.
League elitist.
A little bit because their coach is a jackhole.
Yeah, he's an arrogant son of a gun now. Every time he gets in front of a microphone, I just want to punch that dude in the face.
Yeah, I guess I'm not really angry at Genty, but the arrogance of their head coach is a trip.
He said something stupid like, you can't win a Heisman when you're not even in your own conference championship
game.
Right. Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So who won it last year?
Well, I will say this. Let me read you Genty's stats. 312 carries, 2,288 yards, 28 touchdowns, 7.3 yards per carry.
Oh, it's ridiculous, Scott. I mean, he's absolutely worthy of a Heisman. I mean, it just so happens he's going up against a dude that this has never happened before.
I mean, I guess on draft day, Travis and everybody will just have to be okay with Shedeur and Travis going 1-2 and Genty going in the second round.
Oh, he ain't going in the second round. That's crazy talk.
He's still
I'll put whatever you want on that one.
No, I'm not betting on that. I'm just trying to be a little facetious. He's going to go later. He's going to go, but taking a running back, man, in the NFL, just buyer beware. Buyer beware. You can get really good running backs and not have to use a first-round pick on them. Ain't no doubt about that.
Get that dude. Every now and then pays off. Every now and then you get Saquon Barkley.
Oh, so Genty's going to be that special in the NFL?
There's no reason to think he wouldn't be.
Sure it is. He played in the Mountain West.
Dude,
I'm not saying he's not a good player, but he's doing it in the Mountain West.
What he is doing is insane. Insane.
And he'd be doing that in the SEC?
Yeah, I think he would.
Okay. All right. Then he's that special.
I've got zero reason to think that he's not going to be an all-pro NFL player.
What's so special about him?
He's impossible to take down. He's got good speed. He busts every single tackle. He's averaging like 8 yards per carry, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everything about him is special.
So he'll be a high-impact player right away in the NFL.
I would almost guarantee it, yeah.
So if he's there at 20...
Well, they lost to Oregon second game of the year. I mean, that's
how do you do in that game?
That's going to have. Well, they lost 37-34, so they were there.
Okay. Did they have a good game?
He only had 3 touchdowns and 192 yards and 7.7.
Well, that's really good.
Look, you never freaking know with any of these guys, and the draft is always a roll of the dice, despite what DMAC will tell you. And yes, the history on Heisman candidates in particular in the NFL, it doesn't tend to work out very well. But if you're just looking at resumes, he's got as beautiful as a resume as you could ever get.
I get it, but running backs to me are just running backs. And, there's a lot of good ones out there. Hey, Saquon's special. I get it. And if you're telling me he's special, he's special. He'll have a shot, and he probably will be a first-round guy. I'd put it to you guys. If he's there and the Broncos are drafting, say, at 23, I'm getting the Broncos in the playoffs. I'm getting there.
Hell yeah, I would take him.
You would?
Hell yes.
Take him over an offensive tackle.
Yeah, I would.
Even if they don't re-up Bowles.
Well, I hope they re-up Bowles, but...
What if they don't?
That gets complicated.
Right.
Then I think I still would take him, yeah.
Over an offensive tackle.
Bring back
Okay.
Bring back Throckmorton.
Throckmorton. I know they dumped Throckmorton. How about that? How sad is that? Just Throckmorton, gone scheme. All right, well, listen, we'll follow it, and the mock drafts are just around the corner, y'all. They're right around the corner, Scotty. We're right there, almost mock draft time. It's going to be great. It's going to be glorious. Oh, boy. Yeah, the whole thing. It's coming down the road. Meanwhile, the Avalanche are playing tonight. Really unusual night tonight. So tonight here on Altitude, we've got the Nuggets on Altitude on 92.5, and we've got the Avs against Carolina on 950. One of the only times, if not the only time all year, both teams will start at the exact same time on the East Coast.
Stupid.
It does. Unbelievably, that also happens on Saturday too, but it's a weekend, not a weekday. But in terms of a weekday East Coast, both teams starting at the exact same time, you have a sportpocalypse, a sports NATO tonight with the Avs and the Nuggets. And guess who's in net for the Avalanche?
And both playing good teams.
Both playing good teams. And guess who's in net for the Avs?
Atomic Wedgie.
The Atomic Wedgie. The Atomic Wedgie is between the pipes. Is the Atomic Wedgie your new starter for the Avalanche from here on in?
There is no starter. No, he's not. And there won't be a starter the rest of the season.
The Avs lose today, but they lose 3-2. Okay. Who's starting on Saturday in Washington?
He probably starts again.
Wedgie.
Yeah. He'll keep starting until there's a reason not to, and then they'll go back to Georgie, and he'll start till there's a reason not to, and then they'll go back to Atomic Wedgie.
But wouldn't that make the Atomic Wedgie the starter then?
No.
So what is it then?
The dude that's in net.
Okay. So they don't have a starter. The Avalanche do not have a starter.
Georgie's the starter, technically.
I was talking to Andy last night, and it happens in all the sports, and Georgie, it's almost to the point where now you've got to move him, not just because he's a bad player or anything like that, because I think there's still hope for him, and I think he'd probably be a quality backup goaltender somewhere. But it just feels, doesn't it, that there's a disconnect between the players and the goalie when he's in.
Scott, that was my take yesterday also, was that they traded the wrong dude, because it's one thing to not have faith in your backup goaltender, but when you don't have faith in your starting goaltender, you got a real problem there. So I think they should have traded Georgie, not Juice.
On the
shot. Well, I was told, and maybe you guys saw it, that Wedgwood got the big hat.
He did.
That first game he came in.
Yep.
And was saying stuff, listen, these guys just don't understand how good they are, and sitting back and being able to watch them play, they're just amazing. And he was all, while he's being interviewed with the big hat, it's all them. Those guys, blah, blah, blah. And I was told last night the MO and the scouting report on this guy is he is a real glue guy in the locker room.
I love it because let me tell you about Gorgie. He barely talks. He really just – he's a nice enough guy, but he mumbles through life. He's a mumbler. Mumbles here, he mumbles there. It's just mumbles all over the place. He's a
mumbler.
He's a mumbler. And there's no personality with Gorgie whatsoever. None. You know who had a great personality was our dude that got rid of Prosvetov, the dog walker guy in the park. That guy had a great personality. Darcy Kemper had a great personality. Eustace Annunen was another doorknob. Nothing. Just
how about
zero
Billington?
There. Don't know him. You tell me. Don't know. But I'll tell you this about Francouz. He was like, he had a good enough sort of friendly sort of vibe. Gorgie walks around, and I am using Gorgie. Should I not? Georgie walks around, and it's just like, it's not like he's in a good mood or a bad mood. He's just in it's like wallpaper, bro. It's like watching paint dry. There's just nothing there. So it's not that difficult to come into that room and have a speck of personality to just feel like, all right, you're our guy. So good for Wedgwood.
You try to build within divisions and companies in the military, right? This camaraderie, good teams that you're in it. What did Malone say? That we're playing for each other and not for with each other. You're playing for and not with.
Yeah.
Gorgie might be playing, I'm playing with these guys, or
totally.
Instead of I'm playing for. And the same thing goes, so now you bring a guy in, and maybe talent-wise, he's not, heads and tails. If you look at pure athletic goalie talent, may not be way over the other guy, but now all of a sudden he's assimilated into the locker room, and his first time interviewing the media, he's talking about, man, these guys just don't know how good they are. I sit there and I get to watch these guys. They're just amazing. And he's praising from minute one his teammates. You got to believe the team's going to go,
yep.
I want to play for that guy.
Good, because I'm going to tell you this about the Avalanche. Here's the truth about the Avs. There's an energy gap in that locker room. And yes, they miss Gabe. They definitely miss Gabe. But McKinnon, energy gap. Makar, energy gap. Rantanen, energy gap. Lehkonen, I don't think he talks to himself. I mean, there's just no energy with these guys. And that's how they play sometimes. Really, seriously, have you ever talked to any of these guys on the Avalanche? Have you been around these fellas? All nice guys, all great guys, but there's no energy. So for Wedgwood,
seems pretty normal for hockey, though. I mean,
I've never seen a doorknob, personality-less team like this Avalanche team right now. Swear to God.
Well, and it goes back to what was our guy we lost, number 11, that retired? Cogliano.
And he's around.
Was Cogliano? Was he not he wasn't a doorknob.
He was not a doorknob guy.
No, he was going out, and he was and when he came in, if you go back the year they won it, and he came in, did he come in mid-season? Man, he changed the personality of that locker room.
You know guess who was not a doorknob guy? Kadri was not a doorknob guy. Eric Johnson wasn't a doorknob guy. Cogliano. I mean, there's a bunch of dudes. Logan O'Connor is not a doorknob guy. You know what? What are you laughing about?
Nothing.
All right.
I'm talking to Dan.
So, whatever, man. Get some life. Get some energy. Get some excitement for crying out loud. Be excited about what you're about to do. Somebody needs to
polish these doorknobs.
All right. It's PhD on 92.5. Sorry, it's a little getting ahead of myself there. You don't want to do that. No. In fact, with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, listen, if you're suffering from ED, the season can be tough on you and your relationship. And you don't have to struggle through this. You can change it up. Give the best gift you can to the one you love by treating your ED and restoring your relationship. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They work when the pills or herbals fail. They've got treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. That's a decade, I said. If you are interested in just making your life so much better, well, then call them today at 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. You could be having sex the day after your appointment. Come on now. Let's go. Let's get back into the game. Check them out today at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Did you catch Shelby Harris throwing some shade at Bo Nix?
I sure did.
Tell he didn't watch a lot of film.
All right. Well, Shelby's on a podcast with hey, Ryan
Meet the Harrises.
We're the Harris.
Oh, we're the Harrises.
Well, it's the same concept.
Chris Harris, Shelby Harris, Ryan Harris.
Yeah. We know all those guys. So here we go. Here's Shelby Harris bombing on Bo Nix.
I mean, I would say other than that big throw.
Yeah, keep this in mind. He just played against him. He's playing. He had one tackle. All right, here we go.
I mean, I would say other than that big throw, Bo Nix isn't the most efficient quarterback out there. I think that he needs, to make the little throws, and it's a lot of flair. Obviously that big throw is going to get a lot of airtime. We're going to talk. It was obviously a big throw, but also that was a throw that should have been an interception. At the end of the day, so we can oh my God, great arm, all that, but I think he's still a rookie. Obviously the ceiling is there. He can be a very good quarterback, but he did just enough, and he lived off that defense, and that defense really went and made plays for them to win the game. But obviously he did exactly what he needed to do, but it wasn't the most efficient game, and 2 interceptions, and it's just it's a tough game. Obviously, it's a tough game to digest for me. Just going back to Denver and losing that type of way. But I just think that maybe when I played Jaden Daniels, I played Bo Nix. Jaden Daniels, chopped our defense up. He really messed our defense up. I think. Bo Nix he still has a ways to go. He has the talent to be a great quarterback in this league, but in order for the Broncos to be successful in the playoffs, he's going to have to be better.
Quite the stark contrast from Travis Kelce when Travis Kelce did his podcast after the Chiefs game, and he's like, dude, Broncos got a guy. They got their dude. Bo Nix is a baller. Shelby's probably a little bit, he's probably got a little spite in his heart towards the organization.
You think?
He's probably a little bit mad at the organization for moving on from him. He was happy being here and all that.
Yeah.
I took it as he didn't watch any pre-game film because all Nix was take the little stuff and be efficient.
Right.
Up into that game, and that game for me turned a quarter because it showed that he wasn't afraid to, cut his strings and go out there. And you're right. He had, maybe if Ward gets there a little sooner, that is a pick. But guess what? He didn't do. Didn't get there any sooner.
Yeah, I mean, are we going to play that game?
And they had another chance for a pick that he threw across the field. That was not a smart play. But the one thing Bo Nix has done to me, the detriment of signing off on him, was that he was too efficient, and that all he did was look for the quick throws, which means Shelby probably never watched any of them previous 12 games.
So in that game, that one deep ball that he just threw up, that should have been another interception. But you could easily argue that the other two should not have been interceptions, right? Like the one was a deflection that popped up. There was just a hell of a play. Like what's Bo Nix supposed to do about that one? I'm drawing a blank on the other. What was the other interception?
Denzel Ward too, just dropping back was a big overthrow. It was like a punt down the field, but it was unfortunately it was
down the middle. He overthrew Mims.
Yeah.
Mims kind of stopped a little bit, and hey, good catch by Denzel Ward for sure. And the Browns did score a touchdown on that drive, so it was a turnover for points. It was
very interesting from Shelby because it feels like today there's a lot of guys that just show nothing but love. Like Justin Simmons, when he talks about the Broncos, it was nothing but love. That's my team. That's my city. I live there. Von Miller, he'll never say a bad word about the Denver Broncos. Shelby Harris clearly was scorned.
I guess so.
Those are words of a scorned man.
I guess so. 3-9.
Well, but Von Miller, they granted a wish and ended up in a championship for him. Shelby was part of that trade for Russ. That was kind of a throw-in.
That's right.
And remember, didn't Shelby just have one or two kids while he was playing for the Broncos? So, I mean, this was his home for a while.
Oh, I think he's still here.
Hold on now. Chris Harris was awful bitter when he went to the Chargers, too.
He was.
Let's not forget that. We
You're
all
right.
like Chris, and he was a great interview when he was here and everything. And they let him come back and retire as a Bronco, and hey, all's good. Hey, but go back and look some of the things he said them first couple of years when he was in the Charger land.
Well, we have a different tone of voice from Drew Brees about Bo Nix. We'll get to that. Also, some honors, some awards coming down for Shadur Sanders, and a member of the Broncos gets a Player of the Month award. Oh, okay. Details coming up next. In about 15 minutes, I love this topic, making sports better. Sports was invented yesterday. What would it be like? We'll get to that here in about 15 minutes. We have some other sort of business. We got a lot of things going on, and a question for Tyler Columbus on the Shot Mazda text line. And it does bring back a cool moment of the show from a year ago, so we'll get to that in a second. Hang on. If you're listening to us from wherever, the Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. And we've got you covered for the Nuggalanche. We've got the Nuggets and the Avalanche playing at the exact same time, 5 o'clock. Nuggets on 92.5, Avalanche on 950. We've got Kreckman and Lindahl at number 38 for a power pack 90 minutes before they go to pregame. And away we go. Don't have that too often. It's pretty unusual. But we do have some news out there, some awards. Let's start with the awards. Shedeur Sanders wins Big 12 Player of the Year. Guys, what do you think about that?
A lot of people are saying it was Offensive Player of the Year. Are you sure it was Big 12 Player of the Year?
That's what it said.
Okay, I'll take you for the word at it. Cool, man. I'm happy he got that because I don't think he's got any chance in the world of winning the Heisman. So glad he got to take home some hardware. It is interesting if Travis Hunter is going to be the Heisman, if he not the best player in the Big 12, but he's a quarterback, right? So quarterbacks are always going to get a lot of extra love, and happy for the dude.
Okay, I'm looking at it. All right.
But
It
was
says,
Travis
hold on.
Hunter the best offensive player?
I'll correct myself. It's Offensive Player of the
All
Year.
right, so that takes the whole premise out of it.
But I don't know if there is just a Player of the Year. Well, I don't know. So it's Offensive Player of the Year. I'm sorry. It was
well, and I would argue that he definitely was the best offensive player over Travis Hunter.
Okay. True.
So maybe they got an Offensive Player of the Year, a Defensive Player of the Year, and then a Player of the Year. Which you would assume Travis would win that because of being first team, offense and defense.
Okay, so congratulations to Shedeur and Travis. Well honored. Way to go. Pat Surtain gets Defensive Player of the Month. Oh, man, now I'm nervous about that. I got to check.
You were so confident when I asked you on the last one.
Check my math on that. AFC's Defensive Player of the Month. Okay.
Good.
I think I got that right. The year of Patrick Surtain. How would you rate it?
It's kind of interesting to me. So take me back in the last month of Pat Surtain highlights. Talk me through that.
Guys don't catch passes on him.
I mean, did he have some big pick sixes or anything that I'm forgetting here?
Oh my God.
He did have a pick six, yeah. I mean,
what was it?
I don't know if it was in November, though.
What was it?
It was against a team in Colorado. I forget.
Scotty gave me the my God, so go ahead, tell me, Scott.
Was it against the Raiders?
Well, he had a pick six against the Raiders.
Oh, there you go.
Listen, it's every single stat's been talked about that how every quality wide receiver comes in here and has a minimal game compared to their standards. And then every guy, I just watched a video or a thing last night with about 5 different Hall of Fame type players or all pro type wide receivers going, dude, that dude's unreal.
Oh yeah.
Hill was talking about it. He goes, dude, I make a cut and he's right there with me. I ain't never been around a cat like that. So just like Champ Bailey was probably the greatest cornerback that's ever played here, and a Hall of Famer, oh, by the way, you look at his stats and his numbers against some of the other guys, and that ain't there. But cover-wise, no one wanted to play against him, and that's Surtain has earned the level of, well, we ain't really going to test that cat very often.
No, and
so,
so
if you're just looking at stats, then why watch games?
No. That wasn't my question at all. I mean, it's well worthy of the award, but generally speaking, when you get awards like this, it comes after highlight plays. So I guess I'd give a credit to the people that gave the award to him. You look at the stats that he had on Jerry Jeudy. It was 2 catches for like 20 yards versus everything else that he was able to do. We all know who Pat Surtain is, and I'm sure he could win that award every month.
Eric Bieniemy's been let go at UCLA as their offense coordinator.
Yeah, I was just reading. Here's the statement from Bieniemy's agent.
Okay.
Eric and UCLA mutually parted ways today as previously planned. He's still getting paid by the Commanders. After interviewing for head coaching jobs last year, he wanted to stay active and busy. So he decided to go help out Deshaun Foster, who is like a little brother at UCLA as opposed to sitting out a year. The plan was always to return to the NFL in 2025, and he's looking forward to the opportunities ahead.
Okay. Well, that's a hell of a lot better than just being fired, I guess, right?
It was a very specific statement.
This is always going to happen? I mean, they're not exactly reporting it that way, but okay.
It kind of depends if you call the Brothers Grimm actual true fairy tales.
The mutually parting of the ways is always a, are you? Mutual, huh? Okay.
You guys always tell me that John Fox was a legitimate mutual parting of the ways.
I didn't think it was. And then
I find it hard to believe there's ever a mutual parting of the ways.
I don't know.
I don't think John Fox is mutual.
Well, I talked to Fox, unless Fox is just lying in my face on a personal phone call. I mean, not media, just talking to him.
Well, listen, we can all get to the point where I'm miserable being here, so I accept being fired and I'm happy with it.
I was told they wanted to get rid of him after Super Bowl 48.
Yeah, I understood that too, but how do you get rid of somebody after they just take you to a Super Bowl?
Back to Bieniemy for a quick second, though. The trajectory on that guy's career has been pretty insane to watch. Dude, talk about a dude that was on the fast track to becoming a head coach, had like 150 interviews for what felt like 7 straight years, bounces around, takes the Commander's job. That doesn't work out. Takes the UCLA job. I guess doesn't work out. And now what?
I don't know. That was going to be my next question.
Well, I'll tell you now what. He'll be a running backs coach in the NFL. That's what he'll be.
Really?
Yeah.
Not a head coach, not an offensive coordinator.
I'd be shocked. I'd be very, very surprised.
Okay, so Buddy just gives him a job as a running backs coach.
Yeah, no one. I mean, I don't want to say it like that. I mean, I think he's probably very qualified and is probably a fantastic running backs coach.
We'll hear from Drew Brees. Well, I can play right now. We're talking about, Shelby Harris kind of bombing on Bo Nix a little bit, not very efficient. Okay. Here's what Drew Brees has to say about Bo Nix.
He's running this offense with a lot of confidence. I watch the little things, the body language, the way he interacts with his teammates, the way he gets in and out of the huddle, what he does when he gets to the sideline. And you just see a guy who's mature beyond his years. And look, even in that last game against the Browns, I didn't think the Broncos played that great on offense. They got two interception returns for touchdowns that really won them the game.
Yeah.
But I think it was the recognition of that. Like when I watched Bo Nix's interview at the end of the game, it's like, hey, we did enough to win. At the end of the day, when they had a chance to go down and kick a field goal to take the lead, they did that. And just like they did it against Kansas City, and I know they got that kick blocked, but nonetheless, you see the maturation with Bo as well in, hey, despite what happens in the game, when you have a chance to win at the end, you go and you make the play. You put yourself and your team in a position to win. And I think that's where I've been the most impressed.
Okay.
Kind of what we said, right? Or some of us said that. But I like the fact that he was willing to take chance and look like a guy that oh my God, what's going on? I didn't think he looked panicked. I didn't think those long throws or even the bad. I saw bad decisions, but I like that better than Mr. Robot Pinocchio guy on strings.
You almost want like a questionable throw or two per game, right? like not necessarily a stupid throw, but a questionable throw where you can just tell the dude's pushing. He's pushing hard. And I liked that balance in the Browns game because to me, it didn't feel like a quarterback that was out of control by any means, but he took a couple chances.
I don't think he's going to win Rookie of the Year. The vibe against Bo Nix is there's something quirky out there about him, man. So
because you got too many guys that vote that are deep analytic divers.
Yeah, there's just something. He's gonna be in the running for it, but he ain't gonna win it. Because there's just some weirdness about him and acceptance that he's good. It's weird.
Well, because all it takes is one more extremely flashy game from Jaden Daniels, and we all know that people love the flash.
Yeah, so I think he's going to take the Broncos.
And I'm going to back up what I just said, though, D-Mac. The guys that are voting now are birthed in analytics. Yeah. And his analytics have not been great if you go back and look. We're looking at wins and losses and where the Broncos have come from, and it's night and day, that evolution. But then you get the guy that sits there in North Carolina who has yet to see a Denver Bronco game. And, well, God, look at this. From 10 to 20 yards, he's very average, and over 20, he's like his percentage is this, and 90% of his passes. They ain't even watching a guy play, and they're not putting any credit into where Denver came from and where hopefully they're going.
We're going to make a sport better, and you're going to think it's the dumbest idea you've ever heard. That's next.
Hey guys, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, now's a great time to go shopping. End of the year, there's always deals to be had. And when you go to my friends at Phil Long Ford, you're not going to have to negotiate or haggle for that best deal. You're just going to be given the best price possible. And guys, when you go to Phil Long Ford, this is one-stop shopping. No reason to drive all over the state of Colorado. Go to one dealership, Phil Long Ford. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs on that lot. Guys, even commercial fleet vehicles, electric vehicles, whatever you're looking for, new or pre-owned, you will find the vehicle of your dreams at Phil Long Ford. So don't waste your time. Get the best price with the best inventory, all at Phil Long Ford. I built a long-term relationship there since my rookie year. You're going to do the same thing. You'll be a customer for life because you realize it's a different car dealership. They respect your time. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. They're going to give you the best price. They've got an award-winning service department, so no reason to shop anywhere else other than Phil Long Ford. Feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now. You're a smart guy. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Adam Schefter will join us in about 20 minutes. Looking forward to that. No Dumb Question brought to you by Old Chicago. oldchicago.com. Order online or find a location near you. We were going to get to this, Scott. I don't know if you want to pose it because you kind of brought it up in the first place, but I'm happy to lay back about the old golden at bat. Got some deep thoughts on it. What were your thoughts on it? What's your question about it?
Well, when I first read it, I said, well, what the dumbest idea in the world.
Why don't you recap it for people who might not know?
Well, and this is Manfred, right? The
Yes.
commissioner of the Major League Baseball has proposed the golden at-bat rule, which basically says that at any time in the game, the coach has one player that he can take out of the lineup, put at any position, whatever. He's a fourth hitter, and batter number 8 is coming up, and say he's hitting right now, and he can make that kind of switch, as I understand it. You could see it where, like, if you've got your 9th position coming up in the bottom of the 9th in a 4-3 game, and there's runners on first and second or bases loaded even, you'd say, hey, we're going to take so-and-so, we're going to move him from that 3rd spot to the 9th spot because he hits, 423 against this reliever. It would change the entire scope of strategy in the game up.
So I assume this is one time a game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, one time a game. I got to believe traditionalists saw this and went, whoa, and just their tops of their heads blew off.
Well, I got another one for you to top it off. But what's your question, Tyler?
I didn't have a question on it other than it was one time a game.
One time a game.
What's the question?
I think I love it. I like excitement, right? And now it does sort of penalize you at times for having success, right? If you plan in advance, like you bring in a certain pitcher because you know that you've got the next 3 batters, we like this matchup. And so it punishes you for that, and it certainly increases the difficulty of planning. But I like the idea of a manager has to decide this is the most pivotal moment of the game.
There was a moment, and it wasn't even in Major League Baseball. It was in the World Baseball Classic, but I bet you remember it. And Shohei Ohtani for Team Japan was facing Mike Trout with the game on the line.
Yeah.
And that was awesome. This is an idea that would give you a lot more awesome moments. And I think that makes baseball more entertaining. When I first heard it, I thought it was the stupidest thing I'd ever heard of.
Do you have to give the other side the same opportunity, a golden pitcher?
Well, you already have that. You actually already have
a reliever.
Sure. You got it.
I mean, it's a reliever, but like in theory, like could you use a guy that you've already used?
That would just never happen because of health reasons in baseball, because you wouldn't get a guy.
A batter?
What's that?
A batter?
No, you're talking about a pitcher, or what are you talking? Yeah. Like if you pitch somebody, you wouldn't bring him in a half hour later just because it would be bad. I mean, sure. I mean, if you want to just talk about re-entry,
right. That's fair.
But I mean, nobody would do that.
Well, but hold on now. You've already got a rule, so it's the top of the 9th. You got to face 3 batters, and you bring a guy in to face the righty, and you can go golden batter with the lefty. That guy can't come back out because he has to face at least 3 batters.
That's right. They have changed that rule of 3 batters, and to support what you've said, it has happened in baseball. Kind of. A pitcher has gone in. They'll take an outfielder out, put the pitcher in the outfield, bring another pitcher in to pitch to one batter, and move the pitcher back. That has happened before, but not with a huge delay. But it has happened before, but you couldn't do that now because you have this, you got to face 3 batters. Maybe get rid of that too. But let me give you the most radical idea. If the Nuggets chose to let Nikola Jokic shoot every single shot, what's to stop them?
The other team.
No, fine.
Exhaustion.
But there's no rule. Sure. Physical, whatever. But could Jokic theoretically take every single shot? Theoretically.
Sure.
Yes, right? Okay. Could Nathan McKinnon be on the ice? Theoretically. If he was Superman. all the time. And Bednar does.
Every shift.
Bednar does double shift guys at the end of games. He does that all the time. Guys take extra shifts. He just talked about it. Nothing to stop that. Correct? Right? Yes?
Sure.
Okay. What's to stop baseball? You don't have a lineup. You just have hitters. And you have fielders. And every inning, you just put up whatever hitters you want. Like, the point is to score runs, right?
So see the same 4 guys the whole game?
Why not? What's the point of baseball? To score runs and to stop runs. So to win the game. Score runs.
And
Why,
again,
why do you have to have a lineup?
Now you're talking about batters instead. I mean, you'll see games, and they usually go extra innings where a guy will get 6 at bats. It's rare, but you'll see it. You're going to have dudes getting 9 at bats.
Okay.
9, 10. And so all the purists, and there's never been a more holder of the record book sport than baseball.
Throw in the trash can.
They're going to say, well, wait a minute. So this guy now all of a sudden has 95 home runs because he got to bat, another 150 times.
Somebody asked on the text line, and I assume the answer is yes, with the golden batter rule. In theory, the same dude could bat twice in a row.
Yes. And what would happen theoretically if you had this golden at bat is you would put
what if he's on base?
You would put pinch runner. You would put your best hitter on your team lead off in every game because your worst hitter theoretically would be 9. So it'd be another chance to get your best hitter up twice in a row, back to back. And that is what's already happening. You realize Shohei Ohtani leads off for the Dodgers. I think Aaron Judge hits second, something like that. Baseball is just different. They don't care about speed on the base pass. They care about hitting the ball with power. And so they're going to just do that as often as humanly possible. So they've kind of already done it. But my suggestion is even more radical. Just get rid of it completely. Just have hitters. And you can put up whatever hitter you want, whatever inning you want.
Yeah, that's no longer baseball.
Why not? Why isn't it?
I don't know. It's just it
feels weird,
that's
right?
Insanely radical. I mean, golden batter feels radical, but that's still it still resembles what we know.
But in football, I don't make the safety be the long snapper, right? We have a long snapper, don't we? Who does one job: kicker,
isn't that
a
what
punter.
the designated hitter is?
And that's right. But they have 3 specialists in football, maybe even more. If a guy's just a special teams guy, you can't just have one. Why not just have hitters, fielders, pitchers, and play baseball? And we'll see who has more runs at the end of a game. Why not?
Because the Dodgers and the Yankees, as if they don't anyway, would be in every single World Series forever.
Maybe, but if you didn't have to pay a million guys all sorts of money, couldn't you have more money for whoever your hitters are?
I don't know.
Yeah, how about this? The dude playing shortstop is going to make $4 million a year. The guy that's going to bat 9 times a game is going to make, $75 million a year.
Well, what's the disparity between quarterbacks and running backs right now? What's the difference?
There's still got to be a lineup. Like if you wanted to do that,
why?
If you wanted to
Because
just
it's tradition.
if you wanted to have
There you
designated
go.
hitters,
There you
okay, but there's still got to be a lineup.
Only because of tradition.
There's
Only,
that's
not
there
that's
would
not.
literally be no strategy left.
It'd be a different strategy.
Listen, we already gave you a DH in both leagues. How much more do you want?
I don't want this, and it's never going to happen. I'm just saying, if you were to invent baseball yesterday, why would you have a lineup? You would just have hitters, fielders, pitchers.
No dumb question. If you're going to do that, why couldn't you have ghost runners?
Ghost runners, you can't. You got to have human beings out there to tag out one way or the other.
We don't need umpires.
Remember when you were a kid, we used to play baseball, but when you were shorthanded, you played baseball as a kid in the
All the
sandlot.
time.
You only had ghost runners all the time.
Dude,
Ghost runner on second.
Ghost runner on second.
Nobody played more 2-man wiffle ball than your boy right here, me and Jay McGilvery next door for hours on end in the backyard with ghost runners. Trust me, I get it. But you need somebody out there running around. By the way, you could have more speed. Just be able to replace runners. Runners are their own category.
This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
No, I told you it was going to be the dumbest thing you ever heard.
I mean, no, this really is.
But it makes more consistent sense with other sports when you think about it.
Why does that have to be consistent with other sports? It's his own sport.
Because baseball, serious.
But here, I got another reason why not.
Why?
Because now all of a sudden you're going to start having a whole lot more if you just got runners and hitters and players. But you're going to start having a bunch of 15, 12 games, and now all of a sudden them games are going to start creeping up over 3.5 hours.
I got the answer. 5-inning games. And as many as
7.
Oh, fine. 6.
No,
I don't know.
Do it like the first to get they first to win 4 innings.
Or
I don't know.
Or you do
Whatever.
it. What? Hey, you can only bat through the lineup one time. There's leagues that you have that on there, right? Where you can only bat through the lineup once.
I'll tell you this, guys.
What are we doing here?
We're reinventing a sport. The Savannah Bananas. Everybody makes fun in whatever they're doing. Do you realize millions, and they don't even play in that college league anymore. They are way beyond that.
Well, they're the Harlem Globetrotters.
They are the Harlem Globetrotters, and they play to sold-out stadiums
against the same team.
The Party Animals. The difference is the Party Animals are allowed to beat them. It's not rigged for the Savannah Bananas to win. But the Party Animals are their Washington Generals. The only difference is the Generals are always going to lose. The Savannah Bananas actually lose quite a few games to the Party Animals when they go out there and play.
But they have fun doing it.
They have fun doing it. They've reinvented baseball, and they go to Fenway Park, Yankee Stadium, 50,000 fans. I think they're coming. I thought they were coming to Coors Field or something like that. So don't just pshaw it as if it can't make a difference.
I do love a few of their rules. There's no stepping out. There's no walks. There's no bunts.
You can run to first base on any pass ball.
Okay.
If it's ball one, goes in the dirt, goes the thing, you can steal first.
Well, if you can steal any other base, that kind of makes sense.
If a fan
if I could steal second base,
if a fan catches a ball when it goes out of bounds in foul territory and a fan catches it, the batter's out.
There you go. Speed up the game.
I like that rule.
The game ends at 2 hours. That's it. It ends. The end. No matter what, it's over. And they only count runs. You win every inning. So it's about winning a certain amount of innings.
Yeah,
you
that's
only
what
play
I was
per
saying.
inning.
That's what I was saying before. Yeah.
So if you win 4 innings or 5 innings, the game's over. And you play for 2 hours. Whoever's won the most innings wins the game. Every game's 2 hours long.
You can win 4 innings 1-0 and lose one 8-1, and you'd lose.
Check this out. I'm just reading the Savannah Banana rules. They've got the golden batter. That is a literal rule that they already have.
All right. Don't.
So baseball's trying to steal something from the Bananas.
There was an ingenious guy. The guy who started the Savannah Bananas is an amazing business story who just looked at baseball differently and made it more fun, and it's going over great. So it wouldn't surprise me if the golden at bat rule becomes, and any rule that was originated in 1842 can pound sand as far as I'm concerned.
Why don't they have a Savannah Banana League?
Because why? Well, they may. Who knows? Smart people will just start copying them around the country if they want to make some money, and who knows how successful they'll actually be. That being said, let's get back in the NFL. Our guy Adam Schefter joins us next. Welcome to the show, Adam Schefter. Adam Schefter brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Adam Schefter, what do you think about Bo Nix and the Broncos these days? They a playoff team?
I hope Scott's impressed by now.
I don't know. You should ask him.
Scott?
Well, I will say this. I called him Pinocchio in the last game because it was the first time it looked like his strings were cut and he was a real boy instead of just a wooden puppet. Even with the bad throws, and there were 2 or 3 throws, he got a couple picks, okay, but he wasn't afraid to throw that tough pass down the middle, which turned into a big touchdown, and he looked more human and gave me more hope than the guy that set back the previous 12 weeks and threw it 2 yards, 2 yards, 2 yards, 2 yards, 2 yards, 75 completion, 160 yards on 22 completions. I like this guy that I saw last week compared to what I saw the few weeks, and if it wasn't for the defense had to save him.
Adam, you with us?
Is my thing frozen or Scott? It was freezing up there.
Oh, you're good. Oh. You're good.
No, I just said something genuous and genius.
I'm gonna call you right back because it's bouncing in and out.
That's on. Okay, that's on Adam's end. But go ahead, refresh. That's fine. That was very well said, Scott.
Yeah. He panicked. Didn't know what to say.
Extraordinarily well said.
Now you know what he's doing? He's going to go back and look at stats so he can come back and battle me.
Yeah. It was an okey doke. It was that's it right there. Yeah.
That was right there. Mike Tyson. He Mike Tyson me and feinted a real punch because he knew that boom, payday was on the end.
Yeah. He's working his way back to us.
Mike
now.
Tyson, you back with us?
I didn't hear anything you said there, so I apologize. Like it froze up.
I said I thought he was more like a real boy instead of Pinocchio in that last game, and even with some of the bad throws and taking some opportunities, I liked it better what I saw against Cleveland than the previous 12 games of, throw it 1 yard, throw it 2 yards, throw it 1 yard, have a 75 completion rating and 24 completions on 164 yards. Right. That was at least an exciting game and gave me hope that maybe he's not just a puppet.
Well, again, I think he's done what he's supposed to do all year long. He's a rookie quarterback. They're winning games. They're 8-5. They're where they should be at the bye. Like, I saw a highlight of him in college that I hadn't seen before the draft of him rolling out of the pocket at Auburn and eluding players and throwing downfield. And I went, oh, my God. Like, I saw the play, and I'm like, how is that guy not a higher – well, he went high in the draft, but how is he not higher thought of or more well thought of than he was? When I saw this one highlight, like there are certain things you just see, plays that guys make. It was an impressive play. He's had my support all along. I've been behind him all along. I haven't seen anything that's changed my mind. He may not be as naturally gifted as some other quarterbacks, fine, but I think this guy is a guy that you can build around and win with for years to come. That's what I believe.
Hey, if you had to vote on NFL Coach of the Year today, who would be your top 2 or 3?
But we're not voting today, which is what I always love these MVP awards, the Coach of the Year awards, like in week 12, in week 13.
Don't dismiss the question.
I'll give you a few guys that I would consider: Kevin O'Connell, Sean Payton, Mike Tomlin.
Tough to argue all those. Would you have a leader in the clubhouse?
And that's why I say, in going to week 14, let me see how the last few weeks play out, and I'll give you the winner of that award. But those would be 3 guys that immediately come to mind: Kevin O'Connell, Mike Tomlin, Sean Payton. Like, you can make a legitimate case for all 3 of them.
What happens with Sam Darnold?
One's doing with the quarterback that people thought was a trash heap quarterback. One guy's doing it, well, 2 guys are doing it with guys that were on the trash heap, right? Tomlin and O'Connell, and another one's doing it with a rookie.
Yeah. I mean, again, I think what they've all done has been impressive and worthy of being in the conversation for Coach of the Year. Now, again, 14, 15, 16, 5 more weeks to go.
Right.
4 for Denver, but 5 more weeks to go in the season. 4 or 5 games from these teams. I think that'll determine who wins it. There'll be somebody that finishes strong, and they're going to pull away at the end. That's what's going to happen.
I'm reading, and you're right there in the belly of the beast, obviously, but Aaron Rodgers is trying to make a case that he's done enough to prove that he should be back as the Jets quarterback. Adam, ballpark that one for me. Is Aaron Rodgers?
Well, I said this on Get Up this morning. I guess it's Aaron Rodgers, so it's sort of like Tom Brady. Like, you're going to talk about the guy's future. It's kind of a thing to do. But how do you talk about a guy's future when you don't even know if he's committed to playing next year? How do you talk about a guy's future when you don't know who the GM and the head coach of that team are going to be? How do you talk about a guy's future when there are so many variables that still need to be decided? With all the variables, I think it's very fair to say that it's hard to imagine that he would be back as the quarterback of the Jets. I don't rule it out because I don't know who's taking over as the GM and the head coach. But he doesn't know if he's playing. He's 41. Their head coaching vacancy has to be filled. Their GM vacancy. There's a lot of questions that have to come together before we can say that Aaron Rodgers is going to be back as the quarterback of the Jets. Like, that seems like it's a bit of a stretch right now.
You would only have a 40-year-old something quarterback as a starter if you thought you were a breath away from winning the Super Bowl. That's it.
Right.
That's
Especially
the only
as a
reason.
newcomer.
I mean, as a backup, maybe. I mean, I think Joe Flacco could probably play as a backup till he's 50, whatever. But as a starter, Adam, come on, man. So what team would actually want Aaron Rodgers? Because you think Aaron
Well, that's the other thing. That's the other thing. There's not a team out there that's waiting for Aaron Rodgers the way that there was a team waiting for Kirk Cousins last year. Like, it's the kind of thing where, to me, and I said this on air this morning, he goes to, again, we're making up hypotheticals. Sam Darnold leaves in free agency, and they need another guy to sign while they wait for J.J. McCarthy to come back, and they don't know if he'll be back, so they sign Aaron Rodgers. Matthew Stafford suddenly, unexpectedly retires. Rams need a veteran to help tutor Carson Beck, who they drafted in the first round. They bring in Aaron Rodgers. Like, that's the kind of scenario that you're talking about with Aaron Rodgers next year. Where's Scott going? By the way, where's Scott right now? Where are the Nuggets playing tonight?
They're in Cleveland. I don't know. He does sometimes.
He's got to go.
Yeah,
the dude likes to poop.
I don't know.
He really likes to poop.
Yeah, he may have left for the game, or he may be pooping. We're not quite sure. We could ball. He is suited to go. He's suited and booted. Oh, he's back.
I'm saying he went number one. I'm saying he went number one. Number one.
Scott, we thought you were either giving us an Irish goodbye right there, or you had to poop. But that was way too quick for a poop.
I was still here the whole time. I was just fragmenting, and I was thinking I had to turn my device off and stuff. No, actually, I would have had to take my bags out, and so.
Yeah. What time do you have to go? So we just know.
Me?
I probably will leave at 4.
4. Okay, so we got you.
15.
We got him for the full. Well, go ahead, Scott. You got time with Adam. Go ahead. What do you want to talk to Adam about?
Well, no. Listen. Where would you state the league this year? We talked about it, I think, a couple weeks ago when you're on. There was, at one time, 14 teams with 4 wins or less. And I didn't. We could add it up again this week. Is the league okay? Or is it just there's just so much in the middle right now?
You see the Thanksgiving ratings, Scott?
What were they? I did not. What were they?
But
there's like 120 plus million viewers, like the highest Thanksgiving ratings
Really?
ever. Scott, the league is okay.
Oh, there you go. And you know what? And two of the 3 games are really good. But I also saw 10,000 no-shows in Denver on a hot team last week.
Oh, wow. Okay, Adam, go ahead.
A hot team.
Were there 10,000 no-shows Monday night?
Recorded 7,000.
There might have been.
Well,
there were some empty seats. I'm not going to lie. I was there.
Yeah.
There were some empty seats.
They announced 8,000, and D-Mac was there, and he thought it was closer to 10.
It was noticeable, Adam. But it's Monday nights are tricky for people that have jobs. You know what I'm saying? And everybody has a job. That was there. I'm not trying to castigate that. And you know where the seats were empty. Upper corners, upper levels, that sort of thing. But there were some empty seats. But it's a Monday night, man. I don't think that's got anything to do with the popularity of football, Scott. Adam?
No, I'm just,
Well,
and I'm not even talking about the popularity of it, and there's no arguing the popularity of it. It just seems for a league that is as popular and is setting ratings. And again, those first 2 games on Thanksgiving were absolutely outstanding, great games to watch. The last game that evening was kind of whatever. But there's still a whole lot of bad teams in the league.
Oh,
and
all
it
right.
seems like there's more bad teams right now than I Tyler, you've talked about, than I can remember, to be honest with you.
Adam, do you think there's more bad teams than usual this year?
Breaking news. Breaking news.
Well, hold on. Wait, do you have breaking news? Are you tweeting something out right now?
No.
Okay.
Well, I got text, and I don't know if it's right or not. I'm just someone texted me that Bill Belichick interviewed with North Carolina.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that now.
College job. That's kind of fascinating, actually.
Again, I'm sure it's true, but yeah, it's out there.
He'll be back coaching next year. He hates doing this TV crap. He's good at it. He's fine at it, but there's no way he wants to keep doing this.
The thing with him and Peyton Manning, I think, is outstanding.
Fine, but that's got to be so boring to him.
The dude doesn't know how to live life without football. Give me a break.
No, this guy will be back one way or the other.
Adam, I wanted to ask you a question. I don't know where you fall down on the Aziz Al-Shahir. Think I got close.
Close enough.
I think I got close.
I wouldn't correct you.
Yeah. I don't know where you fall on that, but I've got empathy for the defenders in this situation, and I understand why he got suspended because the elbow was really egregious. That was really, really bad. But does the NFL have a problem with these quarterbacks and the slides? Like, I almost wonder, should they implement a rule that you get a 15-yard penalty if you do a fake slide or something like that? Because I've got empathy for these defenders.
Well, I think it's hard to defend some of these plays. It's a tough one. But the league is going to go above and beyond and out of its way to always protect its quarterbacks.
And I get that.
Yeah, so... and like when quarterbacks aren't there, ratings go down. When ratings go down, money goes down. Quarterbacks are money. Quarterbacks are the game. And so they're always going to protect these guys. That's just the way that it is. And it makes it harder to play deep. It makes it harder than ever to play defense when you have to guess if a guy's sliding or not and when he's sliding or not. But that's just how it goes sometimes.
That's right. That's right. And I get why they protect him. Believe me, I do. And nobody's arguing against it. We all want our quarterbacks healthy. They should penalize him for a fake slide. That's just my opinion.
All right.
Okay, well, I don't know about that. I don't think they're going to do that.
What's the best?
I think it's part of gamesmanship. But I
exactly.
think this: if you fake a slide, then if they hit you, so what?
I just think, again, quarterbacks can do what they want. Quarterbacks are quarterbacks. They're the most important positions on the football team, and they're always going to be protected, always.
Best part about tonight's game with the Packers and the Lions. Best story in this game.
I think that you've got the Eagles and Lions vying for the number 1 seed in the NFC. And if the Packers have any hopes of winning that division, which is going to be difficult to do, obviously, they have to win tonight, or it's going to be the Lions division in all probability. And then the Lions and Bills play next week, and that'll have a big say towards who has the number 1 seed. So, look, it's a great rivalry game. 2 great NFC teams. I could see either one of these teams represent the NFC in the Super Bowl. That's kind of where we're at. What's going on? What's going on there?
No, nothing. Behind the scenes, nothing.
Okay, I
was talking to my producer. Sorry.
Okay. I'm like, what's going on here? What am I missing?
I'm looking at your tweets, and we'll let you go after this, Adam. Michigan did all right recruiting-wise? Signing-wise?
Supposedly.
Yeah.
Are you involved?
Supposedly.
Are you involved with anything with Michigan? Do you have any? Do they talk with you?
I mean, $10 million.
I have a lot of contact with the program.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. How much contact with Bryce Underwood?
So, yeah, I didn't have much contact with Bryce Underwood, but I was able to tweet out the news and deliver it on SportsCenter. They had flipped his commitment to go to Michigan.
We saw that. Yeah.
Was that Michigan Ohio State game the deciding factor?
Oh
or the
my
$3
God.
million that found its way in there?
I don't remember the last time. I don't remember the last time that I was that surprised by the result of a game.
That was unbelievable. You must.
I really thought that. I really thought Ohio State was going to unleash 4 years of fury on its home turf against a team that really struggled this year, and it didn't go anything like I expected it to.
I heard you with the boys in the morning talking about the flag planting, saying, "Hey, I'm not for it, but kind of whatever." Because the upset win was unbelievable. But I also heard you say, what's $100,000 fine to either of these schools? I mean, that's literally nothing. So I'll just ask you, because your school was involved with it, Michigan, should there be some sort of larger fine for flag planting specifically? Should they do something like that? Or, it'll just be whatever it'll be?
Fines, whatever. I mean, it is what it is. Like, I again, not to excuse Michigan, but Texas planted its flag on Michigan's. I don't like it. Yeah. I don't like that Michigan did it. I don't like the Tech. But you know what?
Baker did it.
College football. Give me a break.
You know what? I think it should be a new rule that you're allowed to plant your flag when you go into somebody's building and win.
Don't lose.
Why not?
Don't lose. You get to do it.
I think they should just give the players some mace. Let them mace each other.
You give a 70-year-old cop mace, he's going to use it at some point. He's going to unleash hell. All right, Adam, we'll let you run on Sports Center, and we'll be watching you tonight, and we'll be watching the Lions and the Packers, my man. Have a great night.
Guys, have a great one. Scott, enjoy the Nuggets game tonight.
Okay.
All right, brother.
It's Adam Schefter, brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live. Love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Sports, not sports. Let's go.
PhD presents Sports.
Breaking news out of the NFL.
Breaking news out of the NBA.
Not sports.
A driving violation.
Suspended for 4 games without pay. Former Red Sox pitcher is under arrest. That was not acceptable.
We've talked about this, but we have a clip. And I know, Scott, you're going to split here in a second, but we're talking about Enigma, the Aaron Rodgers Netflix documentary, which follows him along from his rehab stint.
Into the darkness.
Into the darkness. And part of me is like, how deep and introspective can you get doing these things when you're being followed by a camera crew?
Are you really in the dark if you've got the camera and its light on?
Right. Are we really digging deep into our soul if the boom mic is holding over your head during the ayahuasca fest? So here's a bit of Enigma. With
Hey, Aaron, you want a granola bar?
here's a little bit of Enigma.
I live between two worlds of the extroverted
1, 2, 3, dominate!
and an introverted lover of silence. And I'm trying to beat back Father Time and the expectations.
Aaron Rodgers ain't for everybody.
Rodgers has shared controversial and crazy conspiracy theories.
It just feels like you're either for him or against him.
Losing friendships, family, it was heartbreaking.
Here come the Jets. Rodgers has something to prove. It is on. Protection breaks. Down goes Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers has officially tore his Achilles.
It's catastrophic.
Is it time for him to retire?
What does...
All right, it kind of goes on and on like that. You get the idea, right?
Great intro.
I'm into it.
But we realize that he's doing all this stuff with the face paint and the huts and the cold tubs and the group hugs and the crying sessions with cameras in his face.
Yeah.
A deep introspection with cameras following him watching.
Because that's where you're at your most intimate, when you've got cameras there.
Hey, what's the difference between that and TikTok? What's the difference between that and all the people shaving their heads and crying on TikTok? I mean, it's the same thing.
It's all phony. It's all phony.
Yeah.
It's all make-believe, phony. It's all
But that's
phony.
what, hey, Welcome to 2024
Okay,
society.
fine by
D-Mac.
me. Fine by me.
It just showed you that Aaron Rodgers now a true member of today's 2024 society at 41.
I don't think there's anything more phony baloney than documenting your introspective journey with cameras following you around. I think he's a weasel turd, and I think this is a great example of it. And yes, I'll watch it too.
You know, believe it or not, they're saying that this is not like a Aaron Rodgers produced piece. That apparently it's supposed to be relatively fair.
And the Paul Tyson fight was a real fight too, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Are we sure?
I'm just telling you what
and
the
Tom
reports
Brady
say.
documentary wasn't, that the Patriots thing. That was all whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Scott, are you going to watch this piece of crap thing on Netflix?
I had no interest at all. I probably got about 17% interest. Between now and the holiday, there's still way too many Hallmark Christmas movies to watch and to get into. And to be honest with you, if I've got an extra 2 hours, I'm going to either watch Merry Gentlemen or Christmas Island before I would watch Enigma.
I'm watching it. He's got me. I don't care whether you like him or hate him. It's like a radio host.
No,
I actually like him,
intriguing.
but I'm not interested.
All right. We'll give full reviews on it. We'll pay attention when it comes out. But I just think.
Well, I want equal time on Hallmark, so you guys will do this.
You got it.
Hey, you always
give
give
you
us that anyways.
You got it, man. What's the next Hallmark movie you want to review?
I don't know yet. I did watch A Scottish Christmas the other day, and it was outstanding. Turns out this family comes from the United States to see their mom, and it turns out their mom was a duchess, but she didn't tell the kids, and she was raised an American.
Yeah.
Paying to come back because her brother, the Duke, died, and now heartbreak.
Well, you realize every Hallmark movie is the same.
Go smoke a blunt.
Oh, there you go. But every plot is the same. Something's lousy, and then it's okay.
You know why? But you know what?
Yeah.
It's Christmas movies with every story. I tried to tell Andy this. It's like the Grinch Who Stole Christmas.
It's the same
thing. Redemption always takes place in every movie.
And
same with Aaron Rodgers.
That's true. And did you notice in every Disney movie the mom's dead?
Yeah, there are a lot of dead parents.
There's a lot of dead parents in Disney movies.
Yeah.
A lot. Scott, we wish you well on the call tonight with Mr. Marlowe. And
Moana's mom was alive.
Who?
Moana 2 just started.
Well, who's is the dad dead?
No, Grandma died in the first one. Though.
There you go. I mean, we got to kill off some form of relative to feel
But her
bad.
spirit came back as a big manta ray.
See, redemption. Everybody wants to be a manta ray.
Really, that is Dan Tanner throwing those crickets in. That's not me.
Yeah.
Well,
because you know what? Seriously, Dan Tanner leaves here, smokes a doobie, veggies out, plays Call of Duty, eats some 7-Eleven, and then comes back to work the next day.
Hey,
then wash. It's Groundhog Day. It's Groundhog Day every day with Dan, except add a lid every week.
Glad his parents listen. All right, Scott, have a great call on TV tonight. We'll let you go. We know you got the. It's a Nuggalanch tonight with the Nuggets.
Nuggalanch.
It's a Nuggalanch alert. Doesn't happen often, but Nuggets and Avs on Altitude and Altitude Plus and Altitude 2 and My 20 and 9 News and everywhere. And it's all happening. It's all happening. And tonight, right here on Altitude, it's at 5 o'clock tip, 4:30 pregame, 9:50 has all the action. What do we do when Berto can't be at two places at the same time? So Dan, who's are you on this today?
Raj is handling abs.
Raj is handling abs, and then Berto. All right, Scotty.
That'll be an entertaining show.
Oh my God. See you, Scott. It's 2 o'clock. Let's go, Dan. The Atomic Wedgies starting for the Avs tonight in net.
Yes.
The Nuggets are playing the
Best
top team record-wise in the NBA. What would mean more for the Avs or the Nuggets to get a win tonight? Who would it mean more to?
Oh, this one's easy. And I think you asked me this question a couple days ago, and I said the Avalanche. This time it's easy to be the Denver Nuggets. This is a big game, man. Sometimes there's certain games that you play that erase all your sins. And if the Nuggets could go out there, get a win tonight, Jamal Murray gets matched up, goes good on good, which I don't know if they'll do that or not. But if they want to do that, they get a big win. I think this could be a game that erases sins.
And the Avs?
Well,
kind of got away with one on the road trip already, right?
Well, first off, that was a cool win, and I think it would be fun for the Atomic Wedgie to have another great performance out there.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't really do anything for me in terms of like, oh, wow, they've got their guy for the rest. No, they don't. They've just got their guy until he makes a mistake, and then Georgie will be back in net.
I feel you. I remember last year when the Nuggets got that win in Boston. And Boston was, I think, 20-0. It was a little bit later in the year, But they go in there, and the road trip, it was a horrific road trip. They had all sorts of snow and delays. They lost to Philadelphia and the whole thing. But, they were kind of exhausted. And at the end of that trip, they got beat down by the Knicks. However, the second game in that road trip, and it was significant because the Avs were in Boston as well. That's when Scott was on the game with Connor McGahee. It was kind of cool on the radio call of the Avs game. But the Nuggets were able to win by, I think, 2. I think they won by 2 points over the Celtics, who, again, were undefeated at home. And it just felt from that moment on, you got a little momentum going. It felt like that, at least.
Yep. Nuggets desperately need it right now.
Well, they've had this very odd 8-game stretch. Loss, win, loss, win, loss, win, something like that. They've alternated wins and losses for 8 straight games. So, first of all, to win 2 games in a row would be nice. And we are waiting to see if this is just the new Jamal or slumping Jamal. Mm-hmm. And, hey, man, to his credit, he came out and played tougher defense and made some plays late in the game, and Malone liked that. But, okay, cool. But that's not why Jamal Murray is getting paid $300 million.
Nope.
And listen, man, Jokic is picking up the slack. He's scoring more points than he ever has. How about that? Can you believe that? But that's out of necessity right now. That's not because he wants to do it. It's out of necessity.
No, and it's not when the Nuggets are at their best. I mean, historically, you look back at all the nights that Jokic goes over 40-plus points, and they lose a lot of those games because that's when the Nuggets are not clicking. So you've got a great opportunity here. I would guess they're probably going to put Christian Brown on Donovan Mitchell, but there's a part of me that's like, you know what? Go tell Jamal Murray, get the job done. Like let's go. Let's put our dude on your dude and see if it brings out that next gear for Jamal. He's a competitive son of a gun. He cares. Maybe a matchup like that could kickstart him back into finding what he is. Maybe.
I'll tell you this, too. There's not much pressure on the Nuggets tonight. There was a lot more on them the other night against Golden State because they had just not played all that great, especially at home, which was unusual.
I don't like that. I don't like that, though. If that's true, that there's not pressure on them, that's a bad mental place to be.
Well, we'll see what happens tonight.
Because are you saying that there's no pressure because we expect to lose?
There's not as much pressure because it's kind of an expected loss tonight, actually. Yeah.
Wow.
I guess so. Yeah.
That's pretty sad reality if that's where we're at.
Well, that's where we're at.
Where the Denver Nuggets are at expected losses.
Yes.
There was not a game on the schedule for the last 2 years that I looked at as an expected loss.
This is one tonight. Hey, man, listen. They're just a couple games over 500. Cleveland's 19-3. Although, let me tell you, Cleveland has been a little dicey in the past couple games. They have. They've lost their first home game of the year to the Hawks. In fact, they lost back-to-back home. It was a home and home with them and the Hawks. They just dropped that recently. But listen, man, they're 19-3.
Yep.
Okay? They've lost one game at home. Donovan Mitchell has been a fierce opponent for the Nuggets over the years. They're certainly familiar with him, no doubt about it. And it's weird to talk about Cleveland having such a dominant basketball team like this without LeBron, but here we are. Now, maybe they're just fugazi. Maybe they're just off to a hot start and they're really a bunch of crap and they're going to fall apart. Looks like the Warriors are like that because they've lost 5 games in a row now. Lakers, you see what's going on with the Lakers?
This should be an incredibly pressure-filled game. Like the Nuggets should be looking at this like we're embarrassed. We're embarrassed that we're walking into a game that is people are assuming we've got no chance.
Well,
of winning
but you're
right
never
now.
going to have the same pressure on the road as you do at home. I mean, that's never going to be the case. I mean,
What is it in the NBA? In the NFL, it's simple, right? In the NFL, you win at home, you split on the road, you're a playoff team. What's the formula in the NBA?
I'd say it's relatively similar. Yeah.
Okay.
If you go 500 on the road, you're doing really good, and then you want to win not over 5. You want to do better than that. You probably want to go 70%. 7 out of 10 games you win at home, something like that, and split on the road. You're doing all right. You'd be good. You'd be a 50+ win team. You do that.
What would it take on the Avalanche side? What would it take for Scott Wedgwood to be the permanent goalie?
Not much. In all honesty, not much. 3 goals against a game, something along those lines.
Okay, but
limit the opponent to 3 goals a game.
How many games in a row?
That's a good question. Well, they probably won't play them Saturday and Sunday. They're at Detroit and at New Jersey, which is a weird, back and forth. So they play on back-to-back nights, as do the Nuggets. It is crazy. The Nuggets and Avs play tonight. They play Tuesday. They both play Tuesday. They both play Thursday. They both play Saturday. They both play Sunday. And except for Sunday, where there's an hour difference, they play at the exact same time tonight, Saturday, and Sunday. It's really weird that it's so lined up like that on the East Coast trip for both teams.
Yeah, that sucks.
It's weird. Yeah, for sure. So he won't play in back. Nobody plays back-to-back. Not really. Georgie did the other day. It wasn't good.
2 days ago, you were just telling me that Georgie was going to be playing every game from here on out.
Well, I mean, they were trying. Tyler, they tried.
That was 2 days ago.
They tried. They played him in back-to-back games, and then they played him the next game, and they had to take him out in the first period. They tried.
Look,
they tried.
I agree with you, and that's why I say there is no number one goalie on this team. It's just a hot hand until you mess up, and then the next guy's going to go in, and he'll get a crack at it for a few games.
I'll tell you
we'll
this.
go back and forth until we all drive ourselves crazy, and we get to the point that we realize that we should have traded Georgie.
If the Avalanche, but then you got to deal with this. It's probably hard to trade Georgie. Nobody probably wants him.
I thought he isn't even making that much money.
If Wedgwood and he is starting tonight, they beat Carolina and they beat Detroit. Georgie will probably play Sunday at Jersey, but Wedgwood will be your starter for the next 10 games, and we'll take it from there.
Georgie's making $3.4 million. That's too much to trade him?
It's hockey. It's different. For hockey, yeah. I mean, it's hockey. Hockey money's different.
I got it. I mean,
it's shocking.
That doesn't seem insane to me.
It's hockey money. Dan, help me out here. Would anybody want Georgie? Would you be able to trade Georgie to anybody? Anybody?
I'm sure there's a team out there.
Eustace was terrible too, by the way. Annan was terrible. We've had, except for Pittsburgh, we probably have the worst goaltending situation in the NHL.
Yeah.
It's that bad.
Well, I blame you.
Me?
Yeah.
Me?
Because you were the one that was preaching to the choir that you could win with average goaltending, yada, yada.
Yeah, it's because they did. They won a Stanley Cup with average goaltending.
Yeah, and we won a Super Bowl with average quarterback play.
Well, average is, but not below average. Not like bottom of the barrel.
But when you flirt with average, you're flirting on either side of that.
Okay, fine.
When we decide that we're going to go long-term average, guess what happens? Every now and then they're worse than average.
You realize, though, there's more goals against in the NHL. There's more scoring in the NHL than there has been in years. Goaltending in general is down in the entire NHL. It's just really, really down with the Avalanche. Really low. The fact that the Avs actually have a winning record right now is actually ridiculous based on how terrible their goaltending is. So your first question is, what does Wedgwood have to do to become the starter? Win these next 2 games and he's your starter.
For now.
But let's keep a running tally of how many guys start in goal for the Avalanche this year.
I don't know where you're going to find all these guys. Like where are you going to find all these guys?
They're in the minors. The trade deadline is around. You could have 3 more goalies. This will be your 4th starting goaltender this year.
Well, if that's true, if that's true, just quit the season. Just quit. Just stop.
They're over 500.
Just stop.
They're a playoff.
I mean, if you're telling me we're going to have 20 guys in net over the course of the season, you got no chance.
I'm not saying there's 20, but it wouldn't shock me if there were 7 different guys that started in net for the Avalanche this year. We're up to 4 already. You could see something happen at the trade deadline, and then there's probably a minor. Getting to 7 might be tricky, but I bet you.
I don't see another trade happening. I don't know what you can do.
Trade deadline, it's a ways away. They got tons of time.
That would require trading Georgie, right?
Not necessarily.
So we're going to carry 3 goaltenders?
They already have this year.
Yeah, temporarily.
Yeah. You know what Bednar said the plan was with the 3 goaltenders on the roster? I don't know.
Right.
There is no plan.
Because that's not a plan.
That's what he said. It was comical. There is no plan.
What's our dude? What's his name?
Capo Kakinen?
Yeah. Played a game and then it was, well, that was fun. See you later.
Well, they put him on waivers. He got picked up again by Winnipeg. They wanted to keep him, kind of. The Avalanche are not in a playoff spot right now. They are not. They're the first team out right now. In a tiebreaker. With Edmonton, by the way.
Hot take.
Yeah.
Unless the Atomic Wedgie takes over as a legitimate starting goaltender, they won't make the playoffs.
Probably right. I don't know if it's going to be the Atomic Wedgie, but somebody has to establish.
It's got to be him.
Well, they can find some. He could be gone 2 days from now. He could be gone.
Okay, fine. I'm just saying, not Georgie.
I'll go with you there. If they can't find a starting goaltender aside from Georgiev, they're going to miss the playoffs. I'll roll. That's essentially what you're saying.
Yep.
Whether it's Wedgwood or whoever.
Yep.
But it ain't going to be Georgie. And unless they find that guy and it ends up being Georgie, the likelihood of them missing the playoffs is through the roof.
Well, you always got the E-Bug.
The E-Bug, the other night, the E-Bug would have been a better option.
That's what I'm saying.
The E-Bug is going to try. I don't care about the mental fragility of Georgie anymore. I am over that. Well, that's done.
If that's true, then you need to just get rid of him.
Fine.
Because as long as he's on this roster, you have to play mental games with him.
Okay. And listen, if that's the case, then hasta la vista. Best of luck. Whatever. There's too much talent on the Avalanche to be messing around with crap like this. So hey, it's a Nuggalanche tonight. You got it all going on, and we'll watch every single second of it. Let's football go. Dan Bud Squints Tanner is next.
Good one.
I can only go so far. Dan Bud's Quinn Stanley. Mountain High Appliance, though, they are the best. They are the best. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. Dan Bud's Quinn Tanner. Football is calling. Let's football go.
All right, I'll get to Bo Nix talking about the bye week here in just a second. But Tyler brought up earlier, we talked about Patrick Surtain being named the AFC Defensive Player of the Month for November. And Tyler was just asking questions as to sort of what led to that, right?
Oh, my God.
Well,
And
here's some information. So Patrick Surtain did not allow a touchdown in the month of November, and the longest reception he allowed was 9 yards
Wow.
for the entire month.
That's freaking insane.
He allowed an average of 2.3 yards per reception and 13.8 yards per game. That's from Next Gen Stats.
Can I quibble with you just a pinch? Not to be a...
I'm struggling on the math, though, because didn't Jerry Jeudy get 20 yards on 2 catches?
I was just going to go there.
That adds up for at least 11 on one.
Uh-huh. Dan?
Don't ask me. Ask Next Gen Stats.
Wait a second. What was the date of that game?
I don't know.
It was the first, wasn't it?
Of what month?
December.
There you go.
Right.
There you go.
I think it was the second, but it was not in November.
Yeah, it was in December.
Because this
There you
is
go.
for the month of November. So that game he just played didn't count.
I mean, those are pretty
There
insane
you go.
stats right there. That's definitely like the anti-stat. Like, I have no stats.
Mhm.
So,
Well, that's what Prime was pumping up Travis Hunter for.
yeah, the stupid Boise coach that was knocking
Right.
Travis Hunter for not having enough tackles. Like, what? How dumb could you possibly be? We're comparing tackles for a corner.
Hey, I congratulations to Surtain. That's awesome. I wonder where Nick Bonito was in that running too, because he had. Well, maybe he's more about December. That
Well,
game was
Nick's going to
December
be,
2nd.
when it's all said and done, if he keeps up this pace, he's looking at something much bigger than that.
Oh, hell yeah.
He'll be in the running if he stays on track for Defensive Player of the Year.
Well, what's going to be bigger is his bank account. That's the biggest thing he's looking at. It's going to be pretty awesome. But I think there's going to be some. We're going to see some Broncos in the Pro Bowl. We're going to see some Broncos getting some, or whatever the Pro Bowl is now. I don't even know what the hell it is these days, but you know what I'm saying.
What's wild is just a year ago, we were playing the game of go down the list offensively and find me the starter that you like.
Right.
And now it's go down the list and tell me how many of these guys can we retain? Can you retain Nick Bonito? Can you retain Garrett Bowles? Can you retain Cortland Sutton? I mean, can you retain Zach Allen's going to be up here in a year?
What are you going to do?
Jonathan Franklin Myers.
How are you going to reward Cortland Sutton?
With a new contract of about $25 million. a
You
year.
don't have to. He's under contract. You don't have to.
You don't have to do anything.
But do you?
I think it would be foolish not to.
I agree. I totally agree. He's earned it and deserves it. And you want to keep the good vibes going. And you want to show the other players, I think. You play well, we're going to reward you. We're going to take care of you if you do what you need to do. And it will. I think it would translate great. And I hope they do. All right, what else you got there, Dan?
All right, so the Broncos do go on their bye week. It's the latest bye week possible. I have a question for Tyler after I play this clip here from Bo Nix talking about Sean Payton saying this is the latest bye week Payton's ever had in his career.
Well, it'll be obviously my first time, so I'll enjoy it. And, I think it's at a good time. We've got a lot of ball behind us, and it's kind of set us up for this. And good week of rest, good week just kind of get a reset. And then, we got 4 more games, 4 tough games to battle through down the stretch. And, we're going for a playoff spot, going for, longer in the season. So it's going to be good for us. I think, the guys are going to enjoy it. But we're also, I think, going to be excited to get back and finish this thing out the right way.
All right, Tyler. So what are the positives of having a bye week this late in the season, and are there any negatives to having a bye week this late in the season?
Well, hindsight 2020, there's 0 negatives now. When you look at it at the beginning of the year, it kind of feels like a disaster. You got a young team that you certainly were not really counting on making the playoffs. You would assume that they were going to have some injuries. To have this late of a bye week, there was really no strategic advantage to it. But now we know what we know. We've had the success that we've had. We've got the wins underneath our belt, and we only need to get 2 more here. And it's like, holy cow, this literally could not have been any better.
Agreed. I love it. Now, you had to get here, though. Wasn't easy. But it works out great now. And they have another virtual bye week because you got a short week against the Chargers.
Boy, I'm waiting to see how I feel about that one. I mean, if I don't feel great about it now. For anybody that doesn't know, a couple weeks ago, the Broncos willingly flexed themselves into another Thursday night road game. They did not have to do that. The league had to ask for permission. The Broncos said, yes, we will do that. The sales pitch from the Broncos PR staff is that, well, now that gives them extra time to prepare for the Bengals game. And to me, that's kind of flirting with football karma there, because why are we anointing the Bengals game as more important than the Chargers game or any other game, quite frankly?
Well, logic would tell you if you could win the expected wins, which are these past 4 games, which they've won 3 out of the 4.
We only got 1 expected left. And then the rest of them you got to fight.
Well, that's right. And you've got to win an unexpected one of the 3. Probably one of 3.
Might not have to.
You may, actually, you know what? You're right. I was looking at things.
Well, what a crappy feeling that would be.
You could
lose 3 straight games and limp into the playoffs.
Didn't feel that crappy in 2011 when that exact thing happened and they won the AFC West. Well, actually, I take that back. It was weird. I'll give you that. One of the strangest things, Tyler, was in 2011, the famous Tebow year. That is exactly what happened. They were 8-5 and they lost their last 3 games. In fact, the last game of the year, they lost 7-3 with the Chiefs, with Kyle Orton starting for the Chiefs. I don't know if you remember that. But everything went their way. And one of the funnier scenes was the next day, on everybody's stall was an AFC West hat and T-shirt. And like, people were like, you gotta be kidding me. We just lost 3 games in a row. We're 8-8, and here's my AFC West hat.
I made the playoffs one year with a losing record, but we at least won our last game of the season to get into the playoffs.
No, you're right. It was weird as hell. You just lost 3 games in a row, and here's a hat. The only guy I remember in that locker room that was pumped about his hat and T-shirt was Chris Harris. Chris just loved it. He was like, this is awesome. I'm definitely wearing this. There were guys that were throwing them in the trash cans.
Yeah, we didn't earn this.
No, and like nobody knew what to make out of Tebow. And then, this goes back in Broncos history. It's one of the greatest stories of all time. They were preparing Brady Quinn to go in on 3rd down.
Oh, I remember that.
How wild was that? And then Tebow, John 3:16, brother. Threw for 316, Demaryius walk-off. Nobody knew what the rules were, including Demaryius, but nobody did. It really was one of the most magical 5-week stretches in Broncos history. From losing 3 straight, winning the AFC West, preparing Brady Quinn, the Pittsburgh game where Dick LeBeau was...
3rd down quarterback. That had to have been the first in NFL history. We got a 3rd down pass rusher. Okay, that makes sense.
Have you ever talked to Brady about that?
No.
The morning show has him on all the time. It would be great.
I'm good friends with Brady, but I've never asked him about it.
It is such an amazing story. Dan, if we can get Brady Quinn on at some point just to talk about that, it's one of the most amazing NFL stories that existed. And the only reason
he talked about it before?
Oh, he has. It's kind of out there, you know. But we knew something was up because it was very weird that week. Like Brady was spending extra time on the field. There was just all sorts of like really. Tebow was in a terrible mood.
Why didn't it materialize?
Because they played well. Because Tebow played well.
Did they?
Yes.
I mean, he played well in the last throw.
No, he threw for over 300 yards in the game.
Right. I guess I don't know. I was playing in the league.
Look up the stats. They didn't implement it because they didn't really get to where they needed to do it. Tebow had a really good game. Period. The end. Not just the last throw, but in general. I'll never forget. It was surreal, wild, exciting, awesome. And then here's what I don't understand, though. They didn't have that same plan in the next week. They go to New England, get their ass kicked.
Well, because Tebow was Tebow.
I'll never forget that, too. At the end season press conference, Elway and Fox were in such a good mood. You know how you're a little bit down at the end of the year press conference, like whatever? These guys were like the cat that ate the canary.
He got exposed.
Well, It was kind of like we won.
Now they'll understand when we move on.
Kinda. And we won anyway. I've never seen the president, the coach, in a better mood at the end of a season than John Fox and John Elway the day after they lost to the Patriots. And then there's the David Ben, the David Ben story, right?
No.
Oh my God. Really quick. Lonnie Paxton's wife was having problems in her pregnancy and couldn't go on the road trip to the Patriots game. David Ben had been the long snapper for 18 years for the Chargers. Dated Pamela Anderson. 18 years, had an injury, was out of football for a year. Out of football for a year. They were desperate. With 3 days to go before the game, Lonnie wasn't available. They called up David Ben and signed him, Tyler, on a Friday. The first time he saw the team was on the plane going to New England. He had 12 snaps in the game, made them all perfectly. One of my favorite moments is Orlando Franklin was playing right next to him and didn't realize it wasn't Lonnie Paxton.
I can see that happening.
He did not know that it was somebody different. Had no idea. And then after the game, they lose. Ben's immediately cut.
I mean, I'm sure that dude could still snap today. I mean, you could probably 75 years old. You could be a long snapper.
It's one of another great little niche-y, sort of NFL story. All right, there you go. Down memory lane. What's up next, Dan?
All right, let's hear from Richard Sherman. He was talking about Russell Wilson's success so far this year in Pittsburgh, and then I got a question for you guys after we hear from Richard.
He's got a coach that believes in him. He has a very solid system around him. He's shown some humility. You don't hear the interviews and things that, the catchphrases and things like that he showed in Denver, where it just seemed like he was trying to separate himself from the Seattle Seahawks and really identify himself as an individual that plays at a high level, that needs to be recognized week in and week out. I think right now he's just staying with the team atmosphere. You don't hear anything after press conferences outside of, what you need to hear, the questions that are answered. I think Mike Tomlin's done a great job of managing the expectations from him and with him, having really honest conversations with him. He's just played good football. I mean, you got to give him credit. He's thrown the ball well. He's been accurate on the deep ball, which has been a standard and stalwart of his career. But these aren't the best receivers in the world. You wouldn't put this as a top 5, top 10 offensive weapons core in the National Football League. And so he has elevated them in a very cool way.
Here's what I'm trying to figure out when it comes to Russell Wilson. So in Seattle, defensive head coach and Pete Carroll has success.
Mm-hmm.
Pittsburgh, Mike Tomlin, defensive coach, has success. Sean Payton, offensive genius. Not that he didn't play poorly in his second year. Why do you think it's worked out for Russell Wilson with defensive head coaches and not here in Denver with an offensive-minded head coach in Sean Payton?
Yeah, it's pretty amazing to watch because he really, truly found Seattle 2.0, except for he's got a coach that believes in him. It's the only difference, and Russ has got to be the most comfortable he's ever been in his life because when he was in Seattle, he was fighting it. He hated it. He hated that he was being managed. He hated that it was a run-first team and a defensive-oriented team, all those sorts of things. And then he tried it in Denver. He went out there, he put himself on the line, and it was an epic failure.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's kind of settled into this nice little safety nest there in Pittsburgh with a coach that has got the same formula for success, but he happens to actually like Russ. So why? Because he's got limitations as a quarterback. He does. Look, dude, he's like 5 feet tall. He's got struggles. He can't throw over the middle of the field. There's certain things with Russ that are going to always drive you crazy. But if you game plan it perfectly, he can be a very effective quarterback.
Guys like the TV show The Office?
Yeah.
The Office? Okay. Russell Wilson is Jim. He's a guy who's sort of seen how Steve has messed things up. Steve Carell,
Michael Scott.
Michael Scott, yeah, thank you. So Jim looks at Michael Scott and says, if I was boss, here's what I would do. Well, guess what? Jim got to be boss. Remember those episodes where he got to run the show and he was terrible at it? He sucked. And then they're at the birthday thing. Remember the episode in the birthday thing is like, why so many birthday parties? Why don't we just have one? And Michael Scott says in a more humble way, yeah, I tried that. It was a disaster, like having one party. Everybody likes the party, so I just do it because it makes sense. Russell Wilson was Jim when he got to Denver trying to be Michael Scott. He was trying to run the paper company, but some guys are just better as Jim, not Mike. That's the way it goes. And he had all these ideas of how things should be, and as it turns out, he was wrong. So he went back to being Jim.
He did have a catchphrase at the beginning of the year that he abandoned. But do you guys remember what it was?
Let's steal.
Solid. Win the 7th.
Oh, God.
Because they got 6 Super Bowls.
So he dumped that, though, right?
He dumped it. He let it go.
You know, our pal Josina Anderson, who I still talk to on a regular basis, she was getting some feedback from people about why Russ didn't work out. And she was sounding just like Richard Sherman. Like, people don't realize what Russ was trying to pull here in Denver. They don't realize it because he hasn't done that in Pittsburgh. And he isn't really known for that. Although, if you ask people that know him, they'll tell you that. He was trying to get away with it there in Seattle.
Well, just listen to Sherman. I mean, he specifically said he was separating himself from the team in Seattle. Though sometimes, like Sherman, I'm like, let it go with Russ. Let it go.
I get it. I'll never forget the moment in the Broncos locker room, Tyler, after the game. I've been lucky enough for 20-something years to be in Broncos locker rooms after games. I have never, ever, ever seen the head coach of the Broncos go to a player's locker for like a debriefing about what was going on an hour after the game. I've never seen it. But I saw Hackett next to Russ because Russ would take some like epic times. I don't even know what he was doing after the game. You know, he'd take forever to get out of there. And I'll never forget seeing, like, it's as if Hackett was called to Russ's office to talk about whatever was going on. It was so crazily out of balance that year. They did win 8 games last year. Did we forget that? The Broncos won 5 games in a row. They won 8 games. I mean, they kind of did have it going. But Sean just couldn't take this guy, man. So when Russ goes to Pittsburgh, he's not stupid. He realizes I got to go back to, you know, being Jim.
You know, he has been self-aware enough to know that people are making a mockery out of him. So he has gotten quiet, and he has just been a part of the team.
That's right.
Although he did a cute little AB finger wag. That was cute.
And who knows what he's doing on social media. I don't pay attention to it anymore. But
the highlight reels are back in force.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Heavily produced highlight reels. But the Steelers fans are eating it up. They love it.
Well, we would too if he was 5-1 as a starter for the Broncos. Dude, we tracked Russell Wilson's every movement. Before he started sucking here, everything he did was awesome in the offseason.
Yep.
Hey, he's in Monaco. Hey, he's in Vancouver. Hey, there's a clothing line. Hey, it's all awesome. Until he sucked.
Appreciate those shorts you bought me.
Those are good shorts. I'm not gonna lie. I still do you wear them?
I've still got them.
They're good quality shorts.
Yeah.
The clothing is good. If you're in the airport in Concourse B, what is Southwest? Is it B? Concourse B? B, it's right.
C.
Is it C?
C.
Right. C? Dude, the house of LR&C in Concourse C? Nobody's
I've never stepped foot in it.
Dude, I have never seen anybody in there.
You can't tell me that that's a successful store.
I've never
like
seen
a luxury clothing store, like
dude.
not even in the what do they call it? The tax free. What's wrong with me?
Duty
free.
Right.
Not even in the duty free section. You've just got a luxury clothing line store in the middle of the airport.
It's so bad.
It couldn't work in Park Meadows, but it's going to work at DIA.
When I had to fly home about a month or so ago, I actually stopped and took a photo because it was busy and nobody was in there. How does that place stay open? Who has ever bought anything?
Mattress Firm.
It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac with the holidays here. Everybody wants the same thing. You want more, not selfishly, but hey, more gifts would be cool. More treats on the table. Watch yourself, though. More money. Well, that's for sure, because it goes out. Leave some in your pocket. That's what Mike Maroney, Ford, and Longmont is giving you. More for the holidays event going on right now. One-time savings on new 2024 Ford F-150s and Broncos. Plus, Maroney means more. So every vehicle comes with a 3-day money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. no matter where you are at. Free delivery. There's a better way to start the buying process now at Mike Maroney, FordLongmont.com. That's Mike Maroney, FordLongmont.com. So hurry in. Chance to unwrap unprecedented savings. That does end soon. The best Broncos and F-150s, they do go fast. So wherever you're going for the holidays, make sure you stop by 3rd and Alpine in Longmont at Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont. Again, Mike Maroney, FordLongmont.com.
Hey guys, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, time to do something about it and do it the right way, because you might have already spent your hard-earned money on the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. Nothing's working. Time to call Advanced Hair Restoration. Guys, nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and now it's your turn. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment, and you're going to be surrounded by the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best of the best. The entire staff is the best of the best. Advanced Hair Restoration is so proud of what they do that they guarantee it for life. Guys, your own natural hair is going to start growing back the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. That's a comforting feeling when you know a company believes in their product that much that they guarantee it for life. Guys, call Advanced Hair Restoration today. Stop looking for the voodoo stuff. Invest in yourself. Do it right with Advanced Hair. Call today. You're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 720-459-HAIR, or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
Nate and Andy at number 38. What a cool place that is. I've been lucky to be there a couple times over the past couple weeks. Awesome place. And then it's a Nuggalanch with the Avs and Nuggets both having pre-games at 4:30, both starting their games at 5 p.m. Nuggets on 92.5, Avalanche on 950. Crazy. This may be the only time Monday through Friday that this happens all year. Both teams same time, East Coaster. Okay, it's different, that's for sure. Got a trivia question for you, Tyler, that brings up a memory, one of our better memories from last year, and we'll see if you can pass the test.
Okay.
That's coming up here in a second. Do want to remind everybody that we're giving away a custom set of irons from Adele Golf. Just text EDEL. I hope I'm saying that right. Adele? Not Adele like Edel? Is it Edel, perhaps? EDEL? Thinking of Adele like the singer, you know what I mean? Yeah, I want people to spell it right. EDEL. Text EDEL.
Edel.
Edel. That probably makes sense. 303-504-0925. You just reply back to the bounce back with your name and you're entered. For an extra entry into the drawing, go to altitudesportsradio.com/EDEL and fill out the entry form. Check out the special section on edelgolf.com for the perfect Christmas gifts for golfers. We'll announce the winner on Monday. That's EDEL. EDEL to 303-504-0925. Saw it on the Shot Mazda text line earlier today, and we want to thank our great friends at Revitalized Health. You can revisit them at revitalized-health.com, sponsoring the show. Your school, Cherry Creek, Dave Logan.
Doing it again.
It's doing it again. In the state championship.
7th straight year of a period in the state championship.
7
straight years.
How has he done it, man? Seriously. It is so impressive. Good for Coach Logan. You know, I like being friends with Dave, but when I see him, I call him Coach because I think that's the highest compliment you can get. And what he has done, man, I am just blown away. Do you know who they play?
I do. Legend.
Very good. You going to the game?
I am not going to the game, but I will be paying attention. I'm fascinated, though, because Legend is just down the street from me personally.
Then Parker, yeah.
My son, in all likelihood, is going to Ponderosa, but it's kind of up in the air, Legend or Ponderosa.
You could go to either, school of choice, right?
Yep.
Continental League, very
Douglas
strong.
County, you can just open and roll.
Yeah. Okay.
So
yeah, that wouldn't be much different, right? It'd be ish.
No, I mean they're 10 minutes from one another.
Yeah.
And my youth team that I coached, half the squad's going to Legend, half the squad's going to Ponderosa.
Okay.
So I have been tracking what Legend's been doing this year, and it's been pretty phenomenal. They
Awesome.
They had a great year, but I think they were like a 7 or a 6 or something, whereas Creek was number 1.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't like guaranteed that they were going to make the state championship game, but it's been pretty cool to see.
They're playing it.
Do you know Legend has a blue field like Boise State? Now, what's interesting about it is that I think it's just a practice field because don't they all use that stadium off Chambers? I forget what it's called.
Yeah, Doug. Well, see, in Cherry, the Stutler Bowl and Legacy, which is out by Cherokee Trail,
yeah,
all
but
the
I'm
schools
talking
share
about those
them.
Parker schools.
I think
they all use that one off Chambers.
I think you're right about that. Yeah, I think they all share it the way they do in the Cherokee School
but
District.
they've got a blue turf practice field.
Yeah. Their baseball field it's kind of a long walk. It's behind the football lacrosse field, and although there's parking, there's whatever. I've been to Legend 10 million times.
Wait, was the trivia if I knew who was playing in the game?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Okay.
I wanted to see how sharp you were. That's good. You got it just like that. You knew it right away. Okay, so you're pulling for Creek, I would assume, despite your proximity to Legend.
Yeah, of course.
Right?
No, of course. Yeah. Now, if I knew my son was going to Legend, that would be different. Oh, I flip in a heartbeat now, okay? I am where my blood is.
What does it say about?
I coached against Creek the one year that I coached at Valor. We played Creek in the state championship game.
You won.
And we won.
Yeah.
We won. And then the funny part about that is Dave and I were both on the broadcast at the time. And we had a game in a Broncos game in Cleveland the next day that we could not figure out how to get to. Like, it was an impossibility.
Was that when Ed was on the broadcast as well?
No, Ed was not on the broadcast.
Because didn't Ed and
Ed
Dave
was the head coach at Valor,
right? And they faced off against each other, right?
Yeah.
All right, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, but anyways, we had a game in Cleveland the next day that there was literally, it was an impossibility to find a commercial flight to get out there.
Yeah.
And so we are going through the works. We're looking at rental cars, flying into somewhere else, driving into Cleveland, and some way, somehow, Dave pulls it off that we get there's a private jet.
How did he pull that off?
He's Dave. But so after the game, we beat Creek, and immediately I'm on a private jet with Dave, and he was very calm, cool, collected, and it was great. But, he's a competitive son of a gun now. In his 7th straight championship, there's no other coach in the history of Colorado that even comes close to what Dave Logan has done.
When I see Dave next time, because he's been so incredibly successful, do you think he remembers the games, the championships, so many that he's won more, or the championships he's lost more?
It's always the pain that you remember.
You know what I'm saying?
Always the pain.
All right, well, listen, best of luck.
You probably can't even name all the ones he won.
Best of luck to all the kids playing in state championships this weekend. I know the 1A and 2A championships have already happened. 3A, 4A, 5A up there in Canvas, up there in Fort Collins. Best of luck to all those kids. Nate and Andy coming up next year on 92.5. About
Somebody
what
needs
you're
to
about
polish
to do.
these doorknobs.
All right.
Yeah, we are out here at number 38. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl. It is a lovely Thursday afternoon. Oh, and we got a good Thursday night football matchup this evening. Little Pack Lions showdown. NFC North, black and blue, up in your face. Except they're going to be playing, indoors where it's not all that terribly chilly. But still, great matchup, Andy. 11-win Lions, 9-win Packers going head-to-head this evening. Plus, we got games. We got games all over the place tonight here. I know that guy. We're gonna hear him screaming like that. The Avalanche will take on the Carolina Hurricanes this evening, formerly the Hartford Whalers. Pregame at 4:30 over on AM 950. Nuggets and the Cleveland Cavaliers. That's the best team in the NBA, Andy Lindahl.
Are they undefeated or one loss?
19-3. 19-3 after
Are they undefeated at home?
15-0 start to the season. Yes, the Nuggets and the Cavs going head-to-head tonight. We'll get pregame coverage at 4:30 here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. A lot of stuff to dive into on that game, Andy, but we begin with this news today. Congratulations to our pal Patrick Surtain II. He is the second of the Patrick Surtains. He is your AFC Defensive Player of the Month. A good November for Patrick Surtain. He dominated, and the Broncos' defense was terrific, and he wins himself an AFC Defensive Player of the Month trophy, plaque, bowl. I'm not sure what he gets for that. Maybe a commemorative T-shirt.
Who sponsors it?
That's a great question.
Because maybe you get something from the sponsor.
Could be, yes. I don't, at least on this graphic, I don't see a sponsor. So, I don't know. But he gets the honor. He gets the acknowledgement, right? Everybody gets to say you were the best in November of 2024.
I know, but man, you got yourself the old FedEx Air and Ground Players of the Week. I mean, times are tough when there's no Defensive Player of the Week. Why not On Lock? Why not LifeLock? Why not?
What about a gift basket?
Sure.
Could have some peanut brittle in it.
Sherry's Berries.
Some turtles.
Pajamagram. The Vermont Teddy Bear Company. I don't know. What else gets going this time of year? Maybe the Shane Company or Trice Jewelers can send him a nice gift certificate.
A nice pendant, perhaps.
Treat yourself
fine watches.
a round of sausage.
Give the man sausage.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, send him a cheese and sausage platter.
Sausage and a tater.
He will enjoy it.
Harry and David.
Those pears from Harry and David.
Yeah?
Oh, God. That's my cousin sends a Harry and David basket to the house every single Christmas. I'm just like, get the chocolate crap out of the way. Give those to the kids. The pears, man. I'm there for the pears.
Look, a Harry and David's better than a Harry pear. So as long as it all works out, we're good. Have we got Players of the Week? Should Nick Bonito be getting Defensive Player of the Week?
Probably should.
Anytime right now?
Have we found out who won that award this week?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they're all off. I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe who else would have taken it from?
Oh, no, that's NFC. Okay, Leonard Williams got the NFC Defensive Player of the Week this week. He had the Fat Man 92-yard touchdown.
Who doesn't love a Fat Man
but
touchdown?
But that was in the NFC. AFC Defensive Player of the Week, Tarheeb Still.
For what?
Of the Chargers. He had 2 picks, including a pick 6 in their win over Atlanta.
All right, well, how many? Okay, well, Nick Bonito had a pick 6. What about the sack totals for Bonito?
He had Tarheeb Still had 3 tackles and 3 pass breakups.
I'm not impressed.
All they're telling me right now is that they decided on this before the Monday night game.
I'm going to do this for the Gladiators. No. Wrong.
Joaquin Phoenix,
that
wrong.
Thing?
Incorrect.
The new one, you're not going to go check the new one out? I think the new one's got a touch of 300 in it where it's a little gory.
I'd like to see it. The first one was pretty damn gory.
That's why I'm telling you. I think they're trying to up it a notch.
Good.
Isn't there a rhino in this one?
I hope so.
I was like, wow, I got a rhino.
Just a horse. Yeah. I was going to say something about what happens to the horse from the rhino, but I don't need to get graphic on all of that today here on the show. Anyway, Tarheeb Still. You like a guy named Tarheeb?
Sure.
It's a good name.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good name.
I'm just a run-in-the-mill Andy. What have I got to say?
Yeah, you got nothing on a Tarheeb. Yeah. So anyway, Nick Bonito did not win that award. So Andy, I'm looking at the AP Defensive Player of the Year odds right now. I'm looking at the betting odds as we sit here today. The betting favorite, and a heavy betting favorite right now, is T.J. Watt to win Defensive Player of the Year. Pittsburgh's defense is really damn good. T.J. Watt is, as always, having a strong statistical season. 9.5 sacks, 5 forced fumbles. That's the kind of numbers his brother used to put up. Yeah, pretty damn good stuff right there. T.J. Watt at -275. Next on the list, Myles Garrett at 10-1. He had a tough game against Denver. I think he was playing banged up. He had some plays, but he wasn't the impact player you'd want him to be. Xavier McKinney is number 3 on the list right now. It's 16-1. The Packers safety has 7 interceptions on the year. Patrick Surtain, 4th on the list right now. It's 17-1, plus 1,700 right now for Surtain to win Defensive Player of the Year. Will Anderson of Houston, Chris Jones of Kansas City, all down at 20-1 right now. So Surtain is technically 4th in that race here at the moment. It's, you know what, Andy? We say this all the time, and I hate saying it because it is stupid. It's tough at corner, right?
Yep.
But also, there are actually statistics that we can cite that point out just how dominant he has been all season long. And you simply have to look at, okay, if we have all of these advanced stats, for example, and this was going into the Cleveland game. I don't have this updated after the Cleveland game, but going into the Cleveland game, Next Gen Stats says Surtain has allowed 13 receptions for 128 yards on 164 routes run against him. Meaning, again, 164 routes run against him, and this is just by the opponent's top pass catchers, just number 1 receivers. 164 routes run, and he's allowed 13 catches. 13. All right? That's less than 10%. I haven't done the quick math, but that's less than 10% of the time. His man that he is covering, who is the opposing team's
number 1
money-making,
usually
difference-making star receiver, and that guy didn't put up a big game. And I know Judy had huge numbers the other night, but if you look at what his numbers were matched up one-on-one against Surtain, it was pretty pedestrian. The big catches that he made were oftentimes against Levi Wallace.
Or just running through the zone
or
with
just
nobody knowing that's their zone.
Yeah, against nobody. So when he's taking on a guy in man coverage, in addition to that, you look at the man coverage numbers for Denver this year, how aggressive Vance Joseph can play. It's because he has Patrick Surtain back there, how often the Broncos can blitz and play that man coverage and just trust the guys out on the back end, and Surtain takes away the number 1 pass catcher for the opponent. Hell, look at Brock Bowers' numbers a couple of weeks ago when Surtain bottled him up in that game. He's been doing that to dudes all season long. Basically, the only receiver this year that's had an okay game against him was DK Metcalf, and if you go all the way back to week 1, even those numbers were pedestrian as hell. It was just a sort of okay game. Everybody else gets erased. And we do actually have numbers that can be cited that aren't just, well, I'll give it to the guy with the best pass rush numbers. I'll give it to the guy with the most sacks. There actually are numbers out there to show just how dominant he has been and how he is the very best at his position. And I don't know even how close it is.
Who again was number 1?
T.J. Watt.
Give me the sack numbers.
9.5 and 5 forced fumbles.
All right. So this is going to be wild.
Okay.
I want PS2 to get the award.
Of course.
Okay? Everybody knows PS2 is my guy.
Everybody knows that?
Everybody should know.
Okay.
If not, they know now.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go on the path of least resistance.
Okay.
You realize right now your guy Nick Bonito has 11 sacks.
Bonito.
Okay? Is there a path for Nick Bonito to sneak in this thing? Now, he's got 1 forced fumble, 1 interception. He does not have the 5 forced fumbles I believe you said Watt has.
Yep.
I don't know what the tackle numbers are here. I haven't digested that. There's the tackles right there. Let's see. Regular.
I'm looking at
36.
I'm looking at straight TFLs right now. If you like a TFL,
okay.
Tackles for loss, Benito 13 on the year. That's tied for 8th.
Let's say Benito gets a sack a game the rest of the way. What do the Broncos got left?
4 games left.
Okay.
He's a 15-sack guy then.
15-sack guy.
It's a great year.
Does that tickle the voters' fancy?
It should. Plus, he's got a pick 6 on the resume now as well.
What if he doubles up in a couple of games?
Yeah.
What if that starts to get towards 16,
Yeah.
17? Is 15 the magic number for him to get serious about Defensive Player of the Year? Is this candidacy coming too late?
Okay, so according to this is the betting markets right now, they've got Benito at about 35 to 1, 40 to 1. What's interesting is Benito isn't even listed on like every major book right now. Like BetMGM and BetRivers don't even have Benito on their board at the moment. So 35 to 1, 40 to 1 on Benito right now. You know, he's kind of he's down in sort of Leonard Williams, Andrew Van Ginkel kind of territory. What's crazy about it, Andy, is Trey Hendrickson of Cincinnati. He leads the NFL in sacks right now, 35 to 1. 30 to 1 in some spots, way down the list, because you cannot give Defensive Player of the Year to somebody on that Cincinnati defense.
No, it's too bad because Trey Hendrickson is having
a great year.
Well, it's too bad because that team would be fun, and you know, I don't know. Maybe they don't need the Bengals this year to knock the Chiefs out of the playoffs and prevent this three-peat. Maybe they don't. Maybe the Bills are good enough. But
no, the Chiefs aren't doing it. Don't worry.
I know you're convinced.
Don't worry.
Benito got to see. It's so funny because the more you look at Surtain, the more it's ridiculous. It's almost like the Travis Hunter argument. Just give the guy Defensive Player of the Year. But I don't think he's going to have any more interceptions, and I'd be shocked if he gets another. Nobody throws at him. Now, the Bengals may give him a shot because they got a couple good receivers that Joe Burrow likes throwing to. But even Joe Burrow is probably smart enough not to throw at PS2. I mean,
That's
we'll
got
see.
a 100-yard pick 6 on the resume, too.
I don't disagree with you. But you are pointing out right now, simply by the Vegas betting odds, how hard it is for a corner to win Defensive Player of the Year because they don't throw at him.
Get a load of this. 9 passes defended on the year. I like to say defensed. I don't know why. That's tied for 20th in the NFL. Tied for 20th. It's exactly what you're talking about right there. But again, what I want to see is, okay, what are his PDs in terms of a ratio of the amount of times that he has been thrown at? Because I bet that makes a massive difference in it as well. You could also, again, and I'm sort of getting into the bettors' minds, but if you're going to make a case for Nick Benito, well, then the thing you got to worry about is, okay, well, then is he cannibalizing votes away from Patrick Surtain because the Broncos have 2 stars on their defense? Could that be a possibility? I guess, but we're talking about the guy he's going to be unanimous All-Pro. He's the very best at his position in football, I think, by a considerable amount. Like, you know, we're talking about T.J. Watt right here, and Watt's a great player, but again, like you can simply say, okay, put him next to a Myles Garrett, put him next to a fully healthy Nick Bosa, you know, like name your edge rusher. If Micah Parsons is healthy, et cetera, like Surtain, to me, we're talking about a guy that's one of one. That's one of one, and it's a different conversation.
But the voters don't look at it that way, which is a shame.
Apparently not. And it's not as though T.J. Watt's not having an amazing year. 5 forced fumbles is incredible. That's the kind of a number that his brother used to put up. That was why J.J. used to always be able to get it over Vaughn, was the sack numbers would be comparable. Then you look at forced fumbles, and J.J. would have like 6, 7 of them at the end of the year, and Vaughn would have like 2. And it's like, oh, okay, those are game swinging plays that you're making right there.
We need a pick 6 out of one of them.
We do.
Benito or Surtain needs another pick 6.
Yeah. So hey, you know what, Anthony Richardson, he might just serve
Have
one
at
up.
it, baby. Toss a few up.
Might just happen in a couple of weeks. We're out at number 38. That's Andy. I'm Nate, and we're yelling about Defensive Player of the Year injustice, which hasn't actually happened yet. We're just predicting that it will. Keep it here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. I'm going to go over there tomorrow, shoot a little video with my guy Jerry Jones, and we're going to show you some of the stuff he's got in real quick time as to what you can walk in and get for gifts for that truck or 4x4 enthusiast in your life. But let's say you need something bigger like a bed cover. Get on in there and get it ordered. And I recommend going on in there. You can call. Matter of fact, I was in there one day recording a commercial with Jerry, and he, in fact, did take the order for a bed cover right over the phone. It was one of our Altitude listeners, so we appreciate you. Jerry talked him through everything about the different styles and what they do and what it would do for your truck, and he felt comfortable, and right there, bang, transaction. But if you're not quite sure about this, and I want to remind you, if I was the one if I had ordered my bed cover online, which is what I was thinking about doing, I would have picked something that I would have been happy with because I didn't see all the options that I had available or why one was better over the other or whatnot. And look, Jerry's not going to try to upsell you. He's just going to try to the right thing for your vehicle, which is what he ultimately did for me. I ended up with a bed cover that folds up into threes, allows me to use different portions of my bed or the whole bed, and it was great to see it all on display. He's got a number of display models, not only for that, but for step rails, remote start kit, heated seats, whatever you could want, he's got it over there. Get on by Colorado Off-Road Showroom and let Jerry Jones work with you on what you need and get you the right gift. You can find them 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. Find them on the web at cooffroad.com or give them a call at 303-761-1264.
We're out here at number 38. It's all brought to you by Tullamore Dew. Have a dew and a brew tonight and watch some Thursday night football. We got a good one. Whew! Packers, Lions this evening. Hey, Andy, Altitude Sports Radio is giving away a custom set of irons from Edel Golf. Just text Edel. That's spelled E-D-E-L. E-D-E-L. To 303-504-0925 right now. Reply to the bounce back with your name, and you are entered for an extra entry into the drawing. Head to altitudesportsradio.com/Edel. Again, that's E-D-E-L. And fill out the entry form. Check out the special section on edelgolf.com for the perfect Christmas gifts for golfers. We'll announce the winner on Monday. That's Edel. To 303-504-0925. That's E-D-E-L is how you spell Edel, as in the golf course. But that's for a custom set of irons, Andy, from Edel Golf.
Perfect holiday gift.
You will not be rolling in the deep rough with these irons.
It's not spelled that way either, so don't send the singer's name in. That will not do you any good.
Hello, you need new irons. Text Edel, E-D-E-L, to 303-504-0925.
Yeah, I heard the guys talking about it the other day. They can do a lot of custom stuff. Brett Kane said they can put a little saying on the back if you'd like, like don't bleep this up.
Yeah.
I don't know that. You know what I'd like? Here's what we need to do. Are you a golfer much?
No.
Yeah. Here we need you and I to get into one of these deals. I'm just going to muscle our way into the advertisement or whatever.
Okay.
If you can get irons good enough to make you and I perfectly cromulent golfers that can at least play with a few clients or hit the media tournament, then, my friend, you have a hell of a club.
Andy, you know who would like some of these irons?
Patrick Surtain for his Defensive Player of the Month.
I was going to say
someone else.
Someone like you.
Okay. Ice Nine Kills, they redid that song.
Andy,
you don't care.
Rumor has it, you need a new set of irons.
You know what? I went to hit the head for a second. See a man about a horse for a second. When did you come up with this?
Andy,
you didn't have the read until just a few minutes ago, and now you got a list you're reading.
With these Edel irons, your approach shots will be falling from the sky or sky falling onto the green.
Here's what I'm going to do, because I can't do this any other time. You really want to impress me? I'm taking the notebook.
Okay.
Now read them to me.
Andy, with these irons, you know what you can do? You can set fire to the range.
All right. I'm holding the notebook even, and he still has it.
The last one was gold. Come on.
All right. There you go. Take your notebook.
Again, set fire to the range.
No, I know.
Get it?
I set fire to the rain, blah, 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 blah. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll search for ska covers tomorrow.
We'll see what I can come up with. Are we going to go all Edel the rest of the show today,
No.
like all Seeger yesterday?
No. Wait, what do we got, like 2 songs you going to play left?
Let's do it. Let's do it.
I really need people to know how much I hate 4:30 shows. Really don't. I feel like, you know what it is? It's like you show up. How graphic do I want to get with this analogy?
I want you to go all the way.
I could go, well, yeah, that's the thing. It's like you showed up to go all the way, and you get to back. You're not even to the heavy petting, and boom, it's done. I showed up, had a couple of appetizers. I thought some steak was coming out. No, nothing. I'm still hungry.
Okay.
Get all worked up. You know the lather I put into getting in this mood for you, and it'll waste it for 90 minutes.
And you have it wasted on set fire to the range?
Yeah. Although the good news tonight is we get it both. We can watch both the Nuggets and the Avs game as
right
we
here.
Have a do and a brew
at number 38.
Number 38. It's a fantastic bar.
This is a perfect place to do it right here at number 38. We love this spot. So come out and see us here. What do we call this? Rhino these days? This is the Rhino.
Yeah. I'm sure it'll be renamed in about a year.
Yeah.
They'll build something else, become something else. You know what I've heard is that they've got grumpy neighbors. There's one grumpy guy next door.
Okay.
The staff has told me, because we watched the Broncos-Saints game here, and it was big fun.
Yeah, it was packed.
Yeah, we had a great time. This really is a great place. If you're anywhere near it, stop on by. Great beer selection. You can get the Tullamore Dew.
Yep.
And I'm telling you, especially when we were here at the warmer part of the year, My gosh, is that patio fire? That thing's awesome. The TV's huge. It's like you're in your own backyard. They got a smoker out here to add to the menu. But I don't even know where I was going with that.
That patio
Come
is
on
so
down to
fire
38.
you could
Oh, my
set fire
gosh.
to the range.
Please, Adele.
Mm-hmm.
Let's give away the irons, and then we'll talk about a name change.
EDEL.
Like Edelweiss.
Yeah, like that.
The first half of Adel. Right? Adele.
Adele. EDEL.
So who
Text that
sings
in.
Edelweiss? Is that an ABBA deal? What is that? If you really love me, bring me Edelweiss. Is that going to get mixed in this thing
Is it
too?
Edelweiss? Isn't that a beer? I believe that's
Yeah, but
type
there's a
of beer.
song Edelweiss.
Is there? I was not aware. Okay.
How are you not aware of that?
I know the entire Adele catalog.
I was going to say, I can't get you to shut up with Adele titles, but you don't know Edelweiss?
I'm not familiar. Who sang Edelweiss? Did
I don't
Adele
know, the
ever
Mamas
cover
and
it?
the Papas. It might have been ABBA.
Okay.
Remember, Gabe and Nate Dogg went as ABBA with their significant others.
Wait, was that from The Sound of Music? Edelweiss? Rodgers and Hammerstein?
No, I mean, there's that one, but it's like, if you really love me, bring me Edelweiss.
Ah, okay. And you're sure that's not from The Sound of Music?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Hills Are Alive?
No.
All that?
Christina Perry sings one. She's not an Edelweiss. Harry Connick Jr. sings one.
Okay.
I don't know. Whatever. Somebody will text it in.
What about Connick Sr.?
What is he up to? Why is only the junior known?
It's a great
Speaking
question.
of junior and senior,
Yeah.
not quite all the way there, but close enough. Let me read you a few quotes.
All right, let's have it. I want to hear
From
junior and senior
ESPN's
quotes.
football page.
Okay.
The first one. These are all Deion and Shador related.
Okay.
From an AFC executive on Deion Sanders' potential to coach in the NFL. Quote, if there's one fit, it's Vegas because the culture there and the bright lights of Vegas and Davis's willingness, that's Mark Davis, the owner, to do something different.
Yep.
So that's why it works for him.
Yep.
A second AFC executive weighs in here. I find this quote interesting, and I'm not sure I don't disagree, although I could see arguments for the opposite side. I hope for Shador that Coach Prime doesn't coach him in the NFL, and he has to be his own man in his own career. An unnamed AFC executive giving this to ESPN. The final one was from a Colorado football source. All it takes is one special year to go on a run over a 6 to 8 week period, and you can win the national championship. We can be that team in the Big 12 as long as Deion's here.
Okay.
That I think that it's the right conference. You can get in the playoffs, all that stuff.
Yeah.
What about that middle quote though? About maybe not wanting. All we've heard about is why Deion should go coach Shador to make sure that he doesn't get basically a little of what Caleb Williams is dealing with, or someone had decided right after Daniel Jones got yanked and all this other stuff.
All right, here's why I want to push back on that quote.
Okay.
And I will tell you this. Conventional wisdom would say, yeah, this unnamed AFC executive is probably right. Okay? That in a quote like this, that a player would be better from getting into his own situation and being his own man and developing himself inside the locker room, all those kinds of things. Okay, I you know what? I probably thought that before Shador and Deion got to Colorado. Oh man, we've watched this show before.
Yeah, the last name Hawkins.
Yeah, and it didn't work. Now, why didn't it work? Well, number one, Dad couldn't coach football to save a lick, and number two, kid couldn't play football to save a lick. All right, so that's why it didn't work. All that Deion and Shador have done, and every stop that they've had, is win. It's all that they have done together. Deion Sanders is a good coach who, to me, his best coaching quality is the willingness to hire smart people and then get out of the way when he needs to. In this case, it didn't work with Sean Lewis last year. And by the way, Sean Lewis had a rough first go at San Diego State.
Right now.
First year, it's always a little tricky, but year number one wasn't very good with his true freshman quarterback that he brought out there to the Mesa. Well, now Deion put Pat Shurmur in place and a good play caller, and the marriage worked. We all have our thoughts about Pat Shurmur when he was the Broncos offensive coordinator. That wasn't particularly good. Guess what? It worked in college. Hey, what do you know? You give any coach good players, they suddenly look smart, right? And that's what happened. You let Deion Sanders be a head coach in the NFL. I mean, people are going to be knocking down the door to be on that staff. You're going to put a good coach in place for Shedeur. Clearly, Shedeur Sanders thrives with the support system of having his family and the entire Sanders operation around him. And you would have a good play caller and a good developer of his skill set. So I would say conventionally that truism is probably right. No conventional wisdom applies to what the Sanders family has done, to what they have done in college football and what I think they will continue to do going forward.
Yeah, I do think I would like to see Shedeur, in part because it would mean Prime stays at Colorado. There's some selfish motivation behind this statement. I would like to see Shedeur get out and grow and play for someone else in a way. Now, who that is in the top 1, 2, or 3 picks, I don't know so much about that. I agree with you. Daboll could be really interesting as coach of the Giants. We don't know who the Vegas coach is going to be. Who's going to go dump the money on Ben Johnson? What if Shedeur gets linked up with whoever decides to hire Ben Johnson, the Detroit offensive coordinator?
Again, on the surface, I will tell you I think that would be a good combination. But there's no such thing as a slam dunk coach-quarterback combination. And a perfect example of it is look at what happened to Daniel Jones playing for Daboll. Okay? His skill set, while lesser than, is not that dissimilar to that of Josh Allen. And Daniel Jones isn't on that team anymore. Like, disaster struck for that group, while Daboll helped develop Josh Allen into being one of the best quarterbacks, probably the favorite to win the MVP this year. So, again, we can sit here today and say, oh, man, Ben Johnson, play-calling whiz, quarterback whisperer. Look at what he's done with Jared Goff. Is it going to work with a rookie quarterback? I don't know. I don't know. I think he's a good coach, but it's hard to say that thing is a slam dunk. In the very least, in the Deion and Shedeur combo, I have a track record to look back on and say, wow, it's working out pretty damn good. That guy was just the Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year. Pretty good season. First year in that league. Team picked to finish 11th, and their quarterback wins Offensive Player of the Year in that league. That piece on ESPN was fascinating, Andy. There was a lot of really good stuff in there. You know, the possibility of Deion going to the NFL. Well, right now the job openings are the Jets, the Saints, and the Bears, which right away I would say none of those are a natural fit for Deion Sanders. You could try and make the argument now. Look at the New York market. Deion Sanders, he doesn't have to jump anywhere. He's already printing money, so it's not as though
to Colorado he's a brand.
Yeah, the financial need is there. He didn't have to go work for the Johnson family. What a nightmare! You don't want to have to deal with that. That's one of the things I kind of keep coming back to. Of like the part of my brain that thinks that Deion would stay at Colorado is all based upon look at all of the autonomy, brand building opportunities that he has there because the Colorado football program was willing to say, we are in the Deion Sanders business and we'll let this be the Deion Sanders football program. And maybe at the college level with what Deion has done in Boulder, more programs would be willing to have that leeway today than they would have maybe 3 years ago. Like maybe if let's just say there's a world where I don't know, like the Arkansas job comes open next year, or LSU's sick of Brian Kelly, or
well, that's a possibility.
Right. It just a job like that could come open in that conference. Florida could come open, for example. And Deion said, all right, I want to go coach in those locations. I'm willing to bet you that today an athletic director, a university president, and most importantly the head of the NIL collective is going to be far more open to saying, we'll just let Deion run this thing.
Yeah, I guess my quick question for you then is, are NFL owners still afraid of Deion the way I still hear from people about the colleges that were scared to hire Deion.
Right.
Because Deion's showing you, no one's in charge of Deion, really. With all due respect to Rick George, Deion is Deion.
Right.
He's going to keep being Deion.
Right.
I think we all knew that, right?
Here's another interesting quote here. This was from that same piece that you referenced today on ESPN. One AFC executive, quote, only time I've seen his name is on TV by Michael Irvin. He said, I think he's capable, but he would need a strong front office to support him. Again, these are dudes that are plugged into the NFL cycle right now. And if the only place that you heard that name was from Michael Irvin on television, then maybe NFL owners aren't taking them all that seriously.
Well, and look, part of the reason, I'll be honest about it, I know from my friends in TV, they have to talk about the Cowboys every day at a national level. I keep saying this. Guys, the reason why they're shoved down your throat is they get eyes on the television. The Dallas Cowboys do. So, of course, they
get my eyes off the television.
But the TV geniuses at ESPN and NFL Network and everywhere else figured out, hey,
the delicate geniuses.
Let's go ahead and let's grab the most popular team in the NFL and the most whatever popular, polarizing, pick your adjective, coach, and put them together. And we'll do segments about them for 2 weeks.
Boom. Boom. You got it. That's why they talk about Belichick going to Dallas.
Because nobody said it was a thing. Nobody said they had there was no Adam Schefter up there with report, source, Deion Sanders, sought by. No, it was simply what if. All those were what if on morning talk shows.
Crackman and Lindahl, we are out here at number 38. Have a do and a brew. Watch Thursday Night Football, the Lions in the Pack. I have a Jamal Murray statistic that I saw today that jumped off the page at me that maybe will get some people to slow their roll a little bit on all their Jamal rage. We'll talk about that coming up next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman, and I want to tell you a little bit about Apple Air. Had them come out to the house, do a furnace safety checkup on our furnace unit, which we found out, by the way, had been installed in 1993. My God. Well, they were like, this thing is not safe. You can't have this thing in your home. Installed a brand new high-efficiency 2-stage furnace. I was able to take advantage of Apple Air's $750 off savings special that they have right now on a new high-efficient furnace. And the house is cozy as can be. Love that 2-stage system. It's not cranking air all the time. Check it out, appleair.com, or give them a call, 303-733-2813, 303-733-2813, appleair.com. And again, guys, right now, $750 off the purchase of a new high-efficient furnace. Also, give them a call because they'll give you a $43.95 furnace safety checkup that is a new customer exclusive offer. appleair.com, 303-733-2813. Play the jingle, Spring.
Apple Air, the experts that
Deep cut, Spring. Good job. Craigman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're out at number 38, brought to you by our friends at Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Have a Dew and a Brew tonight while you are taking in Thursday Night Football out here at number 38, Pack and the Lions. Good sports night, though. They got 1,000 TVs in this place, give or take. The Nuggets will be in Cleveland. The Avalanche are in Carolina. Nuggets coming up at 5 o'clock here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Avs will be over on 950, also at 5 o'clock, so they're giving us the boot a little bit early. Andy, fun matchup tonight at Cleveland. Best team in the East, in fact, best record in the NBA right now, the Cleveland Cavaliers. Plus, it's always fun to watch the Blue Arrow and Spider go head-to-head. They're doing it tonight. Donovan Mitchell and Jamal Murray bringing back memories of the bubble run. Crap time in life, but the bubble run in that series and what those two dudes were trading back and forth, absolutely unbelievable. But a good Cleveland team tonight, and a Nuggets team that goes in healthy with their starting five intact with Jamal and CB and MPJ and AG and Nikola Jokic. Yeah, we call everybody by their little initialed nickname around here. So we talked yesterday about the Jamal Murray thing, and the consternation only continues with the slow start for Jamal Murray, and it's fair because right now he's only averaging 18 points per game. He's only shooting 48% on twos and 33% on threes. The numbers are down, and you can see it in the eye test that we're looking at a player that looks not completely sure of himself right now. And it reflects in his numbers, which are not where they need to be. I think he's playing hard, but offensively he's not playing with the fluidity and just as the self-assuredness that he typically has. I saw this number today. Matt Moore had this, sent this out in the Locked On Nuggets newsletter today. Which, by the way, there's good stuff in here. I like reading this. I recommend Nuggets fans subscribe to this thing. So this is Jamal Murray numbers through the end of November. And I want to cite two specific statistics, okay? Right now, Jamal's usage rate is right at like 23%, 22.7%. Usage rate is the amount of a team's possessions that end with you either shooting, getting fouled and shooting free throws, or turning the ball over. In other words, are you the player making the action on a given possession? Most of the highest usage rates ever belong to James Harden, okay? And in his crazy MVP years in Houston, where all that dude did was dribble. So right now, Jamal's usage rate is right around 23%, and his true shooting percentage is right at 52%, which accounts, it weights threes a little bit and counts free throws. All right. Typically in a good year, like let's say let's use the title year as an example, Jamal was at 57% true shooting. His usage rate was at 26%. So he's obviously well below the numbers that he puts up when he's at his best. But and this is where I give Matt more credit. He did the math on this. Right now, if you look at Jamal's usage rate and true shooting numbers, what he usually does in November, they're low, but they're not that low. He is a notoriously slow starter. And, for example, you look at last year, 23.6 usage, 53.5 true shooting. Championship year, 27% usage. All right, he came in pretty good that year. 53.5 true shooting. And then over the course of the season, those numbers climb back up to what he is actually capable of the killer that he typically is. That's not to say that Jamal didn't have issues right now, but if this gives any Nuggets fan comfort, he's not that much worse than he usually is right around this time.
Yeah, look, I'm not here to try to.
Is that helping anyone?
Maybe. Maybe it is helping some people.
Yeah.
I guess here's what I would say to that.
Yeah.
First off, it is funny the anomaly was the championship year where he came back, he looked good, all that kind of stuff. The problem is
that was also, he was the freshest he had been.
Yeah, because he hadn't played forever, and I think he was out to prove to everybody he is back, maybe even prove to himself.
Yeah.
Here's my problem. I'll just speak for me. I'd like to just know what is the offset? He knows things. He knows he's struggling.
Yeah.
Can you give me some idea as to why? Is it an injury? Are you just not in shape after a hectic offseason? You know?
Right.
And look, maybe you didn't get back into the gym, and I'll give guys little grace for this. You had a crushing end to your season. He didn't play well. You guys blew a 20-point lead.
Yep.
You know, it's brutal, and it's brutal. And these guys, we talk about it all the time of the windows, and these guys know as much as anybody what the window's like, right? Their bodies are the ones telling them.
Yep.
I don't know how much longer you can do this or whatever it may be. I just would like to know what's the genesis of him being off. Is it just simply you haven't had the time to put in the training because of the Olympics and all that other stuff? Is it because you were injured? Is it a new injury? Is it something else? What has led to this, you know? Because
I think this is my oversimplified explanation. This is a player that's in a shooting slump right now, one of the worst he's ever had, and his confidence is shook. And you can see it he's only taking 15 shots a game, which, as of right now, would be the lowest of his career since his second year in the league.
All right, let me ask you this then. Is for the first time in his career a guy on the bench affecting him? Is Russell Westbrook's presence, which I don't know why it would be. That you want to talk about not shooting well, that's Russell Westbrook, okay? I mean, look, he's a fun player. I think he brings a lot of great things to this team.
Oh, yeah, no.
But the shooting, as you warned us, isn't really one of them.
It's
most of the
masonry
time.
out there.
It is. So I don't – but Russ is a competitor. Russ plays good defense. Russ goes to the hole with ferocity.
Yes.
Okay? Is that affecting him? He's never going to come out and say.
Why would it?
Somebody floated. Well, just is he worried that he's going to get benched? Because is it for the first time? Is he looking over his shoulder? Is like Mike Malone going to bench me because of this, that, the other?
Yeah.
I don't know why necessarily he would feel that way because I think Michael Malone may be one of his biggest champions in this club. But I'm just telling you, Nate. I don't know what's off. I don't know why I'd feel that way. People have asked, is he upset about the Westbrook trade on the text line for 2 or 3 weeks now? I don't know why he would be. It's not like Westbrook was brought here to take his starting position. They brought in Russell Westbrook to simply try to get somebody to command the second unit so maybe at one time they could get to a point where all 5 starters rest and come out of the game.
Get some damn life out of the bench.
And then you could put the starters all back in at the same time and really go crush a team. But for whatever reason, the problem remains that they can't seem to get a backup unit that doesn't let things just majority of the time go straight to disaster as soon as they're out.
Nope. It's quite bad the moment that Jokic leaves the game. Here we go. Dan Hyatt had this. This is the Golden State game the other night. This is a game the Nuggets actually did win. Okay? Listen to this. All right? First half, okay? Jokic leaves with 1:32 left in the first. Returns 8-10 of the second. Nuggets were outscored by 11 when he sat. By halftime, they had erased the deficit. They had tied the game, but they were outscored by 11. These go to 11 when he was out. He played the entire third quarter, okay? Goes to the bench. Nuggets are up 5. He returns 9:24 left. He was on the bench for 2.5 minutes. And they were down by 3. They were outscored by 8 when he sat in 2.5 minutes. He comes back, they win the game. He's, again, like, I can give you more evidence of how brilliant he is, but also I can give you plenty of evidence of his brilliance is carrying everything because this team it's a G League unit when he goes on the bench.
Yeah, well, he's got a new baby at home. All right, that's been much ballyhooed. I would say, can we try to help support the guy through at least the holidays,
if you don't mind?
Because I don't think you want to ask the guy with a new baby at home and anybody that's been a parent. There's been athletes that have dealt with this before. This would not be unique to Jokic, man. Maybe don't ask him to be Superman every night when he's probably sleeping 2 to 3 hours.
And yet he does it. Craigman and Lindahl. We're out here at number 38. Have a Dew and a Brew. Tullamore Dew, Irish whiskey, and a cold beer tonight. Avalanche are going to be on. The Nuggets are going to be on. And Thursday Night Football. We have got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up next here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Well, you should get on Sport Trade tonight and land some more dubs. Thursday night football going to be going, as well as basketball and hockey. And a great place to be betting sports tonight is at Sport Trade. Go to getsporttrade.com and you can sign up. Sport Trade has so many great features. Best live betting experience in the industry. Best live wagering prices, no spinny wheels. We're talking about instant in-play betting. They're not going to cancel your bet or change the odds on you on Sport Trade. Hell no. They're just going to go ahead and take your bet instantly and get it through. One of the great features on Sport Trade. You can also bet games as probabilities. Buy low, sell high. You don't got to worry about confusing money lines or anything else like that. Just bet probabilities, buy low. You can sell high while the game is going on. Go to getsporttrade.com right now and get yourself signed up. Download Sport Trade today. Use code Nate. Earn 10% cash back on every bet you place in your first week. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk low T and how maybe it's affecting you. It is the holidays, which means you probably got a ton of stuff to do. There's all sorts of hustle and bustle, and if your energy's down, you're not sleeping well, and your sex drive's MIA, well, maybe the holidays are not as fun as they usually are. Let me help you get some holiday cheer back in your life. Head on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and talk to them about the low T treatment that they can offer you. And look, this is the reason why I went in there. Man, my thing was waking up, good time, thinking I was going to, get in there and get the day, attack the day, get things done, and I'd get tired 2-3 hours later. You want to get your energy back up? It got my energy back up. The first couple of shots, frankly, were like the greatest cup of coffee that I ever had. Go and talk to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. See what they can do for you. It can increase your libido. It can help you with your productivity at the gym. It can get rid of that poor sleep and brain fog and just help you get the energy back that you wanted to. Most importantly, feeling like maybe you did, 10, 15 years ago. They're going to draw your blood. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider, and he will review the results with you. The first appointment's only $99, includes that T and PSA test. But if you sign up for testosterone the day of your visit, that appointment is free. Find the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've got 5 locations to serve you. You can find them all at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or give them a call at 720-440-7900.
Jam-packed night here on Altitude Sports Radio. 92.5 Nuggets Cavs, AM 950 Avalanche, and the Carolina Hurricanes. Plus, we got the big watch party tonight. Andy's got halftime giveaways and everything else right
it's
here.
a great game.
At number 38. Going to be a good one. Got a 9-win Green Bay team and an 11-win Detroit team. Andy, did you see the Detroit Lions injury report?
No, is it terrible?
They are missing,
oh, no.
I kid you not, 13 players on defense. 13 dudes on defense.
How many are starters? For those that don't know, 11 start a game.
You get 11 are on the field at a time. They're missing 13 guys in this game tonight. Is this the night where it catches up with them? By the way, I haven't seen the update on if Romeo Doubs is going tonight or not.
No, I thought
Green
he was
Bay.
still in concussion protocol.
Okay.
I thought that's what they were dealing with. I think I saw that yesterday. I might
Okay,
be wrong,
so
but I thought that's what I saw.
Again, you got a little bit of a banged up Green Bay team coming into this thing offensively. Matt LaFleur keeps saying I got to give Josh Jacobs fewer carries, and then every game he's just right back up there because it's like Malone and Jokic minutes. You got to win. You're stuck, and you got to win, and you just got to go, and you got to play the guy. So that's what's going on right now with this game. This one's going to be an awful lot of fun. Cannot wait. Packers and Lions. Watch that with the Avs and the Nuggets. It's all going to be happening right here at number 38. Have a Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, a Dew, and a Brew here. And hang out with Andy because he's got great giveaways tonight. Looks like we got mini helmets over there to give away.
So what do we got over there? We've got the Lions and the Packers mini helmets. We got a Bronco mini helmet. We got a great, who is that, Champ and Lynch that you can enter for a monthly prize. It's a framed piece of art. Who doesn't love some sports art?
Is that signed?
Other than your wife. Yeah,
That's
I think
a nice
it is.
item.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does your wife let you have art in the house? Sports art?
I'm trying to think if I have any sports
And you
art
know
in
what
the
I'm
house.
talking about. I mean, it's,
memorabilia?
Right.
Etc.
The signed jersey,
I'm trying to think. The only
Gordie Howe's tooth.
I never framed my Wilson Chandler framed jersey.
Oh, you should.
Or autographed jersey. I never framed it. I wear the thing, quite honestly. If I'm being totally honest. I got it at a company giveaway, and I was just like, I'll wear a Wilson Chandler jersey. I got no problem with that.
Yeah, that's a lot of image you're giving us there, Nate.
It really is.
You put a shirt under that thing, or are we really just
No.
going full arm? You got the chicken wings out and all that?
I put it all out there, and also when I wear it, I draw a baby right here on the front of my neck.
Nice. Good.
Yeah, I get a
All
Sharpie
right.
out. I just draw a kid right here, and that way I get the full Wilson Chandler
Did Sam
experience.
ever just talk to you and stare at the baby like sometimes I got done? I was just like, that really isn't.
I draw a picture of him, except I'm not a very good
It's a
artist.
very detailed baby.
It really is.
It's a hell of a tattoo.
Can we get an autographed photo of the neck baby to give away next month?
Well, where's the baby? I wonder how old the baby is now.
It's a great question. I don't know.
Baby could probably autograph it.
That's what
That
I'm
was
saying.
me.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Like
it's-
Cindy Lou Who's now Taylor Momsen. You think she
You could probably, I'm sure the internet has, you could buy, autographed copies of Nevermind with the naked baby, all grown up now.
Naked
You could
Baby
sign
was
it.
suing him.
Really?
Well, Naked Baby didn't consent to be tossed in a pool and have his photo taken.
You know what, to be fair, I can't really push back on that point.
I think you're probably going to owe Naked Baby some money.
I think Naked Baby might have a point.
Yeah, Naked
All right, football news. Let's go, Spring. Here we go.
All right, let's do the high five brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. We have NFL Players of the Month's honors that were named today. Patrick Surtain II is your AFC Defensive Player of the Month for the first time in his career.
Congratulations to Patrick Surtain. Surtain, according to this is what the NFL said in their release, Andy. Surtain allowed 9 receptions for 55 yards in 4 November games in the cold November rain. He was targeted just 17 times on 140 coverage snaps, did not allow a tutty. Longest reception allowed, 9 yards. Pretty good numbers right there.
I'd say that's good.
Again, if anybody wants to make a point of you need interception numbers to be able to win Defensive Player of the Year, these numbers they're everywhere right now. It's not hard for it to cite it. The people that vote on these awards, the writers that vote on these awards, they are privy to all of these things. I know T.J. Watt's having a great season. I know Pittsburgh's defense is wonderful, but you cannot tell me that there is any lack of statistical data to say that Patrick Surtain is having a marvelous year. These guys are tracked. They know where these guys are on the field. They can follow these things. It's all broken down in film. There's grades and stats that get compiled. You can look it up and you can say Patrick Surtain is the best cornerback in football.
And if you want to know what some of those that came before him think of him, go read Jeff Legwold's article where he's talking to Louis Wright, who doesn't. I haven't seen a Louis Wright interview in quite a minute. Louis Wright, Champ Bailey, Aqib Talib will tell you all the glowing things they think about Pat Surtain II.
Yeah, they admire how great a player this guy truly is. Next up, Spring.
High five. All right, how about your NFL Offensive Rookie of the Month? So Jaden Daniels won this in September.
Yeah.
Bo Nix won it last month in October. Your November NFL Offensive Rookie of the Month is Raiders tight end Brock Bowers.
All right, I got to question the voting process, okay? And look, I still love my guy Brock Bowers, but, Bo did a lot of damage with that last Monday Nighter, I told you. Bo Nix was the Rookie of the Week twice this past month, right?
Correct.
He wins it the month he was never Rookie of the Week.
Yeah.
Then he won it like 2 or 3 straight times in November. And Bowers is the Rookie of the Month? What are we doing here? Who makes these? I don't know. Do we not do math? If you win Rookie of the Week tour, is this different people? How does that not add up to Rookie of the Month?
As you pointed out, yes, Nick's Rookie of the Week, Week 10, Week 11, Week 12. Jaden Daniels was Rookie of the Week this past week. He had a pretty good game, and they blew out Tennessee.
And Brock Bowers is the guy.
Right.
Brock Bowers had a game against the Raiders where with the Raiders against the Broncos where Surtain jumped on him.
Yeah.
Added to his numbers that got him Defensive Player of the Month.
Last month, October, Bo Nix was the Rookie of the Month. And Jaden Daniels was the Rookie of the Week 3 times. The other week, it was Keon Coleman, the rookie receiver in Buffalo.
None of this makes any sense to me. Simple math would tell me if you won it 3 or 4 weeks, you're the Rookie of the Month.
Right.
Is it a different committee that just shuns the other committee? Do we have the Jim Thorpe Award committee in Oklahoma making some of these monthly decisions?
So, follow me on this for a second, okay? Brock Bowers is going to set
all sorts of records.
Rookie tight end receiving numbers,
and some just offensive receiving.
He's gonna break Mike Ditka's rookie tight end receiving, which is held up forever. Okay, he's gonna break all of those records if he stays healthy and keeps it up. Okay, and he has done it all with Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell and
little Desmond
Ritter out in there as his
and I'm
quarterback.
not sure Desmond Ritter knew who he was or any of the plays.
Brock Bowers is put up the best numbers of any tight end in the NFL. You can make a strong case. This is your first team All-Pro tight end in the NFL this season. While Jaden Daniels and Bo Nix have both been terrific. Really, like if you're grading this off of what rookie is the best at his position, it's Bowers. It's not even really close. But we're also talking about 2 quarterbacks that are going to take perennially down franchises to the playoffs. And I don't think the voters will be able to ignore that.
Yeah, it'll be a quarterback that wins the award.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it.
And a perfect example of it is last year, Puka Nacua set rookie receiving numbers, and I think he got like 2 votes.
Well, and look,
C.J. Stroud ran away with it.
We're all smart as sports fans.
I don't know about that, but
well, I think most of us are educated in how this goes, and narrative matters. Again, I think Bo Nix, one of the reasons why I think Bo Nix has a fantastic shot of winning Rookie of the Year, despite what Shelby Harris thinks, is he's got another national TV game. Look, man, I won't be surprised if the Broncos beat the Colts and the Chargers win.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be shocked if Broncos-Chargers becomes a Sunday night matchup the week after. Well, it's already the Thursday night matchup.
It is.
So that is the other national TV game.
National TV.
I won't be surprised. Now, our buddy Jeff Legwold told us 2 weeks ago, remember when we got the decision that the Broncos said it's okay, move us Thursday. He thought that was an indication that maybe the Broncos know their Bengal matchup scheduled for the weekend of the 28th, 29th would be on Saturday the 28th. That might be a primetime game.
Yeah. In the very least, it's in its own national window.
And what I'm saying is, the more Bo Nix plays in the national spotlight, the more I think he might be your Rookie of the Year.
Daniels minus 250, Bo Nix plus 175, Bowers plus 1,100 as we sit here today. So
Bowers ain't winning that.
That's what the betting
He's
markets
not going to win.
say.
He might get Offensive Player of the Year. Although Jamar Chase, Jamar Chase is amazing.
Saquon's going to be Offensive Player of the Year.
Now there you go.
Might
There's
be the
another
MVP.
amazing guy.
Yeah,
right.
might be the MVP.
But Bowers isn't winning Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, we have some college football news.
College football!
Pertaining to some former NFL coaches. First, this. According to Grant Hughes of InsideCarolina.com, Bill Belichick has interviewed for the head coaching vacancy at the University of North Carolina this week.
Man, this guy will do anything to hang out with more 20-year-olds.
Yeah, well, he seems to have gotten to know him quite a bit. Yeah. He's enjoyed his time. He's refreshed. He's renewed. He's Rodney Dangerfield back to school.
Andy, I tell you what, we're on to Virginia Tech. Doesn't exactly have the same role, does it?
Well, here's the other thing where I'm not sure I buy this. You're going to go glad hand donors. You're Bill Belichick. Just go to a coach's show in any college town and watch what the coach does when the show is over.
You're telling me Belichick's not going to take a call from some third-string receiver's parents yelling at him about NIL money
or
and threatening to transfer?
Let me ask you this, because we got our guy. We're going to try to hook up with him next. Pretty confident we'll do it. Whoever North Carolina's Bill Armstrong is, he's going to walk off the stage and go listen to that guy tell him what he ought to be doing with his team? You think that's going to happen with Bill Belichick? Seriously. Or we could play the Alabama caller from last week after they lost.
Call it into the coach's
Calling
show.
into the coach's show. I'll tell you what, this darn Belichick guy, he don't know nothing, man. I wouldn't even let him drive my truck or my tractor, much less call my football. I mean, come on, dude. You're going to put up with all that? No. No.
Oh, it's good.
Are they going to just Are they just going to excuse him from every normal college coach duty?
I think you'd have to, right? If you wanted him.
The donors are going to agree to not have an audience with him when they want to.
I mean, here's the good thing is it's North Carolina where they care about basketball and it's not a football blue blood.
Or does Bill Belichick just when we talk about football, does he go full press conference Belichick with the donors after every game? I mean, it was a rough game.
Maybe one of their phones can go off. Anyway, what's the next college
you
football
think he
story?
wants to go to some kid's house, have his mom's PB&J with a glass of tea, and then find out how much the kid wants to come play football
Well,
for him?
sure. And
I'm not buying any of this.
He could be looking at the mom and be like, you got any daughters? Anyway, go ahead, Spring.
Good night.
High five.
What if he brings his gal with him?
Eric Bieniemy, previously the offensive coordinator of the Chiefs and Commanders last season, or just this past season, was the offensive coordinator at UCLA. Today, UCLA fired him.
Yeah, no more EB at UCLA now. I want to give a quick update on this story, and Nicole Auerbach retweeted this, okay? Tom Pelissero put out a statement from Bieniemy's agent. Eric and UCLA mutually parted ways today as previously planned. He's still getting paid by the Manders. After interviewing for head coaching jobs last year, he wanted to stay active and busy, so he decided to go help out Deshaun Foster, who is like his little brother at UCLA, as opposed to sitting out a year. The plan was always to return to the NFL in 2025, and he's looking forward to the opportunities ahead. He signed a 2-year deal, and he's getting fired after year one.
Well, the plan was he was going to leave.
His plan was always to get fired after the first year?
He was going to part ways. He didn't realize there was a second year.
Uh-huh. He didn't realize he signed a 2-year deal?
Yeah, I'm being facetious. I don't know what's going on here. You know, there's a part of me that loves a lot about EB, but, I don't know what this story is.
UCLA offense
stunk.
Ranked 117th out of 134 teams in the FBS.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did Eric make a mistake by leaving the NFL? How were the Commanders when he was OC? They were all right, but they weren't. Like, they had a stretch where I felt like people were going, well, look, Eric Bieniemy is doing some pretty good stuff there, even though they didn't really have a quarterback.
Didn't last all that long. Yeah.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't go to the college that's jumping to the Big Ten.
I wouldn't. That one didn't work out. Interesting story right there. Eric Bieniemy, man, he was the name that the table was banged for. Of this guy needs to be an NFL head coach, and the stock has gone nowhere but down since he's left Kansas City.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate for him, but yeah, I mean, he's going to have to. I don't know what he's going to do. He'll probably get on an NFL staff.
I would say so.
Look, the guy from what
he's connected.
From what I saw with my own eyes, his years with Embry, I'll spit a truth as I know it, as I feel it. He was great at motivating players.
Yep.
He's still great. David Bakhtiari told me on the last night that I saw him as a CU buff when he announced he was going into the draft. He said, I wouldn't be the player that I am without EB. I loved his tough love. I loved how he coached me. He made me a better player. He gave him the thick skin to survive in the NFL.
Yeah, and you had to have thick skin to deal with EB.
But I also know that EB, we had to move our broadcast booth away from the offensive coordinator booth because he was losing his mind when plays wouldn't go right, and I just don't. Now, he didn't show that side in Kansas City, but how often is a play not going right with Patrick Mahomes? There's just times from some of the stuff I saw at CU where, again, as the play caller, you're the one. Mike Sanford will tell you this. You're moving the chess pieces.
Yeah.
You don't get to have a freak out like you're playing a game of Madden because you lost 10 yards. You got to just deal with it like an accountant and move on to the next thing.
Yeah.
You can have a freak out when everybody gets to the sideline if you want. But you can't in the midst. You got to stay in your sequence. You got to be ready with. You got to be ready for whatever the situation is. You got to go find your third long chart and pick a play.
Honestly, if you look at Sean Payton when the Broncos are on offense, he's in that freaking play sheet.
Yeah.
Now, when you look at him on defense, he can get fiery
and he'll yell at the coaches, but
scream at the refs, whatever he needs to do. But generally, when they're on offense, it's time for Professor Sean.
He did take a 5-second break to yell what the hell was Bowles was doing. They caught him on the sideline doing that after a couple penalties.
Well,
but for the most part, he, again, as the play caller, he's in the play sheet and being even. Hey, can I –
yelling about Garrett Bowles in the middle of a drive, that's like when anyone else just needs to pull out their phone and, like, look at Instagram for a minute. Sometimes you have to allow your employees to do the thing that makes them happy.
Yeah. Hey, do you want a list that's going to anger you?
I'd love to have a list.
Jamal Adams is up from the Lions practice squad.
Yep, because they don't.
Spring had that.
As covered, they have nobody.
Jamal Adams, I didn't know he wasn't even. You talk about a fall. Holy cow.
Yep.
Guy was everything with the Jets. And
Made
I
good
didn't
money.
Even know he had to switch it.
Made some dough.
All right, so the 33rd team, know them? Remember them?
I do, yes.
They put out their quarterback power rankings.
33rd team, Andy. They were 3 tables down at the Circa event.
Were they?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Our buddy Sam Monson.
So, really?
The Irishman.
Sam has not got a lot of Denver fans right now.
Okay.
Maybe we ought to invite Sam on to defend this.
Quarterback power rankings?
Go ahead and tell me where you think our guy Bo Nix is.
In a quarterback power ranking right now?
Through week 14.
I'll guess 19.
Ooh. No.
No? Was I low or high?
Yeah, we're going to hide prices right this thing?
Yes.
You got to go lower.
I got to go lower.
Towards the 32.
25.
Got to go a little higher.
Okay, 22.
Almost. 23.
Okay. All right.
And Jameis Winston a spot ahead of him. Stroud, Drake May, Derek Carr, Geno Smith.
I mean,
Kirk Cousins.
Jameis just came off a game where he threw 6 touchdown passes.
Fair enough. But Geno Smith, Derek Carr, Drake. Look, Drake May's had some moments.
Geno's better than Bo.
Cousins?
No, he's
Stafford.
not better than Bo. Stafford's better than Bo.
Purdy.
Yeah, Purdy's still better than Bo.
Mayfield.
Yes.
Yeah.
It depends on the week.
Yeah, I would say.
It depends on the week. Bucky Irving is starting to emerge. They finally figured out what they're doing there.
All right, then how do you feel about Jaden Daniels being at 4?
Wow. That's as they would
ahead
say,
of
that's tall cotton.
Ahead of Tua, Mahomes, Burrow, Hurts, Mayfield, and Love.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Top 3, Jackson, Goff, Allen. Thank you, Spring.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I would have had Bo more middle of the pack, probably.
Yes, I'm not telling you. I'm not all of a sudden here driving the Bo hype train, but come on, 23?
Yeah.
Get out of here with that.
Yeah. There's
you bring up some good points. I think he's better than Carr. I think he's probably equal to Geno, but can't tell you I've paid a lot of attention. He's definitely better than Cousins. Cousins on threat to get benched.
Yeah, Kirk Cousins a mess right now. Yeah, he's having all kinds of problems here.
Oh, Wilson at 15.
Russ?
Darnold at 16.
Not Zach?
Russ. Well, Zach.
Wasn't Zach. Okay.
Wasn't Zach. How many other Wilsons you want to name? Wilson.
The volleyball? King of Prussia?
Oh, yeah.
I'm running out quickly.
When there was Wilson the neighbor?
He was.
Yeah.
Neighborino?
Yeah.
Are we done, Spring? That's
Yeah.
it?
Bye-bye.
Okay, we have an Avalanche and a Nuggets game coming up next. I think he said 10 seconds. I hope he said 10 seconds. Come on out to number 38, doing a brew tonight. Nuggets game is next. Avs over on 950. We'll see you.